Hey guys, it's Mr. Sean. Before we get started today, I want to give a shout out to my biggest supporters, J-Dog and Patty Slaps. Thank you both so much for your continued support. And if you'd like to get your name shouted out alongside J-Dog and Patty Slaps at the start of one video each week, you can join either the Beta Club over on Patreon or the Beta Tomorrow Society here on YouTube. Enjoy the video, everyone.
Everyone loves media, but sometimes we lose media, lost media. Then we all go search for media, lost media. It's not found, it's lost, lost media. Sometimes it's well known, we all know that it's media, lost media. We love to search for media, but it's not that media, lost media. It's lesser known, lost media. Not well known, but it's still lost. Lost media. Lost media. It's lesser known, lost media. Here with Mr. Shaw.
Welcome back, Chimera Crew, to part 2 of our New Year's Eve 2024 Lesser Known Lost Media Marathon. Again, this was just going to be one video, but we have made 50 of these this year, which is nuts. So I had to split it into two. So, well, let's get right into it, right? At number 1, we have Cthulhu and the Jan-Ken Bunch, lost unreleased Newgrounds game from 2009. Since I forgot to mention it in the intro, every piece on today's list is going to be a piece of lost internet media. So Cthulhu and the Jan-Ken Bunch was a flash game being developed for the Newgrounds Power of 3 event by Psychosis 91, The Wave, and Ed Gould in 2009. The gameplay would follow a kid version of Cthulhu fighting in Mega Man-style combat against the Jan-Ken Bunch, which were based on rock, paper, scissors. The game was announced late May of 2009 through Ed Gould's blog. He said, "I have formed a group with Psychosis 91, who codes my games, and The Waves, who made the intro music for Movie Makers for the Newgrounds Power of 3 summer event, which basically means we shall be making a game together over the next few months, hopefully meaning it will be an awesome game." After this, there was almost no mention of the game going forward. In the final post mentioning it, Ed named it Cthulhu and said that it was about half finished. No content from the game was ever shared, and Ed would sadly pass away from leukemia in 2012. Shortly after the release of The End Part 2, Psychosis 91 made a post on Newgrounds about his time working with Ed. In the post, he said the game was cancelled because he was starting university, and Ed began to focus more on his series, Ed's World. 3 of the 6 planned levels were completed before development ended, however. In his blog, Psychosis stated that he hoped to complete the project someday, as he had promised Ed that he would, and in 2020, Ed's World showrunner Matt Lobster commented on the Tom Bear's Ed's World video games Every Ed's World Flash Game Reviewed that he had found a test version of the game. It may be released as part of the archive project through the Ed's World Patreon. And on January 2nd of 2023, Psychosis stated on his Twitter account that he is still in possession of the original files of the game, and now on June 24th of the same year, while sharing images of his Ed's World U-Tunes vinyl figure, he did tease a screenshot of the game's gameplay. And sadly, almost a year later, that's all we have of this game, is one screenshot of the teased gameplay. I'm a big Cthulhu fan, I'm a big H.P. Lovecraft fan in general, please don't come at me. I know he's problematic, but he is from a different time, just like your grandma. But, I'm a big fan of all stuff that's taking Cthulhu and putting him in different situations. There's a game that I really need to play on Steam again and finish called Cthulhu Saves the World, which I used to enjoy quite a bit, and I definitely would have played this game too, given the chance. But as of right now, I can't, and that sucks, so maybe someday we'll get to. At number 2, we have Feldup, partially found privated creepypasta videos from the YouTube channel circa 2014 to 2016. So, Feldup is a French content creator specializing in music composition, providing atmospheric vibes and evocative melodies that captivate his audience. And in addition to his musical work, he also explores horror content, drawing inspiration from renowned American creators to offer a diverse experience to his viewers. Hey, kind of like my channel. His commitment to the online creative community contributes to making Feldup a respected figure for his artistic authenticity. Now, as to the lost content, he suddenly decided to make almost all of his creepypasta videos private because he admitted that he was ashamed of them and that these videos were old and did not meet his standards of quality. Now, according to the Lost Media Wiki, while most of these have been found, there still are about 11 creepypasta videos that have yet to resurface. This entry is interesting to me because, as a YouTuber myself, I definitely look back at my videos from 2 years ago, and wow, the quality of the content is so drastically different from what I put out now. And I mean, I'm still very, I want to say amateurish in how I make my videos. I don't have nearly all the tips and tricks that some of the others do, but I do try my best, and I like to think I get a little better each month with my videos. And as such, stuff from 2-3 years ago is drastically different. So I do get the, wow, this is not the quality that I'm known for now, but I still think, everybody starts somewhere. You gotta own your early work, and you can, if you want to see how differently my content sounded back when I started, well, my videos are still up on the channel, so go check them out after this one. At number 3, we have Hideki Naganuma, partially lost, remastered, and unused songs from Sega video games from the early 2010s. Hideki Naganuma, also known under the alias Skankfunk, which is a great alias, almost as good as Mr. Sean, is a Japanese composer and DJ who is best known for his work on various video games published by Sega, with the most notable being Jet Set Radio, its sequel Jet Set Radio Future, and Sonic Rush, starting in 2012. Naganuma posted remastered and unused tracks as from some of the games he worked on to his YouTube and SoundCloud accounts. In early 2020, almost all of his Sega-related uploads were taken down with no explanation. It is unknown how many tracks were actually uploaded, as his SoundCloud and YouTube were never properly archived. He also composed cutscene music for Ryu Ga Gotoku Kenzan, and uploaded videos of these tracks to YouTube, but not to SoundCloud. So the list of the currently not available tracks is listed on the Lost Media Wiki, and fortunately enough, of the known tracks that were known to be unavailable, all but one of them has been found, and the one still missing track is from Kurohio Ryu Ga Gotoku Shinsho. I really don't think I said that right, but it's a track called Unusual Edit, and that is the only one that remains lost. So this one's kind of cool, just because yes, there was a lot of lost content, but we're so close to having it be found, at least as much as we know that exists. Like I said, there's a lot. It wasn't archived. There could be even more out there, but of what we know is missing, we are so close. So if you happen to have a copy of So Unusual Edit by Mr. Skankfunk, please upload it. At number 4, we have Jolly Filter, a lost proof of concept test by the Mystery Science Theater 3000 creator, circa 2000. So if you're unfamiliar with Mystery Science Theater 3000, what it was a show where they showed you old public domain sci-fi and horror movies that were terrible, and a couple people watching them would make fun of them, adding commentary. It was a great show. But in 2000, Mystery Science Theater 3000 creator Joel Hodgson and his brother Jim pitched an idea for a potential show known as Jolly Filter. The process involved taking pre-existing film and adding humorous CGI effects along with some music alterations. As they were in development with a deal with USA Networks, the brothers tested it out using the 1977 disaster film Roller Coaster. Now, the Lost Media Wiki does have a description of the film, though it is noted that whoever wrote it from memory. So, the video showed the opening credits of Roller Coaster in its original state. Following this, the Jolly filter is activated and a jet ship flies around the Universal logo. It then makes a splash landing near the boardwalk where Timothy Bottoms goes fishing with a small frog attached to his rod. The frog gets eaten by a shark while Bottoms turns on the radio where Ohio players love roller coaster plays. While investigating the Ocean View amusement park through binoculars, a fly gets into his nose. The park's clown building suddenly opens, revealing an electrifying brain. Its eerie appearance manages to break the glass off the binoculars, and the fly buzzes off. So whatever happened with this project? Well, ultimately, the project never panned out, and Hodgson moved on to the MST3K spiritual successor, Cinematic Titan, in 2008. The Cinematic Titan YouTube channel uploaded the entire test video. Unfortunately, the video soon had its audio muted due to copyright infringement, and the entire video was taken down by the end of 2009. Outside of its YouTube thumbnail, no footage from it has resurfaced. Now, like I said before, I was a big fan of MST3K. I never watched Cinematic Titan. In fact, I'd never heard of Cinematic Titan. And my favorite thing that happened after MST3K ended was actually the other people of the show, Michael J. Nelson, Bill Corbett, and Kevin Murphy, went on to make Riff Tracks, which is still going strong today, where you can download audio files to play alongside movies that you like, that you have, as either DVDs or digital copies, and they'll riff on some of your favorite movies. Joel Hodgson was never really my favorite. I always just found his delivery a little too dry for what was going on, and in all honesty, as much as I love him as the creator of MST3K, whatever this Jolly Filter idea was, it just seems like, I don't know, I don't get it personally. According to the description, it's just like, how is this fun to watch? How is this, like, it's not, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But still, it's always neat for people to try new things, and it would be nice, even though it didn't pan out, to be able to watch this as kind of a, like, hey, you know what? Always try something new, but this one has been unfortunately lost to time. And at number 5, we have Hansen vs. Predator, partially lost chat logs, uncut interviews, and police interrogations from 2015. So Hansen vs. Predator, also abbreviated as HVP, is a hidden camera investigation series broadcast on Crime Watch Daily from 2016. Running for a single season, it was a spiritual successor to Catch a Predator, a reality series from the TV news program Dateline NBC, featuring host Chris Hansen confronting adult men arriving at a sting house with the intent to have intercourse with minors between the ages of 12 to 13. Following an often graphic online conversation with the child, in reality these minors were adult decoys from the online watchdog group Tetrad Core, who would establish online profiles of underage individuals that would wait for adults to initiate a conversation with them. The sole investigation, conducted in October of 2015 in Fairfield, Connecticut, resulted in the arrests and convictions of 11 men. So what's available and what isn't? Well, concerning the chat logs, that unlike the chat logs from To Catch a Predator, which are easily accessed on Perverted Justice's website, the HVP chat logs were not made publicly available, though at this point most of them have been able to be found, except for one's belonging to a predator named David Tiriolo. I don't know how, I know I butchered that, I'm sorry, but that is the only one of the chat logs that currently remains unaccounted for. As for the interviews themselves, the confrontation, the edited versions of each Predator confrontation can be easily accessed on YouTube. However, the uncut interviews and subsequent police interrogations are a little harder to access. Initially, most of the uncut footage was published on Chris Hansen's own website as part of a subscription service. Among these consisted of footage of someone named Vincent Ambrosio, who was a 19-year-old whose segment was never broadcast on Crime Watch Daily due to some concerns regarding his well-being when the sting occurred. However, these videos became unavailable and inaccessible in January of 2020 when Hansen's website became inaccessible following his firing of web producer Vincent Nicotra, and who in response suspended the website with the message Hansen vs. Predators is suspended due to non-payment. Now, YouTubers as YouTubers do have helped find the majority of this uncut footage and upload it to YouTube. As of right now, only 3, Mike Manzi, Charles Lawrence, and Michael Gentile, have yet to surface. In all likelihood, the website went down before the uncut versions of these could be produced, but who knows? This one to me is interesting just because of how big of an impact this one, the previous show, To Catch a Predator, had on, honestly, on America. I mean, it gets referenced all the time. It kind of opened our eyes to how some of these people operate. And I mean, it was a monumental show, but this one seems like a giant mess. And I think that's because, well, honestly, if I had to give my personal opinion, it's because Chris Hansen became more about the spectacle of it as opposed to actually helping people, keeping children safe. I think To Catch a Predator had the best intentions, and this one was all about fame and making money, and in its own way trying to exploit the idea of child predators as much in not the same way, but in a almost not as despicable, but certainly a despicable way, just like the despicable people they were trying to trap themselves. It wasn't about justice. It wasn't about saving children. It was about Chris Hansen. And it definitely seems like that's why there is a lot of lost content, why it is not, and why most people don't even know about Hansen versus Predators. They know To Catch a Predator, but because that was a good program, that was a good and with good intention. And this one was just an ego trip and money making scheme for Chris Hansen, and I think that's why it's lost. And I think it's important to remember that. Even a lot of things start out with good intentions and it goes off the rails somewhere. Coming in at number 1 today, we have Collision in Korea Wrestler Sketches, Lost North Korean Pencil Sketch Portraits of Professional Wrestlers from 1995. Now, if for some reason you're unaware, North Korea is a crazy little country run by a family of dictators that the US really doesn't get along with. But from the 28th to the 29th of April 1995, the professional wrestling event Collision in Korea, officially known as Pyongyang International Sports and Culture Festival for Peace, took place. Jointly produced by New Japan Pro Wrestling, the NJPW, and World Championship Wrestling, the WCW, it was hosted in the May Day Stadium in Pyongyang, North Korea. Prior to the event, wrestler Scott Norton, among others, visited a street bazaar where each of them were given a pencil sketch portrait as gifts by the sketchers. Now, the majority of the wrestlers and crew members of the event did not have a great stay in North Korea. Several incidents occurred that left some in severe trouble with North Korean officials. For example, the WCW president Eric Bischoff was admonished by his attaché by going on a run without informing anyone, resulting in many civilians being terrified of him. Also, Scott Norton phoned his wife at the hotel after 2 days in the country, and his negative comments surrounding his time in North Korea were not well received by the North Korean officials. They took him to a room where he was warned not to say anything negative about the country, with future phone conversations being forbidden. While he did note in his autobiography how terrified he was concerning that interrogation, he also noted in his autobiography, Strong Style, the time he and Chris Benoit visited a street bazaar escorted by 2 armed military personnel. He encountered a few people sketching pencil portraits of all the wrestlers that came by. When it was time for him and Benoit to leave, the sketchers gave him a drawing of himself as a gift, with Norton being moved by this. It is unknown how many of these drawings were created. So where are they now? Well, Norton's comments help confirm the existence of the sketches, however none have publicly resurfaced, with most presumably remaining in the ownership of the wrestlers themselves. It remains to be seen whether any of them will be publicly released. Now, I'm not a wrestling fan myself, but I know a lot of people love wrestling and they love all kinds of memorabilia concerning wrestling. I mean, I have several friends who have as many wrestling collectibles as I have like nerdy collectibles. So the fact that like these sketches are out there somewhere would make them a prized collection piece for someone, as not only are they one of a kind, but they're also from North Korea. I mean, not much comes into the US from there, right? This piece is interesting to me because it's something that we know exists that is lost, and it's so obscure, but yet it would be, some people would covet the finding and collecting of this so much because, again, wrestling is a fandom like anything else. So the rarity, the obscurity, and the North Korea connection definitely earned this piece a place on this list. At number 2, we have Man at the Crossroads, lost mural painting of Mexican artist Diego Rivera from 1933. The man controller of the universe, or El Hombre Controlador del Universo, is a mural by famous Mexican painter Diego Rivera. It is one of the artist's most recognized murals, portraying a contrast between the two most important political ideologies of the time, capitalism and communism. Today, the mural is in the Palacio de Bellas Artes in Mexico City, where it has remained since 1934. However, this mural is actually a recreation of an unfinished work called Man at the Crossroads, commissioned by the Rockefeller family during the construction of the Rockefeller Center in New York. Because of his left-wing ideology, Rivera portrayed the communist leader Vladimir Lenin in the mural, an issue that displeased Nelson Rockefeller, who destroyed the mural before it was finished. The mural, which was set to be at the RCA building, now 30 Rockefeller Center, is noteworthy that the artist, in a time where the Soviets were despised in this country, tried to idealize Soviet Russia, showing the communist side of the mural as something peaceful and utopian compared to the gray side of capitalism that shows soldiers with gas masks and the police repressing the people. As expected, this sparked a controversy that led to a propaganda complaint. In April of 1933, the mural was denounced by the New York World Telegram newspaper as anti-capitalist propaganda. In response, Rivera included the portrait of Vladimir Lenin in the work, a character that was not in the sketch he had shown to the Rockefellers. This inclusion was later discovered by Raymond Hood after inspecting a wall above the mural. Nelson Rockefeller was offended by this, demanding that the muralist remove Lenin and delaying the inauguration of the building. Rivera declined and proposed him to include American figures such as Abraham Lincoln, preferring to destroy the wall rather than mutilate the concept of his art. Now, refusing to remove Lenin, Rivera continued to work on the mural until May of 1933 when he was forced to stop painting. Although there were proposals to move the mural to the Museum of Modern Art for Rivera to finish it, the mural remained hidden until February of 1934 when it was destroyed. Both the muralist and other artists showed their discontent and boycotted future art exhibitions at the complex. At the end of 1933, Rivera would return to Mexico, where he would ask the Mexican government for a space in the Palacio de Bellas Artes to create a replica of the mural with all the elements that he had planned. Based on photographs taken while he was working in New York, Rivera was able to recreate his work in his native country. Renowned as the man controller of the universe, the mural remains on the walls of the Palacio de Bellas Artes to this day, considered as one of the most important works of the muralist movement in Mexico. So this one's interesting because, one, it's never going to be found as it was destroyed, and we know it was destroyed, but the story behind it is just so interesting. I actually had heard this story before. There's a great musical called movie about a musical called The Cradle Will Rock, where it's all about during this era while this mural is being painted, there's also things going on with performers wanting to be a part of the New Deal and get things like murals and plays paid for by the government during the Depression era, and it actually did feature a big segment about this mural, its creation, and ultimately its destruction. And I do think that it is very interesting, but I also think that it's just kind of, in a time where people were afraid to say anything different, this man was willing, and he did not see anything wrong with that. And while it might seem foolish to try and get this into the Rockefeller building under the nose of one of the most successful capitalists of all time, you gotta admire his moxie. So, again, it's on the list. At number 3, we have The Outer Limits, lost scripts of possible 8th season of TV series revival 2002 to 2003. Now, I know most of you probably have heard of The Twilight Zone, but again, The Twilight Zone's it's one of its contemporaries at the time, which was more sci-fi, was The Outer Limits. But the original show, being aired, I believe, in the 60s, was then later revived in 1995. So it aired on, this original revival aired from 1995 to 2002. All episodes had a distinct story, with most of them having a plot twist at each ending, and some episodes had story arcs. Sometime around February of 2002, a month after the 7th season's conclusion on Sci-Fi, some viewers posted on the Outer Messages forums on the Outer Limits local website and were wondering if Season 8 was in the works. One person had posted that the show was currently in limbo and near cancellation. Months later, around July to October of 2002, some users on the forum site once again brought up the rumor of an 8th season. A screenwriter who went by the name Mr. Disgruntled on the forum sent out a link for scripts for Season 8, but unfortunately they redirect to a link that was not archived. During this time, production of a potential Outer Limits movie was being worked on and rumored by some users of the forum, with one of the Outer Limits posters confirming it, but nothing has come out of that since. This one's pretty straightforward. There could have been another season. It was probably in the works at some point. They'd probably gotten a few things done for it, as well as the potential of a movie, so at least there was probably some script work done, but ultimately it never came to be. But at the same time, if that content exists, fans of the show will want to find it. And that's the whole thing, is that everything we know as lost media is known because somebody wants to find it. And just because it might not be flashy doesn't mean it doesn't deserve to be found, and there aren't just as many people who would be thrilled if it were. And so again, we're mentioning it here. At number 4, we have Code Lyoko, partially found production material for a French animated TV series from 2003 to 2007. Code Lyoko was a French animated cartoon television series that was dubbed into various other languages that ran on Cartoon Network between 2004 and 2007. It concerned a group of boarding school students who discovered a fully functioning supercomputer in a nearby abandoned factory. It is host to a virtual world known as Lyoko, a mysterious amnesiac, pink-haired elf girl, Elida, and a malevolent artificial intelligence known as Xana, who is bent on destroying humanity. The series details their attempts to rescue Elida from the virtual world and stop Xana from destroying theirs. 3 Bibles from the show are confirmed to exist, one created for the first season, one made for the second, and one from after the 4th. The first season Bible has already been found and is available online. Now, concerning the Season 2 Bible, prior to its second season, Code Lyoko was very formulaic and episodic. Plots were, save for the 2-part finale, not carried between episodes, and they were meant to be able to be viewed in any order. There wasn't really a backstory set in stone, and the lore surrounding the series was rather sparse. In fact, this formulaic nature contrasted harshly with the original vision of the show, causing the original series producer Thomas Romain to leave the project in 2003. However, when Season 2 came, production agreed to allow writing director Sophie Desquesset and director Jérôme Muscadet to expand upon the background of the story in order to create more opportunities for storytelling and craft a slightly more serialized narrative, as the original vision of the series had. In this quote, writing director Sophie Desquesset, I don't know how to say French names, I apologize, talks about the circumstances surrounding the creation of the Season 2 Bible. To quote, "In the literary Bible for Season 1, Elida was supposed to be an artificial intelligence created by Franz Hopper, and not a human being. Why did you decide to change this when you rewrote the backstory after Season 1? And her response was, "Well, when I arrived on the series, there wasn't really a backstory. Nobody had written in detail what had happened to FH and the supercomputer before Jeremy and the group reactivated it. This concept was very minimal, so Jerome and I, in agreement with production, decided to flesh out the backstory to generate more possible stories." Now, as I mentioned before, there were 3 Bibles confirmed to have been created. So far, we only have 1. And concerning the Season 4 Bible, here is this quote. "Code Lyoko was no longer just a cartoon, but a franchise with potential success. Rather than a repetitive season, like Season 1 was, Season 2 revolved around a scenario. Sophie Desquesset and Jérôme Muscadet then changed the literary Bible we talked about before. They created the entire series background. To put it simply, they invented the origin of Lyoko. Everything was created at that time. The literary Bible wouldn't change again until the end of Season 4. But why change the Bible after the end of the series? There were many future plans for the franchise. After its conclusion, an official marketing PDF was found by fans, which went into a fair bit of detail about its potential future. There were 3 different projects in the pipeline. The first was an extended epilogue to send off the series. The second was a television series/film, not entirely sure which, set after a 2-year time skip, with the protagonists now seniors in high school and battling the shady secret organization that hunted the supercomputer's original creator, which was only hinted at in the original series. The third was merely a prototypical stage of what would eventually become the live-action Code Lyoko evolution. As of now, no copies of the 2 confirmed Lost Bibles have surfaced, and it is unknown how CodeLyoko.fr came into possession of the Season 1 Bible. Now personally, I've never seen Code Lyoko, however my wife was a big fan of the series back in the day, and I know that a lot of people were. So again, this kind of thing, I mean, it's called a Bible, right? So it's kind of like almost a holy grail for fans of the series, and it's missing. So, I'm sure many people would love to see this one found. Alright guys, so we're going to kind of bookend this video. So we started off with a wrestling piece, and our spicy piece also involves the world of wrestling. So for our 5th spicy piece of Lost Media, we have Plane Ride from Hell, lost photographs of drunk wrestler incidents in 2002. Plane Ride from Hell was a series of incidents of WWE wrestlers misbehaving on a flight on May 5th of 2002. Since the flight was delayed for an hour before takeoff, many wrestlers took to drinking while they were waiting. Among the incidents were 2 wrestlers, Brock Lesnar and Kurt Hennig, grappling, with Lesnar taking Hennig down and almost driving both of them through the emergency door while the flight was mid-air. Various other antics took place, such as a former wrestler, Dustin Runnels, serenading his ex-wife, former wrestler Ric Flair sexually harassing female flight attendants, and Michael Hayes having his hair cut off while he was sleeping because he sucker punched a wrestler and caused him to bleed. In an interview regarding the plane ride from hell, former wrestler Justin Credible said that paparazzi were taking multiple photos of the wrestlers and WWE officials going through customs at JFK Airport. Some of them allegedly included former wrestler Scott Hall being rolled in a wheelchair in an unresponsive state through customs. Credible only spoke vaguely about the photos, and he did not describe any instances of other pictures they took. He did, however, imply that many other photos were taken of the wrestlers and agents in different contexts. Credible says he does not know what happened to the photos, and to this date they have not surfaced online in any form. It is not known what happened to them. I'm going to take a guess, and I'm going to say that the heads of the WWE paid handsomely to keep those photos out of the papers and tabloids, and either destroyed them or have them locked securely in a vault somewhere. While people might come at me for this, come on, we all know wrestling is fake, and it does kind of play up on that, oh, there's people who think it's real, but it's really fake, as kind of a way to all the worried moms out there to go, no, it's not violence, it's just a sport and acting. So when violence occurs outside of the ring, that is very bad for their whole no, these aren't paid thugs, these are actors and athletes. Then there's photos out that they're just drunken thugs who get drunk and grope flight attendants and punch each other and almost cause could have caused a plane to crash. From a marketing standpoint, that is a death sentence. So again, it would not surprise me if they did anything in their power to keep these from hitting the tabloids. Still, we are a culture that loves seeing our heroes at their worst, so I'm sure wrestling fans would love to see these photos if they still exist and if they are ever found. At number 1 today, we have Archie Comics' Sonic Underground Epilogue, a partly lost production material from a cancelled comic based on the animated TV show circa 2012 to 2013. Sonic Underground was an animated TV show based on Sega's popular video game franchise Sonic the Hedgehog, airing for 1 season from January 6th to May 23rd in 1999. Nearly 14 years later, at New York Comic-Con 2012, Archie Comics announced that issue number 50 of their Sonic Universe comic series would be an epilogue to Sonic Underground. Still, when the issue came out in early 2013, it had been replaced by a story about Metal Sonic, with the epilogue becoming cancelled. Now, if you've not seen the show, Sonic Underground follows Sonic and his siblings Sonia and Manic as they try to reunite with their mother, the former queen of Mobius, Alina. Each sibling has a magical medallion based on a different musical instrument. Sonic's medallion is a guitar, Sonia's is a keyboard, and Manic's is a drum set, doubling as traditional instruments and weapons. They use their medallions to form the underground rock band Sonic Underground to fight off the evil Dr. Robotnik and his army of SWAT bots. The latter now rule Mobius with an iron fist. The series was prematurely cancelled, leaving the show's main plot thread of finding the siblings' mother unresolved. The first rumblings of a comic-based epilogue to the show came about in mid-2009 when a poll was posted to Ian Flynn's Bumble King forum asking users if they wanted him to write an epilogue for Underground as part of the Sonic Universe comic series, a spin-off of Archie's long-running Sonic the Hedgehog comic series focused on expanding its universe. As the head writer of Sonic Comics since 2006, Flynn seemed to respond to the idea with cautious enthusiasm, replying to the post with, "I don't know, it's an intriguing enough idea, but I kind of feel like I was stepping on the original creatives. As it stands, even if we did get the green light for such a project, it wouldn't see the light of day until 2011 at earliest." So yeah, this epilogue would be announced 3 years later, again at the New York Comic Con 2012, and was slated to come out in issue number 50. Flynn would later appear on Sonic the Lost World First Play Marathon later that October when it did not come out, and he stated that Sonic Underground is off limits. He went on to clarify that that's been in place since before I got on the book. The finale in Sonic Universe was supposed to be a special one-time thing. We're still trying to find a way to get it to happen. This mandate was likely put in place sometime after Sonic Super Special number 10, as it features a story what Archie's main Sonic crosses over into the Underground universe. In late 2014, Flynn stated that Lost Hedgehog Tales, a document detailing scrapped concepts from his time as head writer, would include the epilogue story. Excluding 5 released pages, which contain no mention of the epilogue, the document remains unreleased, with Flynn stating on Twitter in August of 2021, "I've promised the fandom to tell all in Lost Hedgehog Tales when it's safe to do so, which it isn't yet, but one day, just not today, or tomorrow, or for a while." Flynn has officially stated that he never penned a formal script, but he has lots and lots of notes. The only other known piece of production material is a sample cover drawn by Patrick Spazianti, which was released alongside the book's announcement. Now, Sonic Underground is a little after my time, but I did watch the 2 original Sonic the Hedgehog cartoons, and I did enjoy them. I was a Sonic fan, I played the games, so I understand the fandom, even if in recent years the games have been kind of crap. But this is definitely something that Sonic Underground does have a very hardcore fan base, and I'm sure they do deserve an end to the story they love so much, so hopefully one day they'll get to see it. At number 2, we have 737 Cockpit, a lost ZX Spectrum ZX81 flight simulation game from 1982. 737 Cockpit is a game made for the ZX81 and/or ZX Spectrum in 1982. It was produced by Machinecraft Limited, who listed the game in their adverts for the November and December issues of Your Computer magazine for that year, pricing it at £5.75. Little is known about the game, as no screenshots, physical copies, or ROMs have surfaced since its mention in Your Computer magazine. Judging from the game's title, it was likely a flight simulator in which the player flew a plane from an interface similar in nature to that of a Boeing 737 aircraft. It's uncertain what platforms the game's released on, as the November advert stated that it was for the ZX81 with a minimum of 16 kilobytes of memory. However, the December advert stated the game was for the ZX Spectrum and instead required a minimum of 48 kilobytes of memory. Wow, remember when we measured things in kilobytes? The difference between these 2 home computers would also change how the game was displayed, as the ZX Spectrum supported color output, a feature the ZX81 lacked. That's really all we have on this one. There's not a lot to go on, but I definitely do love, stuff about lost early computer games. It's definitely something that I find interesting. I mean, we know compared to the, Microsoft Flight Simulator, it's probably hot garbage, but it's fun. I like it. It gets on the list. At number 3, we have The Adventures of Twizzle, which is partially found puppet TV series from 1957. The Adventures of Twizzle is a television show produced by AP Films, a company formed by Arthur Provis, Reg Hill, Sylvia Tam, and Super Marionation artist Gary Anderson, who would go on to create popular British science fiction shows such as Thunderbirds and Captain Scarlet and Terrahawks. In total, 52 episodes were made and aired, with the first episode being broadcast November 13th, 1957 at 4:30 p.m. The series follows Twizzle, a boy puppet who has the ability to extend or twizzle his legs and arms, and his cat companion known as Futso. One day, while Twizzle is meeting new toys in his toy shop, a bad-tempered girl comes into the shop and wants to buy Twizzle. Frightened by the girl, he escapes from the toy shop after Teddy Bear suggests he run away before she can buy him. He eventually makes his way to a dog kennel as the owner of the kennel, Futso, the cat, enters. The two become fast friends and decide to go off on adventures after sleeping for the night. While on their adventures, they also create a haven for toys running away from abusive children called Stray Town. When AP Films initially formed, the company originally planned to make films but struggled to find commissions. In 1957, Roberta Lay and Suzanne Warner approached the company with the idea to make The Adventures of Twizzle, to which the company reluctantly agreed to do. Episodes were shot in a small room, and the overall budget for the show was under £500. Additionally, the schedule was very tight, with the puppets themselves having their finishing touches on an actual shooting of the episode occurring on the same day, leaving little time to perfect the puppets. To enhance the show's quality, however, the crew implemented techniques from films that were rarely seen in puppet shows, such as background props and close-ups of the puppets' faces. Another technique that they applied was to have the puppeteers operate the puppets from an overhead bridge 12 feet above the set instead of them simply leaning over to see what they were doing, eliminating their shadows showing up in the shot. To help this, Anderson bought a lightweight camera that had just come on the market and rigged it onto the main camera to project what was happening anywhere on the set of the operators. This technique became known as video assist and was soon used in the entire film industry. The series, while using intricate puppetry, predates the first official Super Marionation series by Anderson, For Feather Falls, by 2 years, though it's still classified as such by many. Unfortunately, only the first episode survives. This one sounds pretty cool, especially with how they used, some advanced techniques for the time that also became like film standards. Sadly, we only have the first episode to go on. Hopefully we find the rest someday. At number 4, we have Clerks 3, lost original script of the film sequel circa 2012 to 2017. Now, Clerks 3 is a sequel to director Kevin Smith's 1994 cult classic film Clerks. It was released in September of 2022, however, it was canceled before being revived. While working on the original version of Clerks 3, in February of 2017, Kevin Smith announced he'd be producing a Jay and Silent Bob reboot. In the same announcement, however, he announced Clerks 3's cancellation. At the time of the announcement, it was unknown exactly why he'd canceled the film. However, in April of 2017, a video surfaced of him calling out Clerks actor Jeff Anderson for being the reason why. Anderson had stated in a previous podcast that he wasn't keen on playing the part of Randall. It took him a while to even be convinced to come on to Clerks 2. The last time Kevin Smith mentioned the original script was in February, where he stated that it would be released in some way, either by comic book form or releasing the script itself. The script was read live on August 3rd of 2019, with no one allowed to record and release the live reading. After the live reading concluded, Smith announced that Clerks 3 would resume production with a new script, which it later would in 2022. So the original script, though, has not been released. This one's interesting to me. I have not yet seen Clerks 3. I have seen Clerks 2. Clerks 1 is one of my favorite movies just simply because of how real it feels. Like, it feels like a film that could totally be a real conversation you have with your buddies while at work. But I have a love-hate relationship with Kevin Smith. Kevin Smith, I think, no one is a bigger fan of Kevin Smith than Kevin Smith. Heck, I'm still waiting for him to finish Batman the Widening Gyre, which he never did because he got real depressed when Zack and Miri Make a Porno didn't make $100 million. While I cannot attest to what the quality of the original Clerks 3 script would have been, Kevin Smith is not, he doesn't know, his writing isn't as real as it used to be. It doesn't come from a place of reality, so I don't know. I wasn't as big a fan of Clerks 2. I haven't seen Clerks 3. I don't know if I will, but, hopefully someday, if you're a fan, you get to see the original script. Alright guys, time for our spicy piece today, and for our spicy piece at number 5, we have Air Cruel Version, Existence Unconfirmed. Air is a Japanese visual novel game created by Key. It has been turned into animes, as well as it has both its original erotic version, as well as releases with the erotic elements taken out, where a character is basically making decisions through a story and has the option to romance several characters. Now, the game came out in 2000, but it, alongside one of Key's other early visual novels, Kenon, both were rumored to have what is known as the cruel versions. These were said to be versions that had quite a bit of gore and disturbing imagery. The origins of these cruel versions was left to much speculation. Some thought it was just an urban legend or creepypasta. Some thought it was a patch made by developers who had worked with Key who did not like how they were treated and therefore made this more or less corrupted version. Some even said it was a version made by Key itself, but that they, one way or the other, Key took action to have all the copies destroyed. This would all remain in the realm of urban legend and speculation until January of 2023, when the complete cruel version of Kenon would be found and uploaded to the Internet Archive. This version was confirmed to have been a patched Dojin version of the game Kenon, so that it was not official from Key, and it was made back in 2000 when the game was originally released. Apologies, shortly after release. Kenon was actually released in 1999, though to this day, no real evidence of a cruel version of Air has ever been found, leaving its existence up to speculation. This one intrigued me because I've only ever seen the first episode of the show Air. It was actually like one of the first non-Toonami animes I was ever shown. It wasn't really my thing, but I do remember going, okay, so this is a little different kind of anime, but apparently it does have quite a large fan base. But yeah, just the fact that there was this weird horror version of what seemed to be a pretty mundane slice of life story was interesting, and the fact that at least one half of the legend has been proven to be true leads me to wonder, well, is the other half? Who knows? Maybe someday we'll find out. At number 1 today, we have a piece recommended by a longtime viewer and subscriber of the channel, Blue Baron 6858, and that is Ultraman Taiga, Lost 4 Kids English dub, circa 2002 to 2003. So, the Japanese show Ultraman Taiga did receive an English dub on the Fox Box from the 4Kids Entertainment that aired from September 14th, 2002 to March 8th of 2003. Now, there are 2 seasons of this show, and it is confirmed that both seasons were completely produced in dub. However, only the first season aired on the Fox Box, while supposedly the second season, the show in its entirety, actually, did air on a channel called Pogo in India. Now, we have all the episodes of Season 1 dub found easily. You can access them, not a problem. But as far as Season 2 goes, we only have the final episode. None of the other episodes are available. And also, the reason that we never got the second season on Fox is because the 4Kids series was not shown in lieu of having a subtitled, uncut Japanese version air in its stead. Now, I'm still not a big fan of subtitles to this day. I actually tried to watch Suicide Squad Isekai the other day, and apparently it's the Max version is sub only. I tried to watch it on Hulu. I wasn't a big fan of the show, so that plus the version of Hulu I have has the ads. I couldn't get into it. But yeah, I'm not a sub guy. I know, come at me, anime fans. But still, if you'd watched the entire first season dubbed, and then you sat down as a kid to watch the second season, and now you gotta read and everything sounds different. Yeah, I don't think that would be very popular. I'm not sure if the dub was already fully produced, why would they show the subtitled version? It's weird, and because of that, it's lost. So, there you go. Thank you, Blue Baron, for your suggestion. This one was actually a little harder to research, but I did find information on it, and I thank you for sharing it with the rest of us. Coming in at number 2, we have Alice in Wonderland, lost footage from fantasy film from 1949. Alice in Wonderland is a 1949 French-British film based on Lewis Carroll's fantasy novel Alice's Adventures in Wonderland. It was directed by Dallas Bauer and stars Carol Marsh as Alice, Stephen Murray as the live-action Lewis Carroll and voice of the Knave of Hearts, and Raymond Bussières as the live-action Tailor and voice of the Mad Hatter. The Wonderland characters are stop-motion puppets created by Lou Boonin. Now, the film has fallen into obscurity over the years due largely to the actions of Disney Studios. The company prevented it from being widely seen in the US as they did not want to compete with their own version of the story, which was being released around the same time. Disney's influence also had a negative impact on the film's preservation, as because of their pre-existing arrangement with Technicolor, it had to be shot in inferior and scope color, which deteriorated badly over time. To make things even more difficult, home video releases of the film vary in length, excluding some scenes while including others, and the order they are shown in is often switched around. Sudden jumps and cuts throughout indicate that there is missing footage. Indeed, in recent years, Lou Boonin's daughter was able to restore 12 minutes of footage to the film, giving it a runtime of 76 minutes, which has since been shown at various screening events. It is now in the collection of the Museum of Modern Art. There are plans by the company Thunderbeam to release this more complete version on Blu-ray and DVD, but so far nothing has come of them because of financial and other difficulties. It's also unclear if any more footage from the film is lost, although it has been rumored that it originally had a 90-minute running time. According to those who watched the televised film in the late 1950s and early 1960s, there were once additional scenes of Caucasus race animals chasing Alice, as well as there being more to the subplot of the Knave of Hearts stealing the Queen's tarts. Also, there was apparently a scene based on the one in the book where Alice is accused of stealing a sparrow's egg, which is now nowhere to be found. So if you're looking at the screen right now, the image that I've used for this one is an image of the Duchess's cook being called as a witness during the trial scene, as he was in the book. This image that we have, that we know is from this film, does not appear in any version of the film currently available to the public. So even if we have the restored copy, it's not actively available right now. So yes, this one is still lost media, whether we found the entire film or not. And I just think it's interesting that the reason this one fell into obscurity, I have nothing against the Disney Corporation. I do enjoy their work, but I am not always a big fan of their practice of trying to bring down the little guy, so to speak. You know, I believe creativity should not be, I don't believe it should be hampered for the sake of another one's profits, and that instead, if one makes something that is necessarily, a threat to yours, well, you just have to do one better. But, that's why Disney is a multi-billion-dollar company, and I'm not even monetized yet. So, take that for what you will. But this one's very interesting to me. At number 3, we have Cascade, lost build of cancelled Xbox 360 massive multiplayer online game circa 2000 to 2007. Cascade is a cancelled fantasy massively multiplayer online game by Rare Limited that was in development for the Xbox 360. After Perfect Dark Zero, Mark Edmonds and Chris Tilston used elements from a Perfect Dark prototype called Quest that started development in 2000. According to Yetin Grechevsky from Pure Rarity, the game went through several variations in names during its production. Work on Cascade has been salvaged from other Rare Limited projects, including the networking code used in Conquer, Live and Reloaded, and Perfect Dark Zero. However, no completed project ever came from the work. In 2007, the game was cancelled when the team decided to work on a port for GoldenEye 007 for Xbox LA instead, which was finished but never released. As of 2023, only a test animation for one of the characters and some concept art of the game has resurfaced. Now, I'll be honest, I'm not a big fan of Momorpagas, but to be fair, Rare does have a good track record of making some pretty quality stuff, so I would have loved to have seen what their version would have been. Plus, as dated as some of these graphics look, it looks pretty cool, so I would have liked to have seen this game. I did have an Xbox 360. Maybe I would have gotten Xbox Pass if this would have been released. At number 4, we have the Blues Brothers Revival, lost recording of one-time Blues Brothers tribute musical 2004. So on April 7th of 2004, the Blues Brothers Revival, a musical tribute based on the Saturday Night Live sketch and soul revivalist group the Blues Brothers, was performed at the Chicago Center for the Performing Arts. It was a one-night-only event and was greeted with fairly negative reviews. It featured many songs from the original film and the already existing Blues Brothers albums. So the plot of the film has Joliet Jake Blues dead and in purgatory, with his brother Elwood, along with some choir singers, trying to get him into heaven. It features songs such as Sweet Home Chicago, She Caught the Katy, RESPECT, and Jailhouse Rock, along with a few others. As to the reception, well, the production was met with fairly negative reviews, with many outlets such as Variety stating, a tawdry, loose, humorless, and generally half-baked effort, with a book so weird and water-thin it makes no compelling case whatsoever for its own existence. The Chicago Reader stated that Victor R. Pisano gives us only the barest fig leaf of a story. Jake, who's dead and burning in purgatory, is trying to get into heaven. Nothing about this Blues Brothers nostalgia concert, lightly sprinkled with references to the 1980s Blues Brothers movie, gives us a reason to care about it. So yeah, this musical was written by Victor R. Pisano, husband to Judith Belushi Pisano, former wife of John Belushi, the original actor for Jake Blues, and while it was performed, nothing out of the musical has ever surfaced. No videos, pictures, or even a script have been found. The only thing confirming its existence are a few reviews of the musical and an announcement by Playbill. So as much as this one just seems like it kinda sucked, I mean, I'm a huge fan of the original Blues Brothers movie. It's one of my favorite movies, and I mean, anything, if you're a fan of something, again, you want the good, you want the bad, you want it all. That's why lost media is important, not just to find the hidden gems, but just to find everything. We are in a culture where we believe that we have access to everything at all times. That's the beauty of the internet. If you want to know something, you can look it up. You want to see something, you can find it. But there are things that you can't. And that is what people looking for lost media hope to remedy. So yeah, if you're a fan of the Blues Brothers, good or bad, you'd probably at least like the chance to see this, or ignore it completely, but that choice should be yours. So at number 5, we have Barely Proper, a lost Brad F. Grinter nudist film from 1975. So Barely Proper is a 1975 nudist film that was directed by Brad F. Grinter and produced by Barely Proper Productions, Inc. It starred Elmo Gideon, Heather Hughes, Jan Livingston, and Cindy Walker. The film was based on the 1931 stage play by the same title written by Tom Cushing. The synopsis of the film is that a pretty schoolteacher is a nudist and belongs to a nudist colony. She is brought up on charges of immorality before the local school board, and the advisability of letting her continue teaching is debated. Although many production details are unknown, most of them were revealed thanks to a serious exploitation post on the film. The film was shot in Florida, USA, and one of the main roles was played by the famous artist Elmo Gideon, who also created the film's poster. Brad F. Grinter directed the film, and he was himself a nudist in real life. The film was released theatrically on June 6, 1975 in the United States by distribution company Barely Proper Distribution Company Incorporated. According to other information, it was possibly distributed by Ambassador Film Distributors. It received an R rating by the Motion Picture Association of America, and the film received strong reactions from publications such as Variety, Miami Herald, Backstage, and the Tampa Tribune. Now, for a long time after this, nothing was known about the film, until in 2009, a user named Misanthropic666 posted a thread asking people to help them find the film. This post no longer exists, but its text can be found on the serious exploitation post previously mentioned. On March 31st of 2009, an anonymous user left a comment stating that he bought the original film prints from eBay and suggested that Grindhouse consider releasing it on DVD in the future, but as of March 2024, the film has not been released on home video. This one I think is interesting simply because of the ideas it explores about nudity, and is nudity inherently wrong? Is the naked human form inherently sexual? Again, I've not seen the film, it's lost, but just from the sound of it, it sounds like this is more or less about seeing a bunch of boobies on screen, and more about the idea as if there is anything inherently wrong with nudity, or has we as a society made it something to be shunned, to be disgraceful. Like what I feel, and that's a personal viewpoint I have, is that, the only reason people are always trying to catch a glimpse of the nude form is because we've been told we shouldn't, that it's bad to do so. And I'm not talking, of course, about like anything explicitly sexual, such as like hardcore pornography, but more in just the naked human form in and of itself. I mean, back in a time when a woman could be burned as a witch for knowing how to do math, there were painters that publicly painted the naked human form, and nobody thought it was disgraceful. So, the views of nudity have changed over time, and I think it's interesting that there was a film in the 70s that was exploring particularly if nudity in and of itself was immoral, and if someone who spent their free time being naked was fit to be a teacher. So that's just an interesting, plot to a film. I can't state if the film would be any good or not, or if even that is what it would have explored, or if it was just a nudie flick. But I do want to believe that someone who was a nudist in real life would do more justice to this concept than that. But, either way, definitely interesting, and that's why it's on the list. At number 1 today, we have New Warriors, a lost TV pilot circa 2006 to 2018. Marvel's New Warriors is an unaired American television pilot created and written by Kevin Beagle for Freeform based on the Marvel Comics superhero team of the same name. It was intended to be set in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, or the MCU, and acknowledge the continuity of the franchise's films and other television series. The pilot was produced by ABC Signature Studios and Marvel Television. The pilot stars Milana Vaintrub as Doreen Green, aka Squirrel Girl, and Derek Theller as Craig Hollis, aka Mr. Immortal, who make up the New Warriors along with Jeremy Tardy, Callum Worthy, Matthew Moy, Kate Comer. You Marvel fans out there might recognize that both Doreen Green and Craig Hollis are actually not members of the New Warriors, but rather are members of the Great Lakes Avengers. But this series would have the young group learn to cope with their new abilities in a terrifying world. By August 2016, Marvel Television had developed a series centered on the New Warriors and began offering it to cable networks and streaming outlets. In April of 2017, New Warriors received a series order of 10 episodes from Freeform, with Beagle joining as showrunner and writing the first script. The pilot had been produced by November of 2017. The show was planned to premiere in 2018 on Freeform and had the potential to launch multiple spin-off series based on each of the New Warriors characters. However, by November of 2017, the network no longer had room in its schedule to begin airing the series in 2018, and returned it to Marvel Television Studios so they could shop the series to other Disney-owned networks. These efforts were ultimately unsuccessful, and the series was officially considered dead by the end of 2019. The premise was listed as 6 superpowered young people with offbeat powers different from the Avengers want to make a positive impact in the world, even if they are not quite ready to be heroes. As stated previously, the show would have had Squirrel Girl and Mr. Immortal, as well as Night Thrasher, Speedball, Microbe, and Debris. The style of the show was going to be a half-hour comedy series, and it has been said that the idea for the series was created after the success of other young adult-related shows such as Cloak and Dagger and The Runaways. Despite the fact that supposedly the pilot tested through the roof with audiences, Beagle has stated that the most likely reason for the show's cancellation was that the pilot had strong LGBTQ themes, and he believed that an executive had prevented it from being made due to it being too gay. Despite this, Marvel has said they were fully supportive of the show, and it was only canceled after various distributors had passed on the series. While the character Mr. Mortal would eventually make an appearance in the She-Hulk Attorney-at-Law show on Disney+, he was now portrayed by David Pasquesi, and thus far the other characters have yet to make their MCU debut. This one, this one, for me, it hurts personally that this one is lost, because I am a huge fan of obscure obscure Marvel characters. Also cards on the table, Milana Vaintrub as Squirrel Girl, hot as hell. Sorry that never got to be seen on screen, really. But overall, I would just love to see Marvel be able to explore some of their lesser-known characters and give them the, time on the silver screen or the TV screen that they deserve, rather than just going for all the big names. I definitely think Ant-Man has shown us that a somewhat obscure character to the general public can be very, very successful. So I really wish this had gotten made, but I would love it if at least the pilot was available to be seen. But as of right now, it has not surfaced, so maybe someday. At number 2, we have the Aladdin Deck Enhancer, partially found games for the NEF's peripheral from 1993. Now, the Aladdin Deck Enhancer is a peripheral created by Chimera and Codemasters in 1992 for the Nintendo Entertainment System. Created by Richard Darling, the add-on allows software from compact cartridges to be played on the NES. The peripheral is noted to be extremely rare due to a limited run and it not being endorsed by Nintendo. Most of the original versions sold were found in a New Jersey store called Video Game Connections in 1996. 24 games were announced at Winter CES 1993 at booth number 6329, with only 7 being released: Dizzy the Adventurer, Micro Machines, Fantastic Adventures of Dizzy, Quattro Sports, Quattro Adventure, Linus Spacehead's Cosmic Crusade, and Big Nose Freaks Out. As to the unreleased games, the next 3 quarters of releases in 1993 featured previously released games made without the enhancer, along with completely original games. Dream World Pogi is currently the only dumped game, while Adventure World Dizzy is theorized to be an early name for the dumped Wonderland Dizzy. So of the titles we know of, there are currently several that are lost, including B-52, CJ's Elephant Antics, Team Sports Basketball, Stunt Kids, Big Nose the Caveman, Metal Man, F-16 Renegade, Dizzy Pinball, Puzzled, Adventure World Dizzy, 5-Pack Sports, and 5-Pack Dizzy. The games that have since been found were Go Dizzy Go, The Ultimate Stuntman, which was released in Europe, MiG-29 Soviet Fighter also was released in Europe, Dream World Pogi has been found, as well as Firehawk, which was also released in Europe. This one is interesting to me just because I love anything from like the Wild West era of video games, where there were all these people trying to get some of that sweet, sweet resurgence, because, the video game market crashed. Then it started to have a resurgence with Nintendo, and, everybody wanted in on it, but Nintendo was also very, they held it very close to the chest due to the previous issues with video games, but that didn't keep people from trying, and I think some of that stuff, while the games aren't the best, it's still pretty interesting. At number 3, we have All Dogs Go to Heaven, partially found deleted scenes of animated film from 1989. All Dogs Go to Heaven is a 1989 animated feature directed and produced by Don Bluth. It is also one of my favorite movies from childhood. The film is about a dog named Charlie B. Barkin who is double-crossed and killed by his friend and ex-partner, Carface. He is sent to heaven but ultimately returns to Earth, where he reunites with another friend, Itchy Itchford, and ends up meeting an orphan girl named Anne Marie, who ends up changing the way he thinks and acts. While the film didn't do well critically due to being released on the same day as The Little Mermaid, as well as generally being poorly received due to its writing and overwhelmingly dark themes for a children's movie, which is a Don Bluth staple, it did very well on home media releases, inspired several sequels, and is regarded as a cultural classic, because it is one. In the initial test screenings, there were multiple scenes and pieces of dialogue that were ultimately cut from the film, mostly due to said scenes and dialogue being deemed too dark or intense for a movie. 2 known scenes that were cut include the main character Charlie being hit by a car, of which only the aftermath is shown in the official release, and a longer sequence of Charlie's nightmare of hell. As for the dialogue, most of the material that was cut had minor cursing. However, during the song Let Me Be Surprised, one moment of cursing was partially left in by accident, as Charlie is clearly animated to say, "Damn that Carface, I'll kill him." But he doesn't say the swear. The damn was left intact in the vinyl soundtrack, however. Now, where are these full cuts now? Well, Don Bluth reportedly owned a full cut of the film on 35mm film and had plans to get Goldcrest Films, one of the film's production companies, to release a director's cut in the mid-1990s after returning from Ireland. Shortly after, despite being locked up in a storage room, the print was stolen from him. The fate of this particular copy is unknown, though it's likely either been damaged, destroyed, or thrown away. As for Goldcrest Films' potential copies of the cuts, they did not save any of the original art, and according to co-director and producer Gary Goldman, most of the cells and backgrounds were destroyed or taken to the dump in the UK due to storing them in optimal conditions, costing too much money. Now, there has been a few developments in this one. Now, during the summer of 2016, Tumblr user SteamRunner went to a summer art program. One of Don Bluth's studio's animators happened to teach animation at said program, where she actually showed the entire uncut nightmare scene, despite seemingly all cuts of the film featuring deleted scenes being destroyed or stolen. One of her friends happened to find the whole scene, albeit without a score, in an archive and, in turn, burned it onto 3 discs, one for Bluth, one for the animator, and one for himself. She then decided to show her class the scene, at which point SteamRunner recorded it with her phone and finally uploaded the video to Tumblr on June 23rd. The discovery of this scene implies that there are either some full cuts of the film left, or that individual scenes were archived. At least one further deleted shot from the hell sequence that would have included a close-up of the skeleton demon was cut from the final version of the scene and was not present in the recovered footage uploaded by SteamRunner. This brief shot likely would have occurred after Charlie howls in pain due to the demons biting him, and directly before the shot of Charlie jumping in reaction to something off-screen that had clearly frightened him. This missing shot's existence was verified after several original production cells of the scene surfaced online. Again, I love this movie, and one of the things I do love about it is that even as a very little kid, again, I was born in 1988 and I had All Dogs Go to Heaven on VHS as a kid, it was a very dark film in many parts. It was heartwarming, but it was also dark, which was something Don Bluth did a lot and didn't shy away from. And as 90s kids, we were not sheltered. We saw the dark stuff. And I think that is definitely why some of the, trends that 90s kids are into, both in their teens and even now, exist, is because we were exposed to these themes. And I think that was very, very cool. It was a very cool time to be growing up. And so the fact that there was like, no, I mean, Bluth, we know you do this, but this is too dark. The fact that there are a couple things missing from one of my favorite films. I would love to see a full cut of this film in its intended glory, even though what we got in the end was pretty glorious. At number 4, we have Bubblegum Crisis Tokyo 2041, lost production material of a cancelled anime series from the 2000s. Now, following the success of the 1998 to 2000 anime series Bubblegum Crisis Tokyo 2040, which was itself a reimagining of the 1987 OVA series simply titled Bubblegum Crisis, an announcement was made by the now defunct ADV Films, producers of the aforementioned Tokyo 2040, in late 2002 that a follow-up series had been put into pre-production, aptly titled Bubblegum Crisis Tokyo 2041, and that it was to be marketed to investors at France's MIPCOM trade show of the same year. Not a great deal of information on the series has come to light, though it was revealed that 26 episodes had been scheduled for production, each with a runtime of 25 minutes, not unlike its predecessor. Now, at 2007's Anime Central convention, ADV co-founder Matt Greenfield revealed that the series had been put on hold in an effort to try and have all of the key staff members from Tokyo 2040 reprise their respective roles, and that prior commitments of said staff members were the reason for the series' delay. Now, due to the dissolution of ADV Films in late 2009, it is assumed by most, though technically never officially confirmed, that the series has been shelved indefinitely. As of this video, none of the production materials for the show have ever been released whatsoever. Now, I have never seen Bubblegum Crisis, though I have heard good things, but this one is very interesting because it's, it's of a popular property, but there's so little known, and it's just kind of, an ultimate what could have been, and it's just left to your imagination to think what this show would have been, and I think that it makes for a pretty compelling piece of lost media. So at number 5, our spicy piece today is In the Distance, lost unreleased Yasuko Endo single. Trigger warning, as this one does feature mentions of self-unaliving. So Yasuko Endo was a Japanese model and actress who was set to debut as a singer under contract with Pony Canyon record label. Her first single, In the Distance, and B-side was a song called Telephone, was scheduled for release in May of 1986. On March 29, 1986, Yasuko Endo committed suicide by leaping off the roof of her Tokyo apartment building. Pony Canyon canceled plans for the single release and reportedly destroyed all copies in their possession. A promotion was already underway for the single. Several magazines had printed reviews, so it is likely that copies survived even if Pony Canyon destroyed the master copy and all unreleased pressings. However, any recording of the single and the B-side have yet to surface. A cover of In the Distance was recorded by Tetsuo Sakurai, who produced the song for Yasuko, and was included on his album Dewdrops. Now, I first heard about this one on the Sakura Stardust channel, which is another great lost media and just Japanese culture in general channel here on YouTube. I highly recommend you check her out. But this one always struck me as odd because it was like, okay, this person died right before making her debut. Now, I understand the idea, we don't want to profit off the death of somebody. However, this was her last thing she had ever created. The content in and of itself was not offensive, and you'd already given it to reviewers who had given the album positive reviews, meaning that people wanted this even before her life ended, and it was just a little bit rude to go, nope, sorry, can't have it now because she died, and you're just leaving people wanting. I can't claim to understand the mind of a Japanese record label, but I feel like they could have, I don't know, discounted it or something, but still released it in a way that wasn't just like a money grab, or I know there's any number of ways they could have released this in a way that would not have lost them really any more money than they already lost destroying, by not releasing it at all. They still could have released it. They could have been like, it's a super discounted price. We're going to give it away free and like a giveaway to fans, whatever. But the fact that they just got rid of it the way they did, I think was, one, irresponsible from a business standpoint, and two, kind of disrespectful, but that's just me. What really surprises me more, though, is that after they did that, none of the people that they had given advance copies to ever released it, even secretly. At number 1 today, we have Kensho Kai, partially found recordings of Stage Show by Japanese religious group from 1995 to 2002. Kensho Kai is a Nichiren Shoshu Buddhist group based in Saitama City, in Saitama, Japan, founded in 1957 by Jinbei Asai as Miyoshinko and renamed to its current group name in 1996. Kensho Kai often staged stage plays as entertainments for events such as camps. Unlike most stage plays, however, they used characters such as Doraemon without permission to propagate missionary activities and ideas. So yes, we're specifically talking about these stage plays, and what became known about this stage play was a video recording of a stage play using Doraemon characters posted on Nico Nico on October 17th of 2015. The setting of the play was very different from the original Doraemon, as all the main characters, including Doraemon and Nobita, were followers of Kensho Kai, ridiculing Taisaku Ikeda, the president of Soka Gakkai, a famous Japanese religious organization with which they are in conflict. And finally, Nobita talking about his determination to strive to develop Kensho Kai. Needless to say, this was very different than the original Doraemon series. In addition, the theme song A New Oath from the Pokemon anime special The Legend of Thunder, which has nothing to do with Doraemon, was played as background music at the start of the plays, making a strong impact on Nico Nico users who watched the video. It then became a meme on the Japanese internet as Doraemon Kensho Kai, and became popular in some circles. It turns out that the play in the video posted was performed at the Kensho Kai Boys Club Camp in August of 2002. The play also reveals that Doraemon's stage play was also performed last year, but we know from Doraemon's statement that it was not performed at the Boys Club Camp for some reason, and the whereabouts of the video was shrouded in mystery for some time due to a statement made at the start of the play by the narrator asking the audience member's followers if they had seen last year's play on video. On November 5th, 2021, a video recording of a Doraemon stage play performed at a Kenshokai Girls Club camp was also posted on Nico Nico. This Girls Club version has the same storyline as the Boys Club version first posted, but the performers, some of the direction, and dialogue are different. On June 16, 2022, a video recording of the Doraemon stage play performed at the August 2001 Kenshokai's Girl Club camp was posted as well to Nico Nico. This video is the last year's Doraemon stage play as stated in the Boys Club version of the video. The story of the play is a prequel to both the Boys Club version posted in 2015 and the Girls Club version posted in 2021. The background music at the start of the play was the theme song OK from the Pokemon series Gold and Silver. Again, unrelated to Doraemon, but some of the elements in the play were related to Doraemon, such as Doraemon taking a secret tool out of his pocket and the Doraemon theme song being played. So we have these 3 Doraemon plays, and apparently they're fully available. So what exactly is lost? Well, there are supposedly several other plays featuring other characters, and it's not known if there are additional Doraemon plays that we don't have access to. As of right now, only the Doraemon plays are confirmed, but there is testimony that plays with other characters exist, such as Choriki Sentai O-Ranger. This is the 19th Super Sentai series that aired from 1995 to 1996, and there are several accounts of actually seeing the stage play, which took place on December 10th of 1995 at the Yokohama Arena Sports and Culture Festival. There is also a testimony that there was a scene in the play in which O-Ranger defeats a villain named Ikidarusaurus, who is an imitation of Taisaku Ikeda. There is also apparently a Kenshokai play performed at the Women or Ladies Club camp in August of 2001, and unlike Doraemon, it was not performed as a camp entertainment, but to entertain the children who were temporarily left in its care. According to the blog, a former leader of the Kenshokai Women's Club, there was a children's round table discussion where a stage play of Anpanman was performed, and there was a scene in which Anpanman defeats Taisaku Ikeda. There is also testimony on a 5chan thread that a viewer saw a video of a Pokemon stage play, but at present that is the only testimony that exists, and it is considered not to be very credible. This one is interesting to me because it's the Japanese equivalent of if here in America a Christian sect was more or less feuding with a different Christian sect and decided to make a bunch of stage plays using Disney characters featuring Looney Tunes music, where these characters defeat the leader of the other sect of Christianity. And it's kind of nuts to think that a religious group religious groups doing crazy things is old news, but the fact that they're using such blatant copyright infringement, I don't know how big Doraemon's creators are, or Anpanman, or the Sentai series are with protecting their copyrights, but I know Nintendo and Game Freak are very, very litigious, so the unlicensed use of like Pokemon theme music is nuts to me, but this one's just really, really interesting. At number 2, we have Olipop, a partially found Eraserheads music video from 1995. Eraserheads were a Filipino rock band formed in 1989, known for their songs like With a Smile, Ligaya, Magasin, and Ang Huling El Bimbo. The band became one of the most iconic bands in the Philippines and was dubbed the Beatles of the Philippines and Banda ng Masa. Some of their songs, however, sparked controversy, one of which is Olipop. Olipop, which apparently in English means cloud, is a song from their second album, Circus. It was released in 1994 as the album's 4th hit single and the band's 9th hit single. The song was based on an interpolated earlier English songs. Senator Tito Soto called for the banning of Olipop in August of 1995, as he said the lyrics were about drugs. The band denied the claim and explained the song is about freedom through a letter to Tito Soto. Decades later, Buendita later admitted that it really was about drugs. Now, as to the lost media, a music video was filmed to promote the single in 1995 that was allegedly unreleased. However, some fans said they saw it back then and theorized that it was released for a short time but was eventually pulled out due to the controversy. A short clip of the music video was shown in the documentary Banda ng Masa by Jay Taruk for Eyewitness, which aired on GMA 7. The source material was said from a certain Sandy Angelis, who is unknown if she directed it or was just given the source material. It shows footage of the band at Tita Beth's Carindieria, footage of West Camias and Quezon City, an orphanage, and bungee jumping. I find this one fun mostly due to the fact that in all likelihood it was pulled due to the fact that a senator rightly figured out that this song was about drugs. You know, they were like, no, it's about freedom, but they're like, nah, later, like, nah, it was drugs. So knowing that the senator was right, they probably didn't want to bring too much, they probably didn't want to get too much publicity, like, sometimes not all publicity is good publicity, especially if you're in a country with very strict drug rules, which I believe the Philippines has. So in all likelihood, they just decided not to release the video or to release it for a short time, then pull it. But I think that's honestly what makes this so interesting to me is it's a lost media, it's a piece of lost media because somebody who was not the intended audience figured out the secret message. Definitely some Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds vibes, which is fitting considering they're the Filipino Beatles. At number 3, we have The Adventures of Dewey the Dolphin, lost build of unfinished video game for the arcade, the Genesis, and the Nintendo Entertainment System from 1991. The Adventures of Dewey the Dolphin, also simply known as Dewey the Dolphin, is an unreleased title for the Nintendo Entertainment System that was originally meant to come out in 1991. Dewey the Dolphin was meant to be published by the Illustrious Ocean Software, a figurehead in video game publishing through the 1980s and 1990s. It was programmed by Alan Scott and had graphics made by John Palmer. The game was originally sought out to be a coin-operated arcade game, but later switched to the Sega Genesis/Mega Drive due to budgeting reasons, and its final version would have been ported onto the Nintendo Entertainment System. Rumors speculate that the project was cancelled due to its similarities to the upcoming Sega Genesis title Echo the Dolphin, although Echo would not be released until December of 1992. Another likely explanation for Nintendo shutting down the development of the project was due to it having a late launch window. In late 1990, the Super Famicom launched in Japan, and its American equivalent, the Super Nintendo Entertainment System, was slated for a Western launch in 1991. Despite this, NES games were still commonly sold in the very early 90s, although their scale would obviously drop. The Adventures of Dewey the Dolphin was announced in issue number 13 of Electronic Gaming Monthly magazine with the following blurb. Swim through the depths of the ocean, watching out for all of the hungry fish who are looking for a tasty morsel for dinner. Meet up with Neptune, the ocean god. No prototype has been made available, and apart from 2 screenshots, little to no other information on the game is known. To me, this one is interesting because when I read the title, my first thought was, oh, was this an early build of Echo the Dolphin, which was a game that I know a lot of people have fond memories of. I didn't really like it as a kid. My mom was obsessed with me, like, she's like, oh, you should play Echo the Dolphin. So, you know, and as much as I didn't want to, she was like, no, it's a dolphin game. It looks cute. It's fun. You should rent it. And so we got it from Blockbuster, and I found the game very confusing, and I never got very far. So I have memories of Echo the Dolphin, not necessarily fond ones, but I know it was a huge game that a lot of people loved, and my thought was that Dewey the Dolphin was like an early prototype of that, but apparently, no, completely different game, but in all likelihood, it was canceled, one due to the developing technology, as well as possibly Echo the Dolphin being released the next year. So that's you know, I didn't quite get it right, but I was in the ballpark. At number 4, we have Mr. Squiggle, partially lost Australian puppet TV series from 1959 to 1999. And for those of you who can't do math, that's 40 years that this show was on the air. Mr. Squiggle, also known as Mr. Squiggle and Friends, is an Australian puppet TV series that aired from July 1st of 1959 to July 7th of 1999. So yeah, it did get a full 40 years. It was at first a short series on ABC's Children's TV Club, and then moved to its own show. The show aired in various formats from 5-minute slots to 30-minute segments during the 40 years of its broadcast. It is one of the most popular Australian children's programs and toured around Australia to entertain several generations. The plot of the show focused on Mr. Squiggle, an alien from the moon that comes to Earth to draw upside drawings. Kids will send in squiggles, and Mr. Squiggle will come to finish the drawings. What Mr. Squiggle will do is he'll draw on these drawings in different angles and make up a new drawing out of the existing drawing. The show will also put in some jokes and messages for kids who watched it. So what is lost of this beloved show? Well, despite being very popular and being one of the longest running Australian TV programs, many episodes are lost. It did have a few DVD and VHS releases, but those are rare and hard to come by online. However, there are a few clips and episodes around on YouTube. So while the Lost Media Wiki doesn't really have a list of just how many episodes are lost, I would imagine it's quite a few if there are limited releases of any type of home media, and most of what we have is just from clips on YouTube that seemingly said to be mostly from unknown episodes. So I don't know if it's even well known how many episodes exist, and I think that that's kind of tragic, because a show that is apparently was beloved for 40 years, and probably some kids still get to watch reruns today. I don't know if it's still airing over in Australia, but a show that shaped as many childhoods as this one probably did. It's a shame that there were not better efforts made to preserve it and make it available to its fan base. And that's a big part of the Lost Media community, is that it is spreading the awareness of the importance of archiving for future generations. And it sounds like Mr. Squiggle is a great example of why that needs to be done, because this show was so popular that it made it for 40 years, which is even longer than The Simpsons, I believe. Yeah, but no, apparently a lot of it's lost, and that's sad. Alright guys, today number 5, our spicy piece of media is the least successful secret camera. Lost Doncaster police recordings of squash club changing rooms from 1978. In May and June of 1978, Doncaster police were investigating a thief reported to have stolen valuables from a squash club's changing rooms on multiple occasions. To catch the culprit red-handed, a hidden camera was placed in the changing rooms. However, the resulting footage that was acquired triggered newspaper reports, with the Book of Heroic Failures hailing it as the least successful secret camera. Doncaster Police's Criminal Investigation Department, CID, was called into a local squash club after its members discovered a thief was on the prowl. On several instances, the thief had purloined money and valuables from clothes left unattended in the changing rooms. The CID, led by Detective Inspector Mick Burtis, soon realized that their culprit was likely to strike again and hatched a logical plan: place a hidden camera inside the changing rooms. Not only would this provide concrete evidence in a trial, but would also swiftly allow the police to arrest the thief before they could escape. The camera was in action for about a week, as newspaper reports on the matter were published on the 2nd of June of 1978. It can be assumed the investigation began no earlier than late May. Despite Doncaster Police's best efforts, it appeared the investigation would run cold. But during a regular tape review, something unexpected caused all the investigators to suddenly burst into laughter. As it turned out, a fellow off-duty police officer was among the squash club members. Having hoped to cap off a presumably enjoyable game of squash, he soon discovered to his horror that his underwear had been nicked. According to Burtis in an interview with the Daily Mirror, the stark-naked officer was absolutely furious and made a number of frustrated gestures while searching for his pants, all to no avail. Since the incident was recorded on silent film, the policeman's dialogue was indecipherable. Naturally, newspapers like the Daily Mirror, Liverpool Daily Post, and Liverpool Echo swiftly reported on this faux pas. The incident was subsequently listed in the Book of Heroic Failures as the least successful secret camera when considering the investigation's ironic and unfortunate outcome. Despite this, the Daily Mirror reported that the police decided to review a live feed one last time before they finally gave up on the investigation. It was there that they managed to identify a man rummaging around and clearly committing acts of theft. With this, the police immediately arrested the culprit and ended the case on a successful note. The identities of the policeman and thief were not documented in any available source. Additionally, the investigation concluded just a month before British police were accused of unethical nationwide surveillance, including via hidden cameras and phone tapping. As to the availability of this footage, likely because of its crude nature, as well as to avoid further embarrassing the red-faced policeman, the least successful secret camera recording is not believed to have ever been publicly surfaced. It is unclear whether the thief's recording was ever released beyond beyond his day in court. Ultimately, this case likely would have remained a footnote in British police history were it not for the Book of Heroic Failures' brief summary of the incident. I mean, guys, I don't really have to go into why I find this one interesting. This one's just funny. So, I enjoyed reading this one. I guarantee you that the officer in question got some real good razzing from his fellow policemen for quite a while after this one. And also, as far as like cops being caught on video behaving badly, this one's oddly wholesome. And I think we need that more than ever these days. At number 1, we have Apple Pie, a partially found ABC sitcom from 1978. Now, Apple Pie is an American sitcom about a family living in Kansas City during the Great Depression. The series was directed by Norman Lear, who is known for shows such as All in the Family, and it aired Saturday nights on ABC. Despite having 8 episodes made, only 2 episodes for Apple Pie aired in September of 1978 before being cancelled. It was rumored there was too much infighting during the production, as the cast would either take the role too seriously or would lack any enthusiasm for the role. Since then, only promotional material for Apple Pie has surfaced. The show revolved around a lonely spinster from Oklahoma named Ginger Nell Hollyhock, played by Rue McClanahan of Golden Girls fame, who moves to Kansas City, Missouri during the Great Depression. With no relatives, she decides to put an ad in the newspaper for a family. Through this ad, she is able to get a con man as a husband, a tap-dancing daughter, a son who wants to fly, and a blind man as a grandfather. Each episode revolves around the family trying to make money. So what exactly is available of this show? Well, due to the show's short run on TV, mixed reviews, and sudden cancellation, there have been no reruns of Apple Pie. The remaining 6 unaired episodes have never been shown, and there have been no home media releases. As of right now, 2 TV ads and some photos from behind the scenes, as well as a script, are all the material that has surfaced. This one is interesting to me because it had Rue McClanahan, it also starred Dabney Coleman, Jack Gilford, Caitlin O'Heaney, and Daryl Morey, who all would go on to have their own varying levels of pretty decent success on the screen and even on Broadway. So this wasn't, this wasn't a talentless cast, but apparently the show just did not hit right with the audiences and never really got a chance to even get off the ground. And as such, it is remembered, but it is lost. At number 2, we have Young Allies Volume 2, Issue 7, Lost Unreleased Marvel Comics comic book from the 2010s. In 2010, Marvel Comics started a series called Young Allies, which centered around a teenage team of superheroes. The series went on for 6 issues and was going to have a 7th, and in fact, the issue was already solicited, but it was never released due to Marvel canceling the series on account of its poor sales. All that remains of issue 7 is its cover and the solicitation, can't say that word well, which was, "They were friends, soldiers, brothers, now they're enemies. Toro's past has finally caught up with him in the form of El Dragón, and nothing, not even the Young Allies, will stand in his way." The only known information about the comic is that it would have been written by Sean McKeever and penciled by David Bladen. Additionally, Humberto Ramos did the cover and, had it released, would have been 32 pages long and sold for $2.99. It's unknown if any parts of the actual comic had been written or drawn by the time of its cancellation. The supposed-to-be cover for the issue drawn by Ramos was then reused on a different Marvel comic series called Marvel Onslaught, specifically on its 3rd issue that was published on August 13th of 2011. It is currently unclear if any of Marvel Comics series or any Marvel Onslaught series had reused the cancelled plot for Young Allies Volume 2, Issue 7, thus is still labeled as lost as no available information can be traced to it. Now, a slight update on this one in the comic section, a user named Sean, so I'm not sure if that is Sean McKeever himself, but this was from May of this year, said that the plot of the issue was repurposed as Onslaught Unleashed number 1, and that the art in the issue was by Philippe Andrade, but the cover by Ramos was used for Onslaught Unleashed number 3. I don't know if that is confirmed, but again, it's the Lost Media Wiki does put this as lost and unreleased, so I don't know if that's just wishful thinking or if McKeever himself possibly is telling people that it is in fact used. And honestly, the mystery of that makes this one even more interesting to me, so I'm happy to put it on the list. And at number 3, we have Attack of the Show, partially found G4 Variety Series 2005 to 2013. G4 TV, like one of the coolest channels of my late childhood. Now, Attack of the Show was a daily live variety series that premiered on G4 on March 28th of 2005 and lasted until January 23rd of 2013. It quickly became one of the most popular / staple shows of the network, developing a loyal fan base along with X-Play. Though personally, I was a big fan of the show Filter, specifically from 2002 to 2005, which were the Diane Mizota years. But concerning Attack of the Show, airing live 5 days a week, sometimes reduced to 4, Attack of the Show featured various segments on aspects of pop culture such as video games and movies. The show had an extensive cast of hosts and guests alongside its nearly 10-year run, with Kevin Pereira and Olivia Munn, Zachariah Selwyn, and Candace Bailey being standout examples. Recurring segments included skits, reviews, and general discussions about the latest releases at the time. Other segments included Around the Net, Attack This, Gems of the Internet, and The Feed. Now, as to its availability, as G4's original programming began to fade away, Attack of the Show lasted despite G4's attempts to push most video game content away from the main part of the channel. The show aired new episodes on G4 until its cancellation on January 23, 2013. This was due to low ratings, Kevin Pereira not renewing his contract with the network, and the planned rebrand of G4 to the Esquire network, which was later aborted. This made the total number of episodes produced 1,941, which is nuts, by the way, with repeats being pulled from G4 the following month. The show returned for new episodes 8 years later on the revival of G4 in November of 2021, lasting until its closure less than a year later. I didn't even know G4 TV came back, that's cool. Due to the quite large amount of content, not all of it has managed to make its way online. Repeats have also left international stations such as G4 Canada, despite their still heavy rotation of dated shows like Call for Help on said network before it was shut down in 2017. The quickly dated nature of the show, heavy use of copyrighted material, as well as the death of G4 makes any sort of home media video release unlikely. However, archive.org user Chris85 has uploaded 671 full episodes of the show and counting onto the Internet Archive, containing various episodes from 2008 until the final week of shows in 2013. A number of clips and full episodes can also be seen on YouTube, and short clips from all episodes can also be seen on the Internet Archive. Now, on July 24th of 2020, Attack of the Show's YouTube channel privatized every clip that was uploaded there after it was announced that G4 would relaunch in 2021. However, most, if not all clips that were uploaded to the channel can still be seen on the Internet Archive. Now, I loved G4 back in the day. My buddy and I, my best friend in high school, we would hang out in his basement Friday night into Saturday morning, just watching G4, having a good old time, playing some video games. And it was really cool to have a channel that was all about video games, because nowadays, here on YouTube, you want to know about a video game, all you got to do is type in that name and you're going to get like a million videos talking about that game. Well, I graduated high school in 2006, so YouTube came out in 2005, meaning that when I left high school, it was still in its infancy. It was mostly like old TV show clips and parkour videos. So yeah, G4 was just really neat back in its heyday when it was all this video game and like pop culture content. And sadly, that did change and eventually go away, but Attack of the Show was huge. And I think it also really serves as a cool time capsule of its time, which is why it deserves to be archived in its entirety. At number 4, we have Cyber Soldier Sharaku, lost Japanese point-and-click CDI adventure game from 1993. Now, Cyber Soldier Shiraku is a 1993 point-and-click adventure game for the Philips CDI released exclusively in Japan. It was developed and produced by Inspire, with Akihito Izuhara for screenwriting, storyboards, and character drafts, and was published by Japan Interactive Media, aka JIM. The gameplay is very similar to Myst and Burn Cycle, which were both also on the CDI, and it also had QuickTime events in the boss fights and events during the game. The game was shown in the CDI software lineup for April of 1993. According to translations of the text in the beginning of the game, the plot is as follows. Cosmos 7014, the Galactic Federation centered on the planet Diane, put an end to the 2,000-year interstellar war by mass-producing cyber soldiers. These cyber soldiers were combat machines developed solely for their combat abilities, but after that they began to awaken to their human consciousness. Fearing their existence, the Galactic Federation transplanted new memories into them and used their superhuman abilities to maintain public order in the galaxy. Having their past replaced this way, they are reborn as the Special Combat Organization Fireclaw. So, is it available? Well, due to the CDI tanking in Japan and failing even worse than it did in North America and Europe, Japanese versions of other CDI software and exclusives are very rare and elusive to come by, including Cyber Soldier Shiraku, rarely appearing on auction and e-commerce sites like eBay and Yahoo Japan. The only known footage of this game is from the YouTuber Shrewman CDI showing off the game in action on real hardware. As of this video, the game has yet to be dumped online and is still considered lost media. To me, this one's interesting for a couple of reasons. First, that one of the ways something can become lost media is that it's a exclusive for something that didn't do well commercially. In this case, it's a regional exclusive for a unpopular console that was even less popular in the region where this exclusive was made for. And secondly, that not all lost media needs to be like completely unavailable. There are a handful of people who still have the Japanese CDI and who still have this game and have the ability to play it. The thing is, what makes it lost media is not that it's completely gone or that nobody knows where it is, but that it's not openly available to the public at large. Like, one of you watching this video could be like, oh, my buddy has that at his house, or hey, I have this game, and we'll be like, well, can we see it? And you'll be like, nah, I don't want to. And because it still hasn't been uploaded, well, it's still lost. So for our fifth and spicy piece today, we have It, lost deleted scene from supernatural horror film based on the Stephen King novel 2017. So It, also titled as It Chapter 1, is a 2017 American horror film directed by Andy Muschietti and is the second adaptation of Stephen King's 1986 novel of the same name after Tommy Lee Wallace's 1990 miniseries. The plot involves a group of 7 kids that live in the fictional town of Derry, Maine, where they are terrorized by the titular shape-shifting demon who takes on the appearance of their biggest fears, its most preferred form being a clown. So development for this movie began in 2009 when Warner Bros. Announced plans to make another adaptation of It for the big screen. First assigned to the project was David Kajaganets, with producers Dan Lin, Roy Lee, and Doug Davidson, who both previously worked together on The Invasion. The director mentioned that It would receive an R rating and would be placed in the mid-1980s and present as a way of mirroring King's 20-odd-year gap in the original book. He also stated that his version of Pennywise would be less self-conscious of his own irony and surreality, and although no specific actor was announced to be playing the clown, Kajaganets mentioned that if he were still alive, Buster Keaton would be an ideal choice for the character. In 2010, director whose name I know I'm not pronouncing right, so I'm not even going to try, left the project, though Roy Lee and Dan Lin were still in charge of producing. 2 years later, Warner Bros. Brought aboard Cary Fukunaga of True Detective fame to direct the film that would now be split into 2 parts, while Chase Palmer would co-write the script. On May 21, 2014, it was announced that the film would be moved over to WB's New Line Cinema division, and on December 5th the same year, Lin stated that the first film would be a coming-of-age story for the children, while the second skips ahead in time as they're adults. On May 4th, 2015, it was announced that Will Poulter, would be the official actor to play Pennywise after Fukunaga was blown away by his audition, while Ty Simpkins was considered to play one of the Losers Club members, sans Beverly or Mike, obviously. According to Lin, Fukunaga was only committed to directing the first film and wanted to make his film a bit of a departure from the original novel, though would receive blessings from King after sending him the script's first draft. However, on May 25, 2015, The Wrap reported that Fukunaga dropped out as the director of it after numerous clashes with the studio involving budget cuts and compromises towards his artistic vision. Then, on July 16th of 2015, it was announced that Andy Muschietti was in negotiations to become It's new director, with his sister Barbara joining as producer. For a while, Will Poulter was still considered to portray the antagonist, though on June 2nd of 2016, it was officially announced that Bill Skarsgård would be playing Pennywise, along with revealing the actors for The Losers 7 the same day. The first promotional image of Skarsgård in his Pennywise costume was unveiled on August 16th of 2016 by Entertainment Weekly, and the teaser trailer that was released on March 28th, 2017 gained 197 million views within 24 hours. I could only hope. It would eventually be released to theaters on September 8th of 2017, where it broke box office records as the highest grossing horror film of all time and received generally positive reviews. Despite Fukunaga's absence, the movie kept the same coming-of-age story he originally envisioned while following the book a little more closely, along with lifting some cues from the 1990 miniseries. Naturally, the movie was followed up by It Chapter 2 as a conclusion to the story in 2019, though a movie titled It Chapter 3 is rumored to be in production. Now, as to the deleted scenes, like any movie, it had a lot of deleted scenes that are missing from the final cut, though most of them can still be viewed in their entirety on either the DVD/Blu-ray or by searching them online, and they consist of the following. Ones like Bill having dinner with his parents after Georgie's death, a longer version of Eddie collecting his medication at Keene's pharmacy, Bill's dad checking the basement after it scares him there, the losers hesitating to go to the Neibolt house for the first time, them fleeing the Neibolt house after Eddie gets injured and Pennywise is subdued, Stanley's dad watching over his bar mitzvah, Stanley's bar mitzvah speech, which apparently a reshoot version was made for it in It Chapter 2, Henry watching the losers return to the Neibolt house, revealing that he killed his bully peers upon being indoctrinated by it, the losers finding Georgie's walkie-talkie in the sewers, and Bill going on vacation with his family after it is defeated, while panning towards the drain from the opening scene. Now, this is all pretty standard fare. However, there is one deleted scene from It 2017 that has yet to resurface in its entirety, due to its content that proved far too disturbing even for an R rating. In a September 2017 interview, Bill Skarsgård mentioned that he shot a flashback scene set during the 1600s, though looked more like himself than he did Pennywise, and stated that it was made to provide a backstory of what it is, where it came from, and that it was dormant for thousands of years. The scene was written for the 2016 draft for the It script by Gary Dauberman after Muschietti took over, though does not appear in the final film. A full summary of the scene was posted to r/itthemovie on October 2017, and according to the post, it would have happened after the loser's first fight with Pennywise and before Bowers kills his father. Set on a dark midnight afternoon in 1637, it began with a 19-year-old woman named Abigail rushing into a well house, which would be the creature's lair. As she tries to calm down her crying baby, when all of a sudden an unnatural force causes the room's chandelier lights to rapidly rotate as a black silhouette slithers from the well's gray shadows. It turns out to be none other than a naked, pale Pennywise with a barely human-like body and his huge maw full of razor-sharp teeth. As the lights hit his face, it takes on different forms at once. A man, a woman, a beast, and a monster. Pennywise boasts to Abigail about being the eater of worlds, upon hearing her call him the devil, and smells the intensifying fear of her child with each cry it makes. Abigail tries offering herself to the monster in hopes the baby will be safe, though it boasts that he will take both of them, along with her husband, and the rest of the world until there's nothing left but weeds. It then offers a sadistic option where he takes the baby and spares the lives of both Abigail and her other child, a 6-year-old boy. As Abigail tearfully kisses away her baby and says she's sorry before turning him away, the lights in the room spin even faster while Pennywise slowly crawls towards the baby, who cries once more until a sickening crunch is heard, implying it ate the child. As for Abigail, she keeps looking at the bright orange glow of the flickering fire, which turns out to be nothing more than the deadlights, its truest form that causes anyone who takes more than one mere glance at them to either go permanently insane or die. So, as the availability of this, in a 2019 interview with Cinepop before the release of It Chapter 2, Andy Muschietti confirmed that the scene does in fact exist and that they filmed the entire sequence, but mentioned that he could not talk about it until it lands on some version of the movie. He may have been referencing to the director's cut editions of It and It Chapter 2 that was said to run for about 6 hours together and would also include newer scenes, though as of this video, it has yet to see the light of day. According to Finn Wolford, during a meet and greet in 2020, he said that Muschietti has been super busy as he's been working on the DCEU film The Flash, which he was first hired for in July of 2019, though that was delayed a number of times during the pandemic. So far, the only bit of visual evidence regarding this scene is a screenshot of Bill Skarsgård as Pennywise with an all-red makeup design, no doubt taking on the form of the devil that Abigail tried to curse away. On another note, in the original alternate cut of Stanley's bar mitzvah speech, when Ben Hanscom is shown in the Derry Public Library, the camera cuts to an overhead painting of a village woman cradling a baby while standing by a well. The deleted scene is most likely in the safe hands at either Warner Brothers movie studio or within the Muschietti household. But until Muschietti finds the time to work it into the It Supercut, or even if the fabled Chapter 3 movie gets made, it is unlikely that we'll be seeing this controversial sounding scene anytime soon. The thing that I find most interesting about this is that this scene where it implies that a baby is eaten, that you hear like a crunch sound, that apparently this in a film about a clown who kills children, that scene is too far. Like, it is most assuredly disturbing. But again, that is the whole point of it as a movie series. Like, when I heard there was a unreleased deleted scene, I thought that they had, there's basically a scene in the book where, in order to kind of like end their childhood as they're going up against it, there's basically a gangbang scene between the kids, each one of them taking a turn with the one female loser member, Beverly. And for obvious reasons, they did not put that in the miniseries, they did not put that in the movie. But again, when I heard that there was a controversial deleted scene, I thought maybe someone had decided, hey, we should make this. And no, of course you shouldn't, and that would be why it was gone. But no, apparently it's just, it's clear it eats children. The idea of him eating a baby was a step too far, and I think that's an interesting stance to take in this series. At number 1, we have R.U.R., Lost BBC television adaptations of science fiction play from 1938 and 1948. Now, R.U.R., or Rosumovi Universalni Roboti, is a science fiction drama play written by Karel Čapek, a Czech Republic work established in 1920. The play is historic for inventing the English word robot. In 1938, the BBC adapted the play to television, which is considered by some sources as the earliest science fiction television program. The BBC also broadcast another adaptation in 1948. Now, the original work served as a cautionary tale regarding humanity's growing obsession with mechanization, which contributed to the production of various technological horrors during the First World War. In the play, Mr. Rossum and his nephew successfully invent a substance that enables them to create artificial life, the roboti. However, whereas Mr. Rossum saw the project simply as a means of verifying the existence of God, his nephew betrays him in favor of producing thousands of roboti to serve industrial needs, and in turn allow him to become rich. The Czech word robota is the definition of servitude, forced labor, and is the inspiration for the English word robot. Kapek obtained the word from his older brother, Cubist painter Josef Kapek, after initially debating on whether to call them the labori. The roboti are not exactly the same as the robots depicted in future science fiction works or in real life. Rather, they are more akin to androids, or they are humanoid entities existing within artificial flesh. Comparisons between RUR and Mary Shelley's Frankenstein were made, including how both involve creating artificial life that later rebels against its masters. Now, as to the adaptations, RUR became a major success within its home country and across the world. Its concepts are therefore the basis for science fiction works like Blade Runner, The Matrix, and The Terminator, which primarily feature robots, artificial intelligence, and subsequent rebellions from the machines humanity has created. Therefore, it became a prime target for the BBC to air an adaptation for its fledgling television service. On the 11th of February 1938, the BBC televised a 35-minute abridged version of the play produced by Jan Bussell, featuring names such as Harvey Barbin, William Lyon Brown, and Cherry Cottrell. Originally airing at 3:20 p.m., it was also repeated later that evening at 9:20 p.m. Prior to this, a trailer was aired twice, live, 7 days prior to the broadcast, featuring the characters Domain, Helena, and Radius. Additionally, issue 748 of Radio Times believed the play and the special effects it required would be best suited for television. Now, the 14th of February 1938 issue of the Times also agreed that the adaptation was a good choice for television, though it also criticized the play it was based on, criticizing the Adam and Eve scene for being misplaced in an otherwise brutal story. The robots depicted in the adaptation also considerably deviated from the near-human appearance in the original play, resembling more the traditional robot look featured in future science fiction shows. Other reviews focused on the show's special effects, a key component for later sci-fi productions. Because of the limited range from the BBC's television transmitter housed at the Alexandra Palace and the expense of early television, only a small audience within North London were able to watch it. But while the 1938 television adaptation was initially largely forgotten, contemporary accounts, such as from the Smithsonian Magazine, indicate that it was historic for being the first science fiction television program in an experimental period for the BBC and drama television overall. 3 years after the Second World War, another adaptation, this time a 90-minute production airing live once on the 4th of March 1948, was broadcast, again produced by Bussell. The work somewhat suffered from a reduction in special effects and other limitations, reflecting the BBC's desire to appeal to a more general, less intellectual viewing audience as television slowly became more popular. Another key change was the robots' appearance. While this change certainly reflected their near resemblance to humanity, most wore mere black loincloths and sandals to reflect the key importance of flesh within the play. Also of note was that Radius was portrayed by Patrick Troughton, who would later star as the Second Doctor in BBC's biggest science fiction series, Doctor Who. Now, what is available? Well, ultimately, the two adaptations were broadcast live in a period where television recording seldom occurred until the advent of videotape recording in 1958. Therefore, no footage from either, nor the 1938 trailers, is believed to have been among the extremely limited surviving pre-Second World War BBC television coverage. Nevertheless, photographs and the Radio Times issues helped to document them both. So, funnily enough for this one shows up in things you might be interested in whenever I log into the Lost Media Wiki, but I really haven't seen people cover it on YouTube, so even though it's prominently featured on the website, it still is lesser known as far as I can tell. Again, I've heard of this play before. It was more or less referenced in This Is the End, one of my favorite movies, part of the Cornetto trilogy, and I definitely think it's kind of cool that, a piece of lost media is of an early recording of something that was so monumentally important to the current state of sci-fi. Unlike a lot of things where this was not, archived because people didn't think it was important, this just occurred before the archival abilities existed. So, I think that this one unfortunately was destined to become lost, but it is very cool. At number 2, we have Ann no Niki, Anne Frank Monogatari, a lost anime film based on a diary circa 1979. Ann no Niki, Anne Frank Monogatari, or Anne's Diary, The Story of Anne Frank, is a 1979 anime film directed by Eiji Okabe and co-produced by Nippon Animation and TV Asahi. The film is most notable for being the first animated adaptation of Anne Frank's diary to commemorate Anne's 50th birthday. The movie uses 4 of Anne's stories as an interlude to her confinement in her Amsterdam attic. It also features an interview with Otto Frank, Anne Frank's father who outlived his daughter, real-life footage from Nazi concentration camps and Netherlands landscapes. It also is considered the start of a subgenre of child-focused anime about war such as Barefoot Generation and Grave of the Fireflies. The film aired on TV Asahi on September 28, 1979 from 9 p.m. to 10:22 p.m. It was never rebroadcasted, nor was it released to home video after its airing. As of 2024, only stills of the film exist and no footage has resurfaced. Now, this anime film must not be confused with a different Japanese animation feature also adapting Anne Frank's life that came out in 1995, Ann no Niki, localized in English as just Anne Frank's Diary. I'm kind of amazed that there's, not one but 2 anime adaptations of the Diary of Anne Frank, and the fact that one of them's lost is just kind of is even more interesting. Definitely not the medium I would use to tell this story, but it is a powerful story, and I think it's kind of interesting that this was kind of what kickstarted what are some of the saddest animes that I know of, even though I've not watched them because I don't like sad things, but again, very interesting and definitely deserves a place here on the list. At number 3, we have Minecraft Castle, lost inaugural fan-made YouTube video of Sandbox game from 2009. On the 17th of May 2009, Marcus Notch Person publicly announced the alpha release of his sandbox game, Minecraft. Within an hour of this announcement, gameplay footage started popping up on YouTube. The first ever fan-made Minecraft YouTube video was uploaded by Evilville under the title Minecraft Castle. Alas, the video was taken down in 2011, and no re-uploads are known to exist. This one's pretty cool to me because, if you've been on YouTube for any amount of time, Minecraft is huge on YouTube, whether it's people doing, playthroughs, whether it's, people like myself who have used some recorded Minecraft footage as background video. Minecraft is is such an integral part of YouTube, and it's sad that the first ever, YouTube Minecraft video is no longer available. Coming in at number 4, we have Pull My Strings, lost footage from a Dead Kennedy's live performance, existence unconfirmed, circa 1980. The Bay Area Music Awards, also known as the BAMMys, was a yearly awards show held in San Francisco where well-known bands from the city would perform. The winner would then be selected through viewer polls. For the 1980 Bay Area Music Awards, the event was opened with the punk rock band The Dead Kennedys, where they were scheduled to play their increasingly popular song, California Über Alles. The band came on stage wearing white shirts with black S spray painted on them, and then started to play the first few seconds of the song. Then the lead singer, Jello Biafra, stopped them and said, "Hold it, we gotta prove we're adults now. We're not a punk rock band, we're a new wave band." After this, the members each pulled down a black necktie from behind their necks and brought it to the front to turn the S on their shirts into dollar symbols. They then began to play a new song called Pull My Strings, the only time they would play this live. The song lyrics insult the music industry in a satirical but lighthearted way, with the opening lines being, "I'm tired of self-respect, I can't afford a car, I want to be a prefab superstar." Other notable sections of the song include short portions of the song being a parody of the song My Sharona by The Knack, a huge hit song at the time, where they played the chorus of this song and replaced the words with drool, 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 my payola. Payola being the illegal practice of record companies paying radio hosts to play specific songs and have them act like it is just a normal part of their broadcast. So this show was broadcast live to radio stations, and there is video footage of Huey Lewis in the news performing, proving that there were cameras, but there are still no recordings of the dead Kennedy's performance from that night that have ever surfaced. An audio recording of the event, however, was released on the band's compilation album Give Me Convenience or Give Me Death in 1987. In an interview with the band's bassist Klaus Floride, he said, "Nobody's gotten in touch with us about the existence of the video, so I don't think it exists. I don't think they did any video of it. It'd be something worth trying to look into." And this supposed unconfirmed footage is considered one of the most sought-after items in the world of punk rock. Now, I know of the Dead Kennedys, I don't really know their music that well, but this does sound to be like it would have been pretty interesting to see, because it was kind of like a monumental moment of, that very idea about punk. Sticking it to the man, to the music industry in during a music award show, that's so punk. And I do think that is pretty cool to see if there was video footage of it. It's a very interesting tale, but unfortunately it does sound like the cameras might not have been rolling. And at number 5, today's spicy piece of lost media is Rat Killing, lost early Bloodsport films from 1894. So Rat Killing is an 1894 Bloodsport film produced and directed by William K.L. Dixon and distributed by Edison Manufacturing Company. The film depicts a rat terrier legitimately killing at least 6 large rats. 3 other similar films, Rats and Terrier No. 2, Rats and Terrier No. 3, and Rats and Weasel, were also produced on the same day. In 1894, Edison Manufacturing Company began to showcase its first kinetoscope films across viewing parlors in the United States. Even then, Thomas Edison had an ambition to distribute works featuring absurd and often taboo concepts, because he believed that such exploitation films would generate revenue by attracting curious and thrill-seeking viewers. And thus, under the direction of pioneer filmmakers William K.L. Dixon and William Hayes, various exploitation films were made in a short time span, some involving animals. For one instance, Dixon and Hayes directed The Boxing Cats, which featured 2 felines with boxing gloves fighting each other in a boxing fashions. There were other legitimate blood sports, such as cock and dog fighting. And further adding to the film's exploitative nature, accounts indicated that Dixon had trouble capturing viable footage of the animals, given that their movements were often unpredictable, and that could cause the creatures easily to disappear off camera, and thus handlers often abused the animals so that they replicated the desired action sequences. Likely stemming from the difficulties in filmings, these works were considered among Dixon's least successful from a filmmaking standpoint. However, they did prove commercially viable, with film historian Charles Musser noting that blood sports, including rat baiting, were popular early subjects for Edison's camera. And perhaps the most disturbing of these early blood sports films was Rat Killing. Norman C. Raff and Frank R. Gammon, who promoted several of Edison's films, paid W.A. Heitler $32.30 to procure large rats and a weasel, which Heitler obtained from a New York rat catcher. Once brought to Edison laboratories, at least 6 of them were placed in a ring specifically designed to accommodate the kinetoscope's limited frame of view, along with one of 2 Edison-owned rat terriers. Dixon then proceeded to film the dog attacking and ultimately killing the rats, the massacre taking just 52.5 seconds to achieve. Declared a success, Dixon subsequently filmed 2 other instances of the rat terriers savaging rats, The films titled Rat Terrier No. 2 and Rat Terrier No. 3. The films were released in September of 1984, and finally, the terriers were replaced with a weasel for a fourth film titled Rats and Weasel. This one did not go according to plan, as the weasel was overwhelmed and eventually killed by the rats. While the other films would be publicly released, Rats and Weasel remained locked away. Another film, Ratcatcher, was recorded, though received criticism primarily for featuring rats that were declared too small for it to be a compelling work. Rat killing and its immediate sequels were cited in The Man Who Made Movies W.K.L. Dixon as examples indicating the early years of filmmaking were not as innocent as they appeared. Nevertheless, while modern American society would generally condemn blood sports, footage of animal killings was not considered taboo in the late 1800s. Some openly enjoyed it, while influence from animal welfare groups that oppose such exploitation were limited at best. Thus, it gave Edison carte blanche to distribute future animal exploitation films, including the infamous 1903 film Electrocuting an Elephant, which featured the death of Topsy the elephant. Meanwhile, rat killing is noted as one of the earliest films to depict actual death, alongside the 1897 documentary The Hanging of William Carr. So, is any of this film still available? Well, ultimately no. Rat killing and its sequels are lost films, aside from the fact that around 75% of America's silent films have been declared as permanently missing. Kinetoscope works were especially difficult to preserve, as the nitrate within them would cause the recordings to disintegrate over time. Thus, the recovery of the films remains highly unlikely. I'm not a fan of, filming actual death for sport. For entertainment, and as a ferret owner, I'm definitely not okay with letting a weasel be overwhelmed by large rats, but it was literally a different time. It was over 100 years ago, and dang, early films were just kind of the Wild West, weren't they? Coming in at number 1, we have £1,000 Reward, a lost band British drama film from 1913. £1,000 Reward is a 1913 British drama film produced by the Anchor Film Company, directed by Harold Heath, and it starred Heath as Jack Strong in a story involving an escapee of Portland Prison who later joins a coining gang operated by Countess Zula, played by Muriel Palmer. The film holds the dubious honor of becoming the first film to be banned in the United Kingdom by the Home Office, triggered following the establishment of the British Board of Film Classification. Though a detailed plot summary of this movie has not been found, parts of the film's narrative have been preserved thanks to newspaper articles. Now, the film was completed by December of 1913 and had been unveiled in at least one theater, but just as it appeared the film would be showcased across the UK and Portland, it came under scrutiny of the BBFC. The BBFC originally began operations as the British Board of Film Censors, now British Board of Film Classification, in January of that same year, with George A. Redford installed as its first president. During its initial operations, around 120 films were reviewed per week by a board of examiners. They could give a production a U rating for Universal, an A for works containing adult content, or refer the film to Redford for a more thorough review of potentially problematic content. Of 7,510 works reviewed that year, at least 22 of them were banned for various reasons, including but not limited to being overly sexual, promoting animal cruelty, or allowing excessive drunkenness. One film refused classification by the BBFC was an August 1913 newsreel by British Path after it filled Dartmoor prisoners without express permission. Now, what we do know of the plot, though, of this film is that it was about a convict escaping from Portland Prison as a kind of man defying the odds, as Portland Prison at the time was being touted as an inescapable prison, even though there had been successful escape attempts in the past. Upon hearing of the film's completion, animation and plot, the Portland Prisoners Commissioner contacted the Home Office and demanded it be banned. The Commissioner's main gripe concerned the film's potential to inspire actual convicts to conduct daring escapes from Portland. He was especially aghast of a scene showing a bribed warden. He believed this may inspire relatives of the prisoners to attempt to win favor of corrupt officials, including through tobacco and other bribes. A similar concern was the possibility that Portland tourists might photograph the quarry convicts and Portland's prison infrastructure upon the film's release. Thus, to protect the prisoners and guarantee Portland's security, a push was made to remove the film from circulation. In an interview with the Daily Mirror, Portland's prisoner deputy governor insisted that £1,000 reward was too accurate in its depiction of prisoner life and feared it would subsequently produce wrinkles that could threaten the prison's security. He reckoned Portland's prison's walls would need to be raised by at least 20 feet to avoid photographic scrutiny. Due to all of this, the film was banned and is now among the 80% of silent British films that have since been declared lost. What honestly makes this piece so interesting to me is how it is a very early example of people saying that movies will corrupt society, which is interesting because that really didn't go away until video games kind of took their place. And that wasn't until, about 80 years after this film released. I can only imagine how much media has been lost because somebody somewhere thought that people might get the wrong idea if they consumed it. At number 2, we have 1 O'Clock Prayer, a partially found Filipino prayer habit interstitial from the 1990s to the 2000s. The Seed Love Devotion is a daily Catholic prayer habit in the Philippines of praying one Hail Mary at 1 o'clock. It was developed by Mama Mary's Movement Foundation Incorporated, founded on May 6th of 1993. It is the opposite to the Divine Mercy, which is prayed at 3 o'clock. Now in the 1990s, ABC5, now TV5, and IBC13 aired a daily 1 o'clock prayer interstitial. The footage accompanying the prayer was said to be unsettling, as it contained the image of the so-called Bloodshed Mary, or Mary crying in blood, also known as the Agu apparition. The segment starts with the time 1 o'clock displayed. The word wish, which stood for Worship God the Father, Immaculate Heart of Mary, Sacred Heart of Jesus, Holy Spirit, is shown, followed by an image of the Sacred Heart of Jesus, then an image of the Immaculate Heart of Mary. The prayer was then narrated. Different pictures of Mary, Baclaran Church, Catholics, and the infamous Agu apparition are shown. A typewriter-like written with the words, Heavenly Father, with Mama Mary, we lift up to you the petitions of our brothers and sisters who are praying now, was shown, and a long pause was seen with a picture of Mary crying with Jesus, said to be the Pieta painting, during the "and at the hour of our death, Amen" part. The phrase, Mama Mary leads us to Jesus, Seed Love Devotion, on Apple Garamond font, was then shown, along with the logo of Mama Mary's Movement Foundation Incorporated. It was said to be aired on Cine Classics on ABC5 and before cartoons on IBC13. It was said to have been aired during the late 1990s and early 2000s. While a version that was aired in the 2000s is still available to be found online, the 90s version is not known to be available. I'll be honest, I've always found a lot of Catholic iconography to be very, creepy. And this one kind of sounded like it would have been somewhat scarring to me as a child had I seen it at the time. So definitely interesting, definitely weird. At number 3, we have Animaniacs Hollywood Hypnotics, a lost build of a canceled Game Boy Advance 2D platformer from 2003. Now, Animaniacs Hollywood Hypnotics was a 2D platformer being developed for the Game Boy Advance by Full Fat Games and was set to be published by Swing Entertainment in 2003, based on the animated series Animaniacs. The plot of this game is said to be as follows. Brain's latest plan as part of his daily attempt to take over the world involves using the Warner Brothers water tower as a rocket to blast off into space and send off audio signals that resemble a barking dog. These signals would wake everyone up and cause them to start yelling at each other to keep their dogs quiet, therefore making a loud ruckus. While everyone is shouting and distracted, Pinky and Brain would come and take over the world. Brain waits for Yakko, Wacko, and Dot to do their daily habit of jumping out of their water tower. After they are gone, Brain sets up some speakers and hides them all over the studio. These speakers create hypnotic sounds that put everyone in the studio into a trance, and also makes the studio's actors think they are the characters they're playing, therefore stopping them from interfering with Brain's plan. He instructs Ralph, while he is hypnotized, the fat, incompetent studio guard, to block the entrance to the water tower to keep the Warner trio out. Yakko, Wacko, and Dot, however, are not affected by the hypnotic sounds. They are confused as to why everyone is acting so strange, and why Ralph won't let them back into the water tower. They end up discovering one of the speakers emitting the hypnotic sounds, and decide to find the speakers and release everyone from their trances. The game appears to have been a platformer point-and-click adventure game hybrid, with visuals similar to the SNES Sega Genesis Animaniacs game. Players would collect various items, examples of which including stools, hats, and cakes, placed throughout the levels, and use them to solve various puzzles, such as helping Mindy escape from a jail cell by using a sheriff's key. The levels would have been themed around various movie locations, with examples being the Wild West, gangster, space, and pirate-themed sets. Various characters, both original and Animaniacs regulars, would be present throughout these levels, either to serve as enemies or to interact with to solve puzzles. Now, as to the availability of the game, the release of the game, along with another Animaniacs game entitled Animaniacs Hollywood Hijinks, was cancelled when Swing Entertainment became the subject of an insolvency procedure on February 11th of 2003. But whereas Hollywood Hijinks eventually received a new publisher and was released as Animaniacs The Great Edgar Hunt, Hollywood Hypnotics remained unreleased, and as of right now, the game has yet to see the light of day in any format. Now, there are many things in my childhood that I love, and two of those things are the Game Boy Advance and the Animaniacs show. I would have been all over this game had I known about it at the time, and I would have been very disappointed to have never gotten to play it. Definitely think this would have been a good game, definitely would have loved a chance to play it. Hopefully one day we'll get that chance. Alright guys, coming in at number 4, we have Archie Comics' Metroid, partially found production material from a cancelled comic book one-shot and miniseries based on the video game from 2009. Now this channel is no stranger to cancelled Archie Comics lines of video game-based comics. We've covered several before, but this one happens to be about Metroid. Now Metroid is one of Nintendo's most iconic video game series and helped create the Metroidvania genre. Nintendo invited Archie Comics to pitch a comic book based on the series, but it ultimately never came to be. So in 2009, Archie Comics pitched a comic book miniseries based on the Super Mario Bros. Franchise. It didn't end up panning out, but Nintendo offered them the chance to pitch comics for 3 other Nintendo franchises, those being Metroid, Kirby, and Fossil Fighters. These franchises were likely chosen as they are lesser known than Super Mario. They also all had games coming up in the next 2 years, with Metroid Other M and Fossil Fighters Champions Japanese release coming out in late 2010, and Kirby's Return to Dreamland and Fossil Fighters Champions American release coming out in late 2011. Pitches for Metroid and Kirby comics were created, although not much is known about the Kirby pitch, and no formal pitch for a Fossil Fighters comic was made. The Metroid pitch was written by Ian Flynn, with concept art by Tracy Yardley and Stephen Butler. The Metroid and Kirby pitches both ended up fizzling out, with Archie successfully obtaining the rights to produce comics based off the Mega Man series from Capcom instead. Ultimately, 3 pitches were made, and though we do know the plots of all 3, it's unclear if Flynn ever penned a proper script. In addition, a user going by Jeff Carson posted some of Tracy Yardley's concept art to comic art fans in late 2012. Later in 2017, Stephen Butler posted some of his concept art to the Stephen Butler Studios Facebook page. It is unknown currently if more concept art exists. Now, I may have mentioned this in a previous video, but in my entire life I have only owned 2 Nintendo consoles, that being a N64 that I bought not all that long ago simply as a way to play Pokemon Stadium 2, and my current Nintendo Switch. While I did have a Game Boy Color and a Game Boy Advance and some other Game Boys throughout the years, I did not grow up with the Nintendo franchises like a lot of other kids did. I was aware of them, but I did not play them, and as such, I have actually never played a Metroid game. People are always shocked by this. In fact, I often love to recount a story of going to a Walmart where the attendant in the electronics section could not understand why I was not super psyched about the Metroid Prime remaster for the Switch. But my personal preferences aside, people love Metroid, they love Samus. I'm sure they would have loved a comic book series, and unfortunately, we never got one. Alright guys, today's spicy piece is The Boat Race 1990. Partially found footage and radio coverage of a rowing race from, you guessed it, 1990. So, the Boat Race 1990 became the 136th edition of the rowing competition, pitting the University of Oxford against the University of Cambridge. It occurred at the River Thames Championship course on the 31st of March, and witnessed Oxford win by 2¼ lengths to claim its 4th consecutive boat race victory and reduce the overall standings to 69 to 66. The race received live television and radio coverage from the BBC. However, the BBC Radio 2 broadcast is infamous for a tragic incident which witnessed lead commentator Peter Jones suffer a fatal heart attack midway through the event. Now, a little bit of background. Following the Second World War's conclusion, the boat race officially became an annual side-by-side rowing event, having first been held in 1829. The race soon became a British institution and was typically held at the Thames 4.2-mile championship course. It attracted numerous fans from across London and worldwide to watch the race in person, despite the fact that the majority were not affiliated with either university. For both universities, winning this race was the ultimate source of pride. However, this era of the boat race was considerably one-sided. Of the previous 14 races, Oxford, in dark blues, had won 13 of them, with its organization deemed superior compared to Cambridge's. Cambridge, in light blues, last won the event in 1986. Thus, Oxford sought their 4th victory on the bounce and to reduce its overall deficit to Cambridge to 69 to 66. The race also enjoyed extensive media coverage, especially in its home nation. The BBC had routinely provided live radio coverage of the event since 1927. In 1938, it began to televise parts of the race live, having eventually achieved a full live broadcast 11 years later. The corporation's coverage had remained consistent ever since. The only disruption would commence from 2005 to 2009, when ITV gained the television rights. For the 1990 race, BBC One would televise it live as part of Grandstand, with commentary provided by Harry Carpenter and Chris Ballieu. Meanwhile, BBC Radio 2's coverage was handled by Peter Jones and Dan Topolsky, with Dr. Treharne Jones fulfilling statistics duties. This marks Jones's boat race commentary debut, though he held extensive experience in other major sporting events like the FA Cup final and Wimbledon. He replaced Brian Johnston for the event, who had covered the race since 1981. In an interview with Radio Times, Jones remarked that there's no event quite like the boat race, having described it as a truly marvelous and nonsensical occasion. So, heading into the race on the 31st of March, Oxford were unsurprisingly backed as the favorites. Beforehand, the Dark Blues had comfortably won a Reading Head event, also featuring the Cambridge Crew. Oxford president was Johnny Cyril, who would later achieve gold in the 1992 Summer Olympics coxed pair event. Other notable names included future 4-time Olympic gold medalist Matthew Pinsent. He, along with Steve Redgrave, spared British blushes at the 1996 Summer Olympics through their coxless pair glory, earning Great Britain's only gold medal at the Atlanta Games. Rupert Obholzer and Michael Gaffney were also experienced names, while Christopher Heathcote earned extensive media coverage, as his 175-pound frame made him the heaviest boat race competitor since its inception. Meanwhile, Cambridge contained a generally less experienced crew, their president being Patty Mant. Lisa Ross Magenti became the only female representative of the crew as the light blues coxswain. Cambridge's chances of victory were intensely slim according to most newspaper previews. Thus, with an average weight of 13 stone compared to Oxford's 15, Cambridge would need to use their smaller size to their advantage. Hence, the Light Blues' decision to stay at the Surrey side instead of the Middlesex upon winning the toss was deemed a surprise, especially as Surrey was typically considered the slower bank at the start. Sure enough, Oxford took the lead in the early stages, in ideal weather conditions and a low tide. The Light Blues subsequently upped their pace to 38 strokes per minute to take the lead, but could not maintain it. Consequently, the Dark Blues retook the lead, eventually expanding its canvas lead to Craven Cottage to 4 seconds at the mile post. I have no idea what this means. Oxford very nearly got disqualified by trying to move towards the Surrey side, with umpire Mike Sweeney having deemed there was inadequate space to avoid a collision with Cambridge. It ultimately mattered little as Oxford extended their lead at Harrods before boasting a 4-second gap over Cambridge upon going under Hammersmith Bridge. Despite the pace of Cambridge's Adam Wright in particular, a fatigued Light Blues crew could do little to stop Oxford from doubling their lead by Barnes Bridge. While a late surge reduced the gap to 7 seconds, it was not enough to faze Oxford, who won by 2 1/4 lengths. The win marked Oxford's 4th consecutive win and reduced the standings gap to 69 to 66. Oxford subsequently won the 1991 and 1992 races, but ultimately could not tie the overall standings when Cambridge finally picked up glory again in 1993, and this kickstarted a run of dominance by the Light Blues. Alright, so with all the boring sports stuff out of the way, now time for that spiciness. Since its inaugural 1927 broadcast, the BBC's radio coverage relied on its commentators to conduct announcing duties on a launch boat following the crew from behind. In this case, Jones, Topolsky, and Treharne Jones boarded the launch Arethusa alongside producers Joan Watson and Carolyn Elliott. During the race's early stages, nothing was out of the ordinary, with Jones and company fulfilling announcing duties competently. Jones was speaking as Arethusa passed under the Hammersmith Bridge. Suddenly, commentary ceased. Elliott noticed Jones still had a firm grasp of the microphone, but was completely unresponsive. Communication via his headset and a tap on the back provided conclusive proof that Jones was in a serious condition, and in fact had suffered a collapse. Dr. Treharne Jones promptly tried to revive him through CPR, enlisting Topolsky to restart commentary while medical efforts were conducted. Treharne Jones ordered the boat to continue its course to the finish at Chiswick Bridge, as his medical supplies and ambulances would be present at the Chiswick boathouse. However, a problem soon emerged where Arethusa developed engine issues. Thus, the journey to Chiswick took considerably longer than anticipated at 10 minutes. It also compromised the radio commentary as the boats disappeared from view at the next bend. Topolsky relied on a TV monitor to carry on his report, before transferring the remaining duties to Tony Adamson on land. Arethusa eventually made it to the boathouse only for its crew to be confronted with another critical problem. As recalled by Elliott and Watson, the race commenced on the same day amidst the largest poll tax riots in central London, which injured 113 people. Emergency services were therefore fixated on that event unexpectedly, meaning no ambulances were present at the boathouse. It apparently took ages before Jones was finally transferred to St. George's Hospital. Ultimately, Jones remained in a vegetative state. On the 2nd of April, 1990, Jones passed away at age 60. Initial newspaper reports and Treharne Jones's account indicated Jones had suffered a major stroke during the broadcast. However, modern accounts, including from the BBC, claim Jones collapsed due to a heart attack. Regardless of what the actual cause was, Jones's passing was viewed as a major loss in the radio broadcasting world. Declared among the greatest sports commentators Britain ever produced, Jones began his career in 1965 for the BBC's Sports Report, and a year later he provided commentary for the Group 4 matches at the 1966 FIFA World Cup. He would go on to become one of Britain's most prolific sports broadcasters and even covered 2 royal weddings, including that of Prince Charles and Lady Diana Spencer in 1981. Some, including Sports Journalist Association's Philip Barker, believe the BBC never quite found the right replacement for Jones, and that this tragedy is considered one of the darkest moments in the BBC's long-running coverage of the boat race, and certainly among the darkest in overall radio history. Now, as to the availability, the Boat Race 1990 was fully covered live on BBC One and BBC Radio 2. An interesting aspect of the television broadcast was that highlights from the women's boat race were aired beforehand. The 45th overall, it saw Cambridge win by 3 1/4 lengths, whereas other boat races of this era can easily be found on YouTube. The BBC's coverage of the 1990 edition has yet to publicly resurface. Nevertheless, a news report from Italian channel TMC was uploaded to YouTube by Telesportiva on the 18th of January in 2024, which currently remains the only publicly available footage of the race. No clips from the women's event have resurfaced, and the radio broadcast has also not been found. The BBC and the boat race will likely never release it again out of respect to Jones and his relatives. Now, while I may not be a sports fan, as a resident of Ohio, I know about sports rivalries. Specifically, I am most familiar with OSU versus Michigan, and it sounds like Cambridge versus Oxford is an equally strong rivalry. It is very sad that such a beloved figure in the world of sports and broadcasting would meet his end in the middle of what is one of the most looked forward to sporting events in his country. It is my personal belief that keeping this lost out of respect for him is the right thing to do, both for searchers of lost media and just fans of sports in general. Not all lost media needs to be found, and sometimes that's simply out of respect rather than for some darker reason. At number 1, we have American Beauty, lost alternate ending of drama film, existence unconfirmed, from 1999. American Beauty is a critically acclaimed drama film released in 1999. It was directed by Sam Mendes and starred Kevin Spacey, Annette Bening, and Thora Birch. The film won the Oscar for Best Picture in 2000, and Spacey won Best Actor for his performance. The film's plot focuses on American middle-class everyman Lester Burnham struggling with a midlife crisis. He blackmails his boss to be fired from his job as a magazine executive, and later takes a job at a fast food outlet, which doesn't improve his already troubled relationships with his wife Carolyn and teenage daughter Jane. Lester also has new next-door neighbors, retired U.S. Marine Colonel Frank Fitz, his wife Barbara, and their teenage son Ricky, an aspiring filmmaker with whom Jane later falls in love. Colonel Fitz is deeply homophobic and soon begins harassing neighboring couple Jim Olmeyer and Jim Berkeley. Increasingly bored and restless, Lester attends a high school basketball game with Jane and becomes infatuated with his daughter's cheerleader friend Angela Hayes. After Colonel Fitz sees Lester and Ricky together through Lester's garage window and later finds his son's videos of a nude Lester lifting weights, he comes to the conclusion that his son is gay and plans on killing Lester, who he assumes is responsible. And if you've not seen this movie, that is a heavily abridged synopsis of this deeply complex film. Now, as to the alleged alternate ending, in the released cuts ending, Lester Burnham is shot to death by Colonel Fitz. In an alternate ending, Lester's daughter Jane and Colonel Fitz's son Ricky are arrested and put on trial for Lester's murder. The prosecutors use Ricky's videos against him as evidence. One version of this ending resulted in the two being found guilty, while the other showed them found innocent. However, the arrest and trial scenes were eventually cut entirely due to concerns that they would detract from the final overall film. Alan Ball, one of the film's screenwriters, told Amazon.com, "We actually shot it, and when it got into editing, it was just too cynical and too awful." An interview about this deleted ending with Ball can be found online. As no footage has been found or released, and Menendez hasn't commented on the subject, it cannot be confirmed how much of the intended ending was filmed, or if it was, how close it came to completion. However, many other members of the film's crew besides Ball have recalled shooting at least some part of it. Now, I watched this movie many years ago, well after it came out though, at least 10 years after it came out. And honestly, I'm not going to defend the film entirely. There are parts of it that are definitely a product of its time that are now, they still were problematic back then, just people didn't see it as much that way. But it's a very deep film. It explores a lot of interesting ideas, and yeah, definitely adding this last scene to the end of it, I believe would have detracted from the film overall. That being said, it is a lost piece of media from a film a lot of people love, so I'm sure they would love to at least have the option to see it, even if ultimately the film is better without it. At number 2, we have Booksmart, Lost second draft of American teen comedy film from 2014. Now, in 2009, screenwriters Emily Halpern and Sarah Haskins penned a screenplay titled Booksmart, involving two overachiever girls attempting to get boyfriends before prom. The script was placed on the Blacklist Best Liked Scripts of 2009, among other screenplays such as The Social Network and The King's Speech. In 2014, writer Susanna Fogel added on to the original draft, most notably making the character Amy a lesbian and having the two girls focused on going to an after-prom party to seek out their now single crushes. Annapurna Pictures later picked up the script to produce, with Olivia Wilde pitching on the script and being put on to direct. During this time, Caitlin Dever was also attached to the project as Amy. In 2017, Katie Silberman was brought on to make more changes to the script and refine it into the shooting script used during the filming in 2018. Now, while the 2009 and 2018 drafts are available online, the 2014 draft with Susanna Fogel's edits are not available. Only the contents of the changes are summarized, with no other descriptions of how the script was altered. Considering Fogel has had other prolific work such as directing and co-writing The Spy Who Dumped Me in 2018, it's possible the 2014 draft of Booksmart could be released to the public at some point. I'm always amazed at how long it can take from an initial concept and then into the final draft of something. You have this idea for a movie, you write a script, and then that script could be edited and reworked for years before a film even starts filming, so it's just kind of amazing how much can change from the initial concept to what we then see on screen. And while we have the beginning and the end available to us, in this case, the middle part is gone. And I don't know, I just find that very interesting. I've not seen this film. I don't know if I have any intention of seeing it, but I think the exact nature of the lost media is definitely interesting. At number 3, we have Animaniacs Potty Emergency, lost deleted scenes of an episode of the animated comedy series from 1993. Now, we talked about it in the last video, but in case you haven't watched that video yet, Animaniacs is an animated TV series about 3 siblings of the Warner family that aired on Fox from September of 1993 through September of 1995, and then on the WB until November of 1998. Then continuing on that channel in reruns until 2000. One of the most famous episodes, titled Potty Emergency, concerns Wacko having trouble finding a place to use the bathroom after the one at the movie theater is out of order. On current prints of the episode, 2 scenes are missing that have not resurfaced on the internet. Now, what are these scenes? Well, the first scene is a different version of the park scene where the man at the park holding the hose turns it away from the camera, with the nozzle not visible. It was first mentioned in a fan community for the show in 1993, but it hasn't resurfaced anywhere online yet. The second of these cutscenes is more well known among the community of Animaniacs fans. As shown in the first surviving animation cell, which can be found on the Lost Media Wiki, the episode originally ends with Dot complaining about the number of trash people thrown into the streets as they leave the movie theater. The second cell shows the siblings passing Wacko's mallet. An uncut version of this episode was screened at the 1993 edition of Comic-Con, though it is unknown if this version has either of these scenes in it. Now, South Park would have us believe that there are 2 kinds of people in the world, ones that like Animaniacs and ones that hate Animaniacs. And, no offense to Eric Cartman, though, he deserves every bit of offense he gets. I am one of those people that loves Animaniacs. I remember this episode. I had no idea there was stuff supposedly missing from it. Overall, I don't necessarily think it would make a big difference to the episode, but again, it's something that is a series loved by a community, and they don't have access to everything from it, and that is going to make them unhappy. And that is why people, no matter how inconsequential, want lost media to be found. Especially in this era of the internet where we like to believe that everything is at our fingertips forever, we're not going to like it if something's just out of reach. At number 4, we have Back and in Attack, lost unreleased Milli Vanilli comeback album from 1998. So Back and in Attack was the name of an album made by the duo Milli Vanilli, which was planned to be released in 1998, until it was shelved after the death of co-singer Rob Pilatus. Milli Vanilli was a popular duo made up of Fab Morvan and Rob Pilatus under the wing of Frank Farian, known for previous projects such as Boney M, infamous for Farian being the real voice behind the band. In the late 80s, they had multiple chart-hopping hits like Girl You Know It's True and Blame It on the Rain, putting them in the spotlight. One night at the Lake Compounce theme park, while they were performing Girl You Know It's True, their backing track skipped, and it looked like the singers were repeatedly singing Girl You Know It's over and over again. It soon broke out that not only were they lip-syncing that performance, but their careers were based on lip-syncing, as they could barely speak English, and the songs were actually performed by various other singers. Because of this, Milli Vanilli was practically over as their sales plummeted and they were shunned by the public, with only a few songs and albums being released which sold incredibly poorly. Years later, in 1997, the duo got back together to record a comeback album called Back and in Attack. Rob Pilatus, one of the singers of Milli Vanilli, had multiple personal problems throughout the years, however. He abused drugs and committed different crimes, including even making a terrorist threat. This ultimately caused him to get arrested, where Fab Morvan had to bail him out. On April 2nd, 1998, a day before the album's promotion, Pilatus was found dead from an accidental drug overdose in his hotel in Frankfurt, Germany. Due to Pilatus' death, the album was shelved and therefore never released. While there may be a chance that in the future it could be released or remade, thanks to co-singer Fab Morvan still having a solo career and possible access to the album, it is unlikely. Now, as a child in the 90s, I was not aware of Milli Vanilli as a band, but I was certainly aware of the controversy about them lip-syncing. While it's fairly commonplace for singers to lip-sync at their concerts these days, back then it was not. I mean, I'm sure it still happened, but it just wasn't as publicized. People had that suspension of disbelief, but then the revelation that not only were they lip syncing their performance, which I honestly think is a bit, anyone that does it, that's a bit of a wow, we paid money to hear you pretend to sing your song. But no, the fact that their songs weren't them, they were just the front man for other singers, just a popular face, that was quite a scandal. Oddly enough, I had heard that Rob Pilatus had self-unalived himself, which I guess in a way is true, though the things I saw in the band back in the day never once mentioned that it was accidental. So I'm sure that was played up for views, but again, it's definitely interesting that they were like, okay, we're gonna rise above this, we're gonna come back, and they ultimately, unfortunately, didn't. Who's to say if the album was any good? But things like this are the things people want to find. They want to know. There's, at this point, the album is an unknown, and people hate the unknown. They're afraid of the unknown, and so hopefully one day, a Fab Morvan gives the people what they want, so to speak. Alright guys, so now it's time for the spicy piece. So, for today's spicy piece of Lost Media, we have Love Letter, My True Feelings, Lost Builds of a Cancelled Stealth Action Video Game from 2020. Love Letter, My True Feelings is a cancelled stealth action video game developed by Dr. Apis in 2020. The game is infamously known for its controversial development history and its comparison towards another game called Yandere Simulator. The game was originally announced in July of 2020 under the name of Lovesick, with a trailer being uploaded on YouTube claiming to be a revamped version of Yandere Simulator that was done in 2 weeks. The project ended up gaining a lot of attention when the trailer was uploaded. However, it also got the most attention from the Yandere Simulator team, including its developer, Yandere Dev, which criticized the trailer for using most of Yandere Simulator's assets and characters. This later led Yandere Dev to enter an argument with Dr. Apis over the game. After most of the conversations were leaked online, this caused Love Letter's support to increase. The trailer was later removed from YouTube due to a copyrighted music track, which it would later be re-uploaded with no audio, and Dr. Apis later announced that all Yandere Simulator related assets would be replaced with original assets, and that Lovesick would be renamed to Love Letter: My True Feelings. Dr. Apis would later upload gameplay previews and progress reports of Love Letter on his YouTube channel. In August of 2020, however, it was documented that there have been several dramas within the Love Letter team, such as slandering, doxing, dislike bombing, and team mismanagement. It was also made clear that Love Letter was built from other failed projects created by Dr. Apis and their partner, one of them being called Heartbreak. However, it would also come to light that Dr. Apis had groomed and sexually harassed a 10-year-old through several explicit conversations, as explained in a document. Despite Dr. Apis publishing a document where they addressed staff drama and allegations towards them, the drama escalated to the point where on September 23rd of 2020, they uploaded a video announcing the cancellation of Love Letter, stating the development was affecting their mental health, later concluding that them, along with the rest of the Love Letter team, would take a long break. After that, Apis uploaded gameplay videos and an autobiographical video to keep their channel active. However, due to a lot of backlash, Apis deleted all of their gameplay videos, except for their autobiography, and left their channel inactive before it was deleted. During the game's short-lived developments, no builds of Love Letter and the original Lovesick version have ever been released online. In 2021, Dr. Apis deleted all of their social media, including their YouTube channel, and has since disappeared from the internet, making it very unlikely for a playable build of the game to surface anytime soon. It is also unknown if someone else who worked on the game has any of these builds. It's one of those things that, as an internet content creator myself, it seems like there's not that many rules that you have to follow to not get canceled. I mean, sure, you could offend people in any number of ways on the internet, but overall, most of it can get overlooked with, very few exceptions. And one of the ones that content creators, both in the game world, just people creating content for people to enjoy, whether that's videos, games, whatever, seem to forget is to not touch children. The amount of times a beloved content creator of some kind, it's just come out that, oh hey, by the way, this person who you really enjoyed their movies, their videos, the games they made, the books they wrote, well, they're a pedo. And you're just sitting there like, damn it, I just wanted to enjoy the things I enjoy, and this guy had to go and be a weirdo. Now, what I find also weird about this Dr. Apis person, besides their proclivities, is that I've played Yandere Simulator, at least its build in its current state, which is still not really finished. The game is not good. The subject matter is cringe, and overall, I don't know why someone would wish to make a knockoff of it. And not only did they make a knockoff of it, but they stole assets, which, given Yandere Simulator's, somewhat troubled development history, didn't really turn people off of it. But oh, hey, you forgot the golden rule. Don't touch, don't groom, don't do shit to children. And Dr. Apis apparently at some point forgot this rule. Then had the cojones to go, I'm gonna step away because it's affecting my mental health, which is important. Oh, is it now? I wish you, showed that same level of concern about the mental health of, that 10-year-old you were talking to. But like most of these people on the internet, they don't want to sit there with the backlash, which ultimately I can't necessarily fault them for. I mean, who wants to, whether it's true or not, who wants to get yelled at and called a bunch of names by people that don't even know what you look like? If you can just pack up and run away, why wouldn't you? But, people who were fans of this project, this person left didn't even have the, niceness to at least release the unfinished builds online, so maybe that someone who might really want this project for some reason could have worked on it themselves and maybe had like a little nice fan game. Who knows? Nope, they got rid of all of it, never released a build, and I'm sure there's some people who were very disappointed in that. And for me, this Dr. Apis seems just like a one bad decision after another, so their content can stay lost for all I care. I know that goes in direct violation of the we want to find all the lost media code, social code, but it is what it is. I'm not going to apologize for having morals. At number 1, we have the 1986 State of the Union Address, lost pre-Challenger disaster version of American presidential speech, existence unconfirmed, from 1986. So, for those of you outside of America, the State of the Union Address is an annual speech given by the United States President to a joint session of the U.S. Congress near the beginning of the year, remarking on the relevant issues and events of the moment. The 1986 State of the Union was the 5th such address given by the 40th President of the United States, Ronald Reagan, on February 4th of that year. Now, the speech was supposed to take place on January 28th, but was delayed after the American Space Shuttle Challenger broke apart 73 seconds into its flight that same day, tragically killing all 7 crew members aboard. Facing a stunned and grieving nation, Reagan opted to focus that night's presidential remarks exclusively on the disaster. Some reports before and after the disaster claimed that Reagan had originally planned to interact with the space shuttle crew at some point during the State of the Union address, but these claims have been refuted by the Reagan administration, and a pre-Challenger disaster version of the speech has never publicly surfaced. Now, a little bit more background on this. The Challenger's launch had by that point been delayed multiple times, starting in July of 1985. In the days leading up to the planned January 28th launch, NASA's engineers had recommended it be delayed yet again due to concerns over how the shuttle's solid rocket boosters, or SRBs, especially the O-ring seals inside the boosters, would perform in sub-zero temperatures. Despite this, acting administrator of NASA, William Graham, wary of a snowballing morale and PR disaster, decided to push forward. The O-rings did in fact fail, and the escaping rocket fuel subsequently ignited before the boosters could get clear of the shuttle. On the morning of the launch, Jane Mayer of the Wall Street Journal reported that Ronald Reagan planned to pause that evening's State of the Union address and direct the audience's attention to a screen showing Heroes. A year later, in the book Challenger, A Major Malfunction, author Malcolm McConnell writes that a NASA employee told him it was common knowledge at the agency that the reference to Heroes meant the president was planning to call Challenger. In particular, he wanted to speak to Krista McAuliffe, a New Hampshire elementary school teacher who was aboard the shuttle as a payload specialist, space exploration speak for passenger, as part of the Teachers in Space project. Extrapolating from all this, some believe that NASA head Graham had rushed the launch of the Challenger primarily so that the dramatic American Heroes moment could happen while McAuliffe was actually in orbit. Graham had been working under Reagan since his 1980 presidential campaign, and as acting administrator of NASA, was noticeably eager to please him. However, the Reagan administration has strongly denied that any claims that they put any pressure on NASA to launch the shuttle on the 28th. Whether or not there is any truth to this theory cannot be confirmed, as the key physical evidence, a verified copy of the pre-disaster State of the Union address indicating who the heroes were intended to be, has never been released, and no other correspondence regarding the incident has surfaced. Now, I know Ronald Reagan gets a lot of criticism for what he did to the economy, but I do not believe for 1 second he would have put people's lives in danger for the sake of a, hey, look at the heroes moment on TV. Do I think that someone working under him who was desperate to please him may have disregarded good advice for the sake of doing what he thought would please his master? Sure. I definitely think Graham had something that was, partially... I definitely think there's something to him just wanting to get on Reagan's good side. I don't think Reagan would have put pressure on him to do this. All that being said, purely speculation, allegedly, all that. There is no proof one way or the other, but, this is a piece of lost media. around an American tragedy, and I would like to know, was it true? Up next, we have Ludwig von Beethoven, partially found pieces from German composer from the 1700s to the 1800s. Now, Ludwig von Beethoven, known to you Bill and Ted fans as Beethoven, was born December 17th, 1770, and died March 26, 1827, and was a famous German composer, most popular for pieces such as Ode to Joy, Symphony No. 5 in C minor, Für Elise, and Piano Sonata No. 14, aka Moonlight Sonata. As to be expected with any classical composer's work, some are destined to be lost, whether due to never being completed, never being published, or due to all copies being destroyed. There is a list of Beethoven's lost work, including reconstructed pieces, as we are not certain that the reconstructed pieces are what Beethoven had originally wanted. This includes 6 minuets, 7 Länder, 12 German dances, Escasse in G, Rondo in B flat, Piano Sonata in C, Violin Concerto in C, and Wind Quartet in E flat, as well as who knows how many other pieces that we're not even aware of. Again, this one I find interesting just because, again, Beethoven, one of the greatest composers in history, and to know that there are pieces of his work that we know of, but we don't know what they were, I mean, it makes sense, but still, it is kind of nuts. Number 3, we have Plants vs. Zombies, partially found production material for a cancelled DreamWorks film adaptation of the tower defense game, date unknown. Plants vs. Zombies is a tower defense game released on PC in 2009 and became available on mobile phones the following year. The game is set in a zombie invasion with the protagonist, Crazy Dave, defending his home with various types of plants which either send off projectiles or slow down zombies. The player has to set it in his garden in order to stop them from getting into Dave's home and eating his brains. The game became a hit with audiences and critics, which ended up spawning a franchise that is still going to this day. It became so well known that at some point, a pitch for a potential film adaptation was presented to DreamWorks. Now, the majority of this film's plot is unknown. However, Rich Werner, the main artist of the game, does recall some elements of it from during its pitch, stating that the film's reasoning for the zombie invasion would have been a carnival contaminating people with hot dogs, the film's protagonist being Crazy Dave and a boy and his grandma, and that the plants would have been mutated, as seen in the concept art, due to a formula fertilizer created by Dave. Now, ultimately this pitch never became a film, with DreamWorks deciding to pass on the idea for unknown reasons. While concept art from the pitch has been made available, the same can't be said for the script that was presented, which remains lost outside of some plot details previously mentioned, which were provided by Rich through a short interview conducted by the Hispanic YouTuber Crazy Dave L. While I have not played the original Plants vs. Zombies or the mobile games, I am a huge fan of the Garden Warfare series and the Battle for Neighborville, which are hugely some of my favorite games. But I would love to have seen a movie. DreamWorks, you've kind of let me down in recent years. I would love to have seen a good movie based on a franchise I love. So, can I at least see the script? Alright, at number 4 we have Neopets, lost production material from a cancelled animated television series from 2020. So, an animated series based on Neopets produced by Blue Ant Media and Beach House Pictures was announced on February 10th of 2020 and was slated to release in fall of 2021. But it was quietly cancelled internally a few months after it was announced. Despite its relatively short lifespan, it has been confirmed some work on the Neopets TV series did exist by ex-staff of Neopets. So, on February 10th of 2020, it was announced that Jumpstart Games would be creating an animated TV series based on the Neopets IP. And again, they were partnering with Beach House Pictures for character design and Blue Ant Media for animation. Donovan Chan of Beach House Pictures would serve as creative director for the project, and aside from these general production details, no information about the series' contents itself was shared at the time. On June 16th of 2020, the Licensing Week virtual event by the Global Licensing Group would be hosted, featuring Jim Schulzwitz representing Jumpstart Games, who owned Neopets at the time. This new release would state that they are currently working with 3 different storylines, but it has yet to make an official decision on what the final script will look like. The possibility of animated shorts featuring familiar sight characters was also raised, and a release window of fall 2021 was announced. However, on August 27, 2020, NetDragon Websoft published their investor relation data for the first half of 2020. The webcast for the event would briefly touch upon Neopets' TV series, saying, "In fact, we've been applying our successful experience in IP operations into the Neopets IP, and the Neopets TV series could deliver our content to the IP users in the best way, which would keep them staying active in the IP." Now, a slide would accompany the discussion about Neopets' impact on NetDragon and would be placed on an XY axis chart dubbed Neopets TV. It was considered by NetDragon to be aimed at a younger age demographic that requires less time investment. Shortly after leaving Jumpstart Games on November 13th of 2021, Max Van Doorn, username DoomTunes on Discord, would state that he had seen concept art for the Neopets TV show and had given feedback on it on the r/Neopets Discord server. Van Doorn had also designed the promotional image that accompanied the original announcement press release of the Neopets TV show. So this all sounds good, right? Well, where did it go? Well, any officially sanctioned discussion and news about the upcoming TV series would die down after the NetDragon Websoft 2020 first half IR webcast, with no news surfacing and the release deadline of fall 2021 passing by with no news. On June 1st of 2023, the Neopets YouTube channel would upload the 5th episode of the Nosy Neopians podcast series, where the staff members nicknamed Ivy and Willow would interview the brand manager at the time, nicknamed Tally. At the 25-minute, 15-second timestamp, Tally would, for the first time, officially state that the plans for a Neopets TV series had been shelved, saying, "There's a lot of things like, I'm going to throw some stuff out that y'all are going to get mad about, but that's fine, like an animated series, for instance. We've been really distracted in the past. We love these ideas, we want these things to happen, but right now, and I think no one's going to disagree with this, what we really need to focus on and really hone in on is our foundational product, and just really give a lot of love and time and effort to Neopets.com." Then on July 30th of 2023, Max Van Doorn would repeat on the r/Neopets Discord server that he had seen concept art for the show, but had commented that the show was quietly canceled, and commented that production of the Neopets TV show was unfeasible with the deadline set. And then on March 10th of this year, 2024, Neopets would hold a panel at Planet Comic-Con Kansas City, where they would hold a Q&A session at the end of their presentation. One of the questions asked at the panel was about the fate of the Neopets TV show, where they had stated that the primary reason for the show's cancellation was due to reduced spending from an investing partner due to the emerging COVID-19 pandemic at the time. On July 4th of 2024, Van Doorn would state that on the r/Neopets Discord server that the Neopets TV series would have had a similar style to that of Craig of the Creek and Hilda, featuring some more anime influences in creature design. So I personally never played or done anything with Neopets. My wife has. My wife said she absolutely loved it back in the day, and there was a huge fan base of it. Apparently there still is. I didn't even know that Neopets was still an ongoing thing, but apparently going strong. And and the thing is, when you have this fan base and you promise them a TV show, I feel like you kind of owe it to them to give them the TV show instead of just quietly canceling it. Also, I really have to disagree. If your product is mainly one that's used online, anything you can do to enhance that brand should not go away due to a pandemic. I mean, people were stuck at home. They were watching TV. They were playing video games. They were on their computers. So perfect time, hey, remember this show? Remember Neopets? Why don't you play some Neopets? Why don't you watch the Neopets show? And let's get through this thing together. But hey, what do I know? I'm still trying to get 1,000 followers. And today's spicy piece of lost media is Instintos Canibales o 12 Días. Or, for my English audience, Cannibal Instinct or 12 Days, lost unreleased Jose Luis Calva novel from the 2000s. Instintos Canibales o 12 Días is an unfinished novel by Mexican serial killer and cannibal Jose Luis Calva, born June 20th, 1969, died December 11th, 2007. Now, Calva had a very traumatic childhood. His father died when he was 2 years old, and his mother brought men to her house whom she forced him to call Dad. A few years later, he was abused by one of his brother's friends. His early childhood may have been part of the reason that he took the path that he ended up taking. He was married, having originally met his wife in 1996, but it ended in divorce, and she ended up moving to the United States with his daughters. Now, Calva was arrested in October of 2007 when investigators went to his home regarding the case of his missing girlfriend, Alejandra Galena, who had last been seen on October 6th. When the police arrived, he was in the middle of a meal consisting of human flesh that he had seasoned with lemon. The police soon after found the mutilated body of Galena. Also recovered from the scene was human flesh in the refrigerator, cooked human flesh, bones in a cereal box, a picture of Hannibal Lecter, and the unfinished novel Instintos Canibales o 12 Días. He was charged with 2 murders, but more are suspected. Ultimately, he committed self-deletion in prison just a few months after his arrest. According to an article online, the novel deals with subjects like cannibalism, sex, sadomasochism, and corpophagia, which is the eating of doo-doo. The article also states that there may have been more text, including poetry and similar writings discovered at the scene, but this has not been officially confirmed. Due to the nature of the texts and the person who wrote them, it is unlikely that they will ever be officially released. Now, we have mentioned hybreustophiliacs on this channel before, which are people who have an unhealthy obsession and love of serial killers. And honestly, only those people are the kind of people who I could see wanting this unfinished novel to be found. As far as I'm concerned, this one can stay lost, okay? Plus, just considering the subject material, it's not going to make it to my Goodreads list one way or the other. At number 1, we have the Archie Comedy Hour, partially found song segments of CBS animated series based on the comic book series 1969 to 1970. So the Archie Comedy Hour was the second in the Archie series of cartoons from Filmation, debuting on CBS during the fall of 1969 and ending its run in early 1970. The series was notable for being the first televised appearance of Sabrina the Teenage Witch, who later spawned her own successful sitcom in the 1990s. It was also notable for featuring song segments from 2 top 10 singles, Jingle Jangle and Sugar Sugar, the latter being named the number one song of 1969. The series introduced all new material and show styles to the pre-existing Archie formula, such as a sideshow segment, and as well as reruns of the Archie show near the end of each program. While other Filmation-produced Archie series are pretty much widely available on DVD, this one has mostly escaped being found. When it was time for syndication in the mid-1970s, all the shows produced were cut up and merged into one package simply known as the Archies, meaning a lot of material for each show that wasn't used was left on the cutting room floor. When L'Oreal sold Filmation and its production material to Hallmark, they converted the basic shows they had into PAL and trashed the original film elements, audio elements, etc. The original Comedy Hour was not included in these transfers, and only some segments from the show were released as bonuses on the Archie's Funhouse DVD set. No full episodes have been found since the show ended its run in January of 1970. But the show's most desired aspect are the song segments that were included in each episode. These were known to have different early mixes of songs featured on the Archie's studio albums. Most notable are the recollections of the track Nursery Rhyme, had an entire intro featuring hand claps rather than the cold open that is on the album, and the segments for Sugar Sugar, Jingle Jangle, and Get on the Line can be found on the Archie's Funhouse DVD, with the latter having credits over the video. show. The segment for You Know I Love You has been recovered from an overseas broadcast of the Archie Sabrina show, which also had a song segment bumper included, while the segment for Whoopie TIA has had several animation cells found for sale. The rest have only been known to exist from the memories of those who saw them. And just a quick list of the songs known to be lost. Out of a total of 17 songs that were known, only 4 have been found, so missing still are Melody Hill, Hot Dog, Bicycles, Roller Skates, and You, Inside Out, Upside Down, Everything's Alright, She's Putting Me Through Changes, Whoopie TIA, Nursery Rhyme, Senorita Rita, Look Before You Leap, Sugar and Spice, Archie's Party, and Who's Your Baby. While I'm not personally a fan of it, I know that due to Riverdale, classic Archie has had kind of a resurgence in popularity as people watch that god-awful show and want to see the stuff that it was based on. So knowing that this much, because the Archies were a band, and some people might not know that, but having a lot of this stuff of their music currently lost, I'd definitely love to see all this found. I mean, I am a fan of classic Archie. Coming in at number 2, we have Brother Martin, Servant of Jesus, lost race film from 1942. Brother Martin, Servant of Jesus is a 1942 religious film written by, directed by, and starring Spencer Williams. The film belongs to the race film genre, consisting of an all-black cast and tailored to the African-American interests of the time. It's also noteworthy for containing a version of the famous spiritual song, Nobody Knows the Troubles I've Seen. Now, the premise of the film is that Williams plays an uncle who discusses the life of Martin de Porres with his niece. De Porres was a late 16th century Peruvian who was elevated to sainthood in 1962 by Pope John XXIII. Williams directed a series of religious films in the 1940s, and this one came with this tagline, "The story of a Spanish word for black that loved God." I definitely can't get away with saying that word. Now, very odd for lost films by, directors who directed multiple films. Oddly enough, this is the only film by Williams considered lost. No film archives are known to hold a print, but a trailer is known to survive and has been seen by Judith Weisenfeld, author of Hollywood Be Thy Name, African American Religion in American Film, 1929 to 1949. She does reference it shortly in the book, saying, "The advertising trailer for Brother Martin gives little sense of the film's narrative, instead focusing on introducing the figure of Martin de Porres and the elements of his history that led to his beatification." As of August 16th, 2022, the UCLA Film and Television Archives uploaded this trailer on their official YouTube account, making it available to be watched online. The 3-minute and 53-second trailer reveals more details about the lost film, implying that the film's title references to an Afro-Peruvian Dominican saint named Martin de Porres that lived in the 16th century, and that Williams, who plays Uncle Jed in the film, tells the story and narratives about said Saint Brother Martin. And as of 2024, so right now when this is being made, there are still no known copies of the entire film, and it is still considered lost. I know that lost films get a lot, if anything, they are the most talked about lost media and kind of steal the spotlight from potentially other topics, but I do think there is just something so interesting about lost films in that, nowadays, we've got VHS, we've had VHS, DVD, Laserdisc, streaming, torrents, all that. It seems so hard in this day and age to think that a modern film could ever become lost. And the thing is, it used to happen all the time. There are just movies out there and we can't see them because they don't exist anymore. And that's excessively interesting to me. And since you're watching this channel, it probably is to you too. At number 3, we have BS Fire Emblem Arachnia Saga, partially lost original Satellaview version of Fire Emblem New Mystery of the Emblem, bonus content, 1997. BS Fire Emblem Arachnia Saga, also known as a Japanese title I'm not even going to try to pronounce, or also referenced as BS Fire Emblem by fans, is a 4-episode Soundlink game consisting of original maps that serve as a prequel to Fire Emblem Shadow Dragon and the Blade of Light. Released on the Satellaview add-on for the Super Famicom, it originally aired from September 28, 1997 to October 25, 1997, and saw 2 reruns. The first one occurred 1 month after its initial airing, and another in 1999. It was developed by Intelligent Systems and published by ST.Giga. It is notable for being the earliest game in the franchise to utilize voice acting, predating Fire Emblem Path of Radiance by 8 years. This game never saw any release outside of Japan. The gameplay uses the same engine that Fire Emblem Mystery of the Emblem used, but each episode focuses on characters other than Marth himself, with at least one of them serving as the Lord of the episode they appear in. The Lord of every episode has its own item storage, and as per usual with the mainline games, the Lord's death is an automatic game over, and the map starts over from the beginning. Battle animations are permanently turned off, and most of the dialogue is only spoken through voice acting, which is done through the Satellaview system. Each episode also has a different set of playable characters, with Nina being playable twice. The original broadcast of the episodes included cutscene graphics that show up in the beginning and ending of each. They were drawn by Rika Suzuki, who would later contribute to other Fire Emblem-related media. Unlike other Fire Emblem games whose chapters must be completed through various means like seizing a throne or castle or routing the enemy, the only way to clear an episode is to survive the entire broadcast, as well as collecting points. Defeating the boss of each chapter does not end the broadcast, but the chapter can still spawn more enemies for the rest of it. The player obtains points through fighting enemies, opening chests, and visiting villages. Units in this game are recruited differently depending on how much time passed throughout the broadcast. At least 1 or 2 characters automatically join the player's army. After a broadcast is ended, the player is given a password based on their score that they must send to ST.Giga through a postcard before a set due date. It is unknown as to what purpose these passwords have or if they have any use at all. Now, again, this is lost media, so what is the availability of this? Well, since the discontinuation of the Satellaview at the turn of the millennium, as with all other BS-X games, the game fell into obscurity. However, in 2010, it was remade as bonus content included with Fire Emblem New Mystery of the Emblem under the title New Arachnius Saga. And again, there's a Japanese title that I'm not even going to try. Albeit without the voice acting. The bonus content can be unlocked after completing all the prologue chapters. This is the first time a BS-X game was released in any form other than the Super Famicom. ROM-DOMs consisting of the actual game and maps were preserved and can still be played, albeit through a complicated setup, but because the game was recorded live, the episodes in their original format remain completely lost and would most likely never resurface in ROM form. However, video footage of the original format are known to exist on Nico Nico Doga, and were later uploaded by Kiddo on YouTube in 2013. In addition, all of the cutscene images also survive in better quality and can be found in Serene's Forest's image gallery. So this one, I mean, we still don't have the ability to do anything with the original format, but it sounds like this one has been fairly well documented, ROM'd, and, overall you can still kind of get the experience of it, which I think is really good. But we might not have the original format ROMs. We've kind of got it as close as we possibly can. I know games on the Satellaview are kind of a mixed bag if they can be recovered or not. So I feel like as far as, as good, this is as good as it gets in some cases, and I'm kind of happy with the state of things. Sure, it'd be great if we could find the original formats, but I don't know. I feel like this one, if you want to experience this, you still can, which is nice. Personally, I think Fire Emblem is a game for bigger brains than mine, and I'm gonna probably not. But, if you're a Fire Emblem fan, good for you. This, at least you can still experience this mostly unaltered. Alright, coming in at number 4, we've got Gadgets, partially found show tape recordings of animatronics from the 1980s. Gadgets, also known as Gizmos, was a small restaurant chain located in the United States. The restaurant featured animatronics from the popular multimedia franchise Looney Tunes, known as the Looney Tunes Revue. There was also an animatronic named Sammy Sands located at the lounge. Now, due to high production costs, the Gadgets restaurants were not making enough profit and thusly went out of business. Animatronics during this time period were accompanied with show tapes, which contained programming information and audio such as music and dialogue. There were allegedly 55 show tapes made for the Looney Tunes Revue and at least 6 made for Sammy Sands. Some audio has surfaced of these show tapes, and there's credence to the theory that some are in the hands of private collectors. However, with the vast majority of them being undocumented, it's unsure how many still survive. Now, a little bit of history. So, the first Gadgets location, known as Gizmos, opened in 1981 in Ocean Township, New Jersey. This version of the show did not have any animatronics. However, the location would eventually be renamed to Gadgets in 1982, and another Gadgets location opened in Reading, Pennsylvania, Berkshire Mall. 2 more locations would soon open, one in Niles, Ohio, and another in Towson, Maryland. The Niles, Ohio location opened in December of 1982, and the Towson, Maryland location opened in January of 1983. Westbury, New York would be the first freestanding Gadgets location, as the other 3 stores were located in malls across America. Following this, 5 more locations would open in Springfield, Ohio, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, Rochester, New York, Aurora, Colorado, and Houston, Texas. There was also a traveling show for carnivals, with the animatronics located inside of a trailer. There were plans for as many as 150 Gadgets restaurants to be launched around the country, but this idea was short-lived. Financial problems started to show up as early as July of 1984. During this time, a new concept was launched titled Gadgets Cafe. These restaurants were much smaller and did not have the Looney Tunes Revue. This was done to save on the cost of maintaining animatronics and because of target demographic issues. Many of the patrons who went to Gadgets were not families with small children, but instead young adults wishing to enjoy the lounge. Needless to say, they were not the target audience for the Looney Tunes Revue. Sammy Sands was the only animatronic that was kept at the Gadgets Cafe. The remaining Gadgets locations did not remain open for long, and by the early 1990s they were all defunct. In regards to stage layouts, the Reading, PA location would feature a prototype version of the Looney Tunes Revue. Included with this prototype version was Bugs Bunny, Porky Pig, Daffy Duck, Exploded Daffy, and a separate stage for other characters. This separate stage functioned as a turntable, with one side featuring Yosemite Sam, and some speculating the other side contained Sylvester the Cat. Daffy Duck was also on a turntable. When a dynamite prop fell during one of the shows, strobe light effects and a smoke machine would go off. Bomb shelter doors would cover the Daffy animatronic, and once the display was finished, the Exploded Daffy animatronic would be revealed. The location also featured a Sammy Sands animatronic. Now, the Niles, Ohio and Towson, Maryland locations had by far the most complex Gadgets animatronic stage show. There were 12 animatronic characters in total. These included the characters of Bugs, Daffy, Exploded Daffy, Porky Pig, Pepe Le Pew, Speedy Gonzales. There were actually 2 Speedy Gonzales animatronics, one on the ceiling and one on the ground, Foghorn Leghorn, Henry Hawk, Tasmanian Devil, Yosemite Sam, Sylvester and Sylvester Jr., and Tweety Bird. At the time of this video, 2 photos of Foghorn Leghorn and 1 low-quality photo of Tasmanian Devil have surfaced online. These 2 were only featured in the Niles and Towson locations, and are considered even rarer than the other animatronics in the Looney Tunes Revue. According to sources, Foghorn Leghorn played the drums, and Tasmanian Devil played the upright bass. This version, as well as all other versions that would be introduced afterwards, introduced a revolving center stage backdrop and a tarp backdrop that would lower occasionally. As previously mentioned, all of the Looney Tunes Revue shows after this would remove Foghorn Leghorn and Tasmanian Devil, leaving the roster at 10. The animatronics themselves were built by Advanced Animations in Danbury, Connecticut, and who later were bought out by Warner Brothers and renamed to Warner Technologies. Sammy Sands had at least 6 different show tapes, each running at about 12 minutes long. As a lounge singer, he would entertain the audience by singing different songs and joking about different topics. Sources claim that over 55 show tapes were made for the Looney Tunes Revue. In an interview with Mel Blanc, he states that every restaurant will have 50 different entertainment programs, so there won't be a lot of repetition. Bugs and Porky and Sylvester and the rest are involved in little storylines, sketches, and song fests. We're doing special programs for all the holidays, Christmas, 4th of July, Mother's Day, and all the rest as special attractions at the restaurants, and considering how many of these characters Mel Blanc voiced, he would know. Now, as to the availability, although many of the Looney Tunes Revue animatronics were allegedly destroyed, the only show that has been found is the portable show, where the animatronics have been sold off to private collectors. One of the Looney Tunes Revue show tapes has surfaced online, albeit only partially found. Part of the Salute to Movies show tapes has partially surfaced with a short clip of Porky singing Burn Free, coming from a news report on the restaurant. Another show tape titled The Fabulous 50s Show only has the last segment online, and as of the time of this video, none of the show tapes for Sammy Sands have surfaced. Now, a digital recording of the first 3 show tapes in a lossy but direct capture can be found on archive.org. There is a link on the Lost Media Wiki article, and they were uploaded by Pasnotruk on YouTube and Instagram. This one I find very interesting. Until I was researching this video, I'd never heard of Gadget's Restaurant. I'd never heard of the Looney Tunes Revue, despite there apparently being some somewhat near me, when I was growing up in Ohio in the 90s. But however, I never got as far as Niles or Springfield at that age, and it sounds like I would have been quite young. I would have been about 6 years old when these started to close. It sounds like it was a very ambitious project, possibly too ambitious for the time, and while I certainly was a fan of Looney Tunes at the time, I definitely think the 80s and 90s is when their popularity started to plummet a little bit due to the popularity of Disney, and that's how we got such great things as like Space Jam, where they were trying to reinvigorate the Looney Tunes franchise, and to an extent it did work with the original Space Jam, but I feel like the Looney Tunes weren't a big enough draw for families to go to what was in all likelihood an expensive restaurant to eat at, especially if they were having financial issues and had high overhead because of these animatronics. But I always loved animatronic shows as a kid. I loved Chuck E. Cheese, I loved the Country Bear Jamboree at Disney. Definitely wish I could have gone to one of these back in the day, but unfortunately did not happen, and from the sounds of it, never will. But there is, I would love to see full tapes and be able to listen to these shows. I mean, they even had Mel Blanc, which is awesome. Alright guys, coming in for our spicy piece today, we actually have a found piece of Lost Media, which I don't normally cover, but this was brought to my attention by a viewer of the channel who has their own YouTube channel called Random Furby's Lost Wave Basement, or Lost Wave Basement is the channel title. The user is Random Furby's Lost Wave Basement, and they found an obscure, unknown CD from 2004 called Stick Your Finger in My Asshole by the Beaver Chucky Band. While very little is known about this album, it seems to kind of be one from a small band in the Daytona, Florida area, and up until the Random Furby uploaded the entire album onto YouTube, it was pretty much unknown. In a post made to r/Lostwave by Random Furby, they stated, "So today I decided to look through my parents' CDs in hopes of finding some of the bands that I enjoy listening to myself, Scorpions, Bon Jovi, Prince, etc. I came across multiple CDs of bands that I couldn't find much about online, but I decided to look into and post about this one first, since it caught my attention the most out of all of them due to its strange/vulgar title and track list. The only thing I could find about it was a single YouTube video that was uploaded 12 years ago of the 8th track titled Uncle Jim's Simple Legendary Rules. One of the 3 comments on the video asked the uploader if they have any more songs from the album, since their copy that they had gotten from a man in Daytona named John, who, judging by another comment, is the guitarist, does not work anymore. I can only assume that my dad got this in Daytona as well, since I know he used to take trips there to watch the Daytona 500. The next time I see him, I will ask him if he remembers anything about this CD. The back of the CD and disc itself has a web address, but it does not work anymore, and the Wayback Machine did not really help. The back also says Rock Monster Records, which has nothing online, but it says that all of the recording was done at Appleton Studios by someone named Bill Bruce. The cover art has many low-quality pictures of people and a thank you note that reads, Beaver Chucky would like to thank everybody who made this whole thing possible. Double B Chucky, Curly Chucky, and Boss Lady Chucky. Also thanks to all of those who were in the inspiration behind the songs. You know who you are. Sister Diane, Neighbor Jimmy, Uncle Jim, Billy, Fishin' Jim, The Nameless Chick in Florida, Principal Chucky, Seth Fifth O. Kessler, Kuda, Andy Red Bra Moore, and all of the other folks who have gotten drunk and been there when the magic moments happened, especially to the fabulous and understanding Mrs. Chucky. Most could not handle putting up with the Beaver the way you do. The Beav would also like to thank his full-time friend and Supet network that's always there to tell him when the new song sucks. And when they're good, Moron Chucky, Buck Chucky, Nun Chucky, Bad Joke Chucky, and Big Bad Bishop Chucky. One of the biggest thanks goes to the Beaver's spiritual guru and advisor, Tyler Heyman Coe. Without you, your proper guidance and direction, I'd just be another beaver on the street somewhere. Thanks, Beaver Chucky. I will try and see if I can post the rest of the songs here if I can figure out how to rip a CD. Sorry if this is a long post. This is my first time posting on a Lost Wave / Lost Media subreddit. I have been obsessed with Lost Media and Lost Wave for years now, and have never been in a search before since I never know where to start. I'm so excited to have found some lost music, even if it's something that I would never had much interest in listening to myself, since the comments on the YouTube video show that there's at least 3 people out there who want to hear this album. And indeed, Random Furby did. I'm actually going to leave a link to their channel in the description of this video, so if you would like to listen to the album Stick Your Finger in My Asshole by Beaver Chucky, you know what, you can. And I think I wanted to include this one, even though it is found, because again, there is so much media out there that we don't even know is lost. There was definitely a time in the early 2000s where people trying to make it as musicians could make their own CD. They could record it. You could get a recording studio. You could record it where you could set up one. You could record an album. You could, perform in areas like, say, Daytona. You could even, as a busker, you could be performing, and you could, sell people your CD if they liked it. My parents were on a trip to France once, and apparently in a small town, there was a man calling himself Sasso who was playing the flute and selling recordings of the flute thing. And it's a beautiful CD, clearly self-published, self-made, and my parents bought one, and I should probably borrow that and do the same and upload it. It's probably lost media, I don't know, I've never looked, but when you think about all the people who did this, all these people, and sometimes you got some really crazy ideas, like in the case here, Beaver Chucky. Let's go over the track list real quick of this CD. Again, all of which can be listened to on Random Furby's page. But the track list is as followed: That Damned STD, Stick Your Finger in My Asshole, Sister Diane, She's Comfortable with Her Lesbianism, Too Drunk to Drive, Whiskey Dick, Whackin' Off the Dog, TP Blues, Uncle Jim's Simple Legendary Rules, Gone with the Wind, and We're All Gonna Die. cards on the table, I have yet to go over and listen to Beaver Chucky, but I'm sure it's going to be a trip. And I think this kind of thing is really cool because, again, more or less, to anyone who remembered Beaver Chucky, until this person, until Random Furby here uploaded these songs, if you had been to Daytona and you had probably heard Beaver Chucky performing in a bar or something, and if you hadn't bought the CD, you probably were just shit out of luck if you wanted to listen to some Beaver Chucky. But thanks to people doing stuff like this, media is being preserved, and things that we didn't even know were missing are being, are making sure they see the light of day, and that anybody who wants to listen or watch or what have you, who wants to consume this media, now has the opportunity to do so, which is important. Archive your shit, people. In the words from Luis from Ant-Man, back it up. Back it up. Though I think he meant something different in the context. At number 1, we have Disney Circle 7 Animation partially lost production material of canceled Pixar sequel films from 2004 to 2006. So in January of 2004, Pixar announced they would not be renewing their agreement with Disney due to rising tensions between the two companies. While Pixar left to find different distributors, Disney bought the rights to the Pixar characters and created Circle 7 Animation. The company was formed to make direct-to-video sequels of Pixar movies. Circle 7 Animation had a total of 3 films in production. However, they didn't get very far in production with these projects, as Michael Eisner, then CEO of Disney, was kicked out, and Pixar was bought by Disney for approximately $7.4 billion US. Thus, Circle 7 Animation was shut down on May 26th of 2006. When the studio closed, Circle 7 Animation had 168 employees. So what were they working on in that 2-year period? Well, Toy Story 3, not to be confused with Pixar's 2010 sequel of the same name, Circle 7's Toy Story 3 would have focused on a malfunctioning Buzz Lightyear who is shipped off back to the original Buzz Lightyear factory in Taipei, Taiwan, but as it turns out, the Buzz Lightyear brand has been recalled, so Woody and the gang shipped themselves to Taiwan to rescue Buzz. An earlier draft written by Bill and Sherry Steinkellner of Disney's Teacher's Pet fame involved Andy visiting his grandmother's house, with Woody and the gang ending up getting involved in a murder mystery. Both of those sound awful. Another project they were working on was Monsters, Inc. Lost in Scaradise. Monsters, Inc. Lost in Scaradise would have focused on Mike and Sully wanting to celebrate Boo's birthday. However, Boo has moved, which results in Mike and Sully getting trapped in the human world. So Mike and Sully go on a mission in the human world to search for Boo and find a way home in time for Mike and Celia's wedding. Years later, Pixar started production on a prequel film to Monsters, Inc. entitled Monsters University. Although it's theorized and rumored that Monsters, Inc. Lost in Scaradise was reworked into Monsters University, this was not the case. Yeah, those two films don't sound anything alike, though I'll be honest, Lost in Scaradise does sound better than their original pitch for Toy Story 3. And finally, they were working on Finding Nemo 2, which is not to be confused with Pixar's 2016 sequel film, Finding Dory. Finding Nemo 2, which was codenamed Nemo 2, would have focused on Nemo reuniting with his long-lost twin brother, Remy. Meanwhile, Marlin, Nemo and Remy's father, get captured and sent to the aquarium Planet Blue, so Nemo, Dory, and Remy have to go rescue him. Unlike Circle 7's other planned film, no concept art for Finding Nemo 2 has surfaced as of now. Also, I really don't like the plot of this because Nemo having a twin brother, like another fish survived the attack in the beginning of Finding Nemo, another egg survived. There's no way Marlin would have let that out of his sight. So it's kind of a weird. I don't like it. Circle 7, I'm glad you're gone. But so what is available of these projects? Well, very little footage of these projects was ever released, most likely because Circle 7 Animation was shut down before they could produce any more video material. The only images that have surfaced of these projects are multiple pieces of concept art. It is unknown if Disney still has the scripts, as Pixar has stated they will never look at them. And rightly so. These stories sound terrible. Currently, Monsters, Inc. Lost in Scaradise is the only Circle 7 film not to have its script, though, become publicly available, so at least for the most part, they are around, and you can see how terrible they are. But yes, so at this time we have scripts of a few of the projects and concept arts of others, but we don't know if there's some scripts still missing, there's concept art still missing, and we don't exactly know how much is out there that we haven't seen. So this one is partially lost, but, I don't really think it's good riddance as far as I'm concerned, I guess. I know the market for direct-to-DVD sequels is huge, but I've always kind of felt like it should start off the ideas like, hey, we should make something that we want as a theatrical film, and then maybe it doesn't go that way and you just end up releasing it on, DVD, video, streaming, whatever. But the idea of setting out to make a series of direct-to-DVD sequels just seems cheap, and, what got Disney into trouble near the end of the 90s and into the 2000s, so, miss me with that. At number 2, we have Assassin's Creed Lost Legacy, which is a lost build of a cancelled Nintendo 3DS action-adventure stealth game from 2010. Now, for anyone who doesn't know what Assassin's Creed is, it is a series of, historical revisionism games about a secret society of assassins fighting for the greater good of humanity. There's a lot of pretty okay games and one really, really good pirate game. It's Black Flag or nothing for me. But Assassin's Creed Lost Legacy was a Nintendo 3DS game developed by Ubisoft. It was announced at the 2010 E3 convention alongside Assassin's Creed Brotherhood, but little has been heard about it since then. The plot was about series protagonist Ezio Auditore, who after the events of Brotherhood travels to the village of Mesaf to learn more about another protagonist, Altair, who was the central character from the original Assassin's Creed. Many fans were quick to point out that this plot is strikingly similar to that of Assassin's Creed Revelations, the follow-up to Brotherhood, because Ubisoft wanted one more main series entry with Ezio and opted to develop Lost Legacy into Revelations. In an interview with Revelations writer Darby McDevitt, they confirmed the cancellation, and he was quoted as saying, "You may have heard of the game Lost Legacy for the 3DS. It was announced, but that kind of morphed into this idea. The story that was announced about Lost Legacy was that Ezio goes to Mesaf and investigates the Holy Land." So the game was internally cancelled in September of 2010, but wasn't confirmed to the public until July of 2011. No screenshots or videos were ever released, save for the logo featured here in this video. Now, because technically it did come out, albeit as a different game, any work on Lost Legacy has probably since been deleted. This is another one that I know it's weird for a Lost Media video creator to say that this one, doesn't need to be found, but I mean, it's kind of, in my opinion, like, what's the point? Ubisoft and their Assassin's Creed games, and many of their other games even, are known for their big, open, explorable worlds, and it's just not as easy to do that on the level to which we expect in a 3DS game. It does seem like the wrong format for an Assassin's Creed game, and as such, it was kind of foolish of them to think that was the best route to go with it. When I think the best kind of games to be on a handheld, I'm thinking, top-down adventure games, JRPGs, things like that. I'm not thinking big open world exploration in a 3D platform. Again, look at what we're doing on consoles versus the Switch, which is still technically a console, and a mobile. It's just, I don't think the 3DS would have ever been the right platform for an Assassin's Creed game. I think it would have ended up in the bargain bin at Walmart. It'd be nice to see some gameplay footage and what they were trying to do with it, but I don't necessarily want to find and play this myself. At number 3, we have Fizzy's Lunch Lab, partially found Flash games based on PBS Kids web series from 2009 to 2021. So Fizzy's Lunch Lab was a web-exclusive PBS Kids series that lasted from 2009 all the way to 2021, and the show was fairly well received, even garnering several Daytime Emmy nominations. Like many of its other successful counterparts, it received a number of web games, most of which used Flash. And despite the positive reception, the show fell into obscurity, and even though the official website switched from Flash to HTML5 in 2015, the website ended up being taken down in 2021 for unknown reasons. While all of the episodes are accessible online via various websites, the show's official website had an unusual GUI that made it so that nearly all of the web games made for the series were unable to run off-site, making any chance of archiving them near impossible. And as a result, most of the Flash games on the website are now lost. Based on the list from the Lost Media Wiki, there were 17. According to the article in the Lost Media Wiki, there were 17 games originally on the website, 4 of which have been found, 2 are partially found, and then the other 11 are still completely lost. This one is very interesting to me because one, it is part of the multitude of Flash games that are lost currently, which there are a lot of them. We've mentioned several on the channel, but this one seems that it was lost for different reasons. They did convert the website, but the website was set up in a way that a lot of these games could not be archived, and as such it almost seems like they didn't want them to be. Like they actually took steps to make it so that people could not download and archive these games, which I don't think there was anything sinister in that. It possibly was just the format they were using. Maybe it was unintentional, or maybe they just didn't want game piracy. But either way, they have now joined the multitude of lost Flash game content, and a subject that I find absolutely fascinating. In fact, I should probably do a video in the future of just related to Flash games. I probably will do that, probably. Let me know in the comments if you'd like that. At number 4, we have Climax: The Long Goodbye, the lost premiere episode of an anthology series from 1954. Now, with a name like Climax: The Long Goodbye, you'd probably expect to find this in the spicy piece, but it is more innocent than it sounds. So Climax, later known as Climax Mystery Theater, was an anthology series that ran on the American network CBS between 1954 and 1958. Each episode showcased a different story, most of which were adapted from other media and were usually performed live. While many episodes are considered lost, the series premiere is especially sought after as it contains one of the most memorable production errors in TV history. So this incident is known as the Walking Corpse Incident, and on October 7th of 1954, Climax premiered with a live adaptation of Raymond Chandler's 1953 novel, The Long Goodbye. In the course of the episode, actor Tristan Coffin's character was murdered, and he was next seen as a body lying under a sheet as investigators examined the crime scene. All was proceeding normally when, according to contemporary accounts, Coffin, the murder victim, suddenly sat up, discarded the sheet, and calmly headed off the set. Different accounts describe the erstwhile corpse as either crawling or strolling away. Adding to the surreal vibe, the actors playing the investigators continued their examination, even discussing the removal of the now absent body, seemingly entirely oblivious to the bizarre turn of events. The adaptation continued on without further diversions, and the character's murder was solved, leaving viewers utterly confused. Now, what was the aftermath of this gaffe? Well, since Climax billed itself as a top-tier highbrow program, its debut had garnered considerable critical attention. Write-ups of the incident, including confirmation from the embarrassed CBS executives that Coffin had believed himself to be out of frame at the time, appeared in multiple newspapers. The gaffe would pass into television history, albeit sometimes attached to the wrong show or episode. These days, it is most often claimed that the incident involved Peter Lorre as Le Chiffre in Casino Royale, a special live dramatization of the James Bond novel that aired around the same time. This is probably due to it being conflated with the third episode of Climax, which adapted the same Bond story. So, the actual episode containing the incident has not resurfaced since its first airing, and it is unknown if a copy is still in existence. It is highly unlikely given that early live TV was not often recorded, and even if it had been, in this case, a gaffe of this magnitude would not have been thought to be worth saving. And as of this episode, the only episode of Climax to ever get an official release on home media is Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, which appeared in a classic sci-fi TV compilation. Several episodes from other seasons have also shown up online, but the majority of the episodes, as well as the initial one, remain lost. I do think this one is funny that, back in the day, not only was stuff like this not recorded for posterity, but if this kind of mistake was made, they would have thought, well, this is bull, this is garbage, this isn't worth keeping. When in reality, in modern sensibilities, something like that would definitely be worth saving for posterity. It would show up on clip reels and all that stuff. I mean, it would become meme fodder. But that's just was not the case back then. So unfortunately, this, while being a legendary moment in TV history, is lost and likely will remain so. Alright guys, today's spicy piece is All the Way Live / In the Field with EDP445, partially found Golf Media web series from 2015. Just a trigger warning, this article has been flagged as NSFW and NSFL due to its mentions of attempted inappropriate touchy-feely time with a minor, as well as the content of the host in most media being, smexually proactive. So, All the Way Live with EDP445 and In the Field with EDP445 were web series starring Bryant Turhan Emerson Moreland, better known as EDP445. The Way Live with EDP445 was a parody of sports analysis programs focusing on the Philadelphia Eagles, while In the Field with EDP445 would follow EDP445, let's see how many more times I can say that, going to various locations, comedically interacting with the locals in the area. The only surviving content of both shows exists in the form of a screenshot, a re-uploaded segment, presumably by EDP445, from the show In the Field with EDP445, documenting EDP445 at a Dallas Cowboys training camp, and a tweet advertising the show's availability by the app's creator, Tyler, the Creator. So, background. EDP445 was a popular American YouTuber known for his loud, abrasive, and sexually explicit rants. He amassed a following of over 2 million subscribers before his account termination. EDP445 would often make videos in his bedroom about sports, relationships, his struggles with losing weight, and general rants on things that had nerved him during day-to-day life. EDP445 would be featured on multiple media outlets prior to Golf Media, such as the Comedy Central series Tosh.0 and ESPN's Sports Nation. It isn't definitive how exactly EDP445 met Tyler, the Creator, but from images with the two, it can be assumed they were on friendly terms at one point. On May 7th of 2015, Tyler, the Creator, would publish a tweet exclaiming that All the Way with EDP445 was now available on the app. The tweet would be the only remaining acknowledgement of the show, as the app would be shut down later in 2018. Throughout 2020, EDP445 would be accused multiple times of sending explicit photos to different underage girls ranging from 15 to 17. He's also allegedly had threatened them, warning them not to share the messages online for fear of physical retaliation. This would all culminate in April of 2021 when EDP445 would get caught in an undercover expose by a group called Predator Poachers and a YouTuber called CC Unit. In it, he would be exposed for attempting to meet with a 13-year-old girl he had sent nude photos and spoke sexually to. The backlash from this expose would cause YouTube to terminate his channel, thus deleting any additional content from the Golf Media programs he may have posted. To date, aside from the Dallas Cowboys segment, no other footage from either show has been released. It is unknown how popular the show was among Golf Media users, and whether anyone else had archived any of the episodes in full. Given the closure of the platform, as well as the controversy surrounding EDP445, it's doubtful the episodes will be uploaded by anyone directly involved with the project. With that in mind, the hope is that an archive of all the episodes or Golf Media content exists so that episodes may be recovered. And while that is the wish of lost media hunters, I suppose, me personally, I hope this stuff never gets found. I think that this guy was a piece of crap, and I don't think he deserves to remain in posterity. I've mentioned before on the channel about the ability to separate an artist from their art. Can you still enjoy the content when the artist who created it is a bad person? And while this sometimes can be the case, I mean, I loved the soundtrack from Beyond the Sea, but I've been unable unable to enjoy it ever since Kevin Spacey was revealed to be a total creep. No shade, if you're able to do what I can't, you can separate the two entities, but I think that once stuff like that comes out, you deserve to fade into obscurity and be forgotten by the public for anything that you used to do, and if you're known in any way, shape, or form, it should be as the monster that you are. Oddly enough, this episode has a lot of lost media that I either don't care if it's found or think it's just better off not being in the public consciousness. But that's weird. I didn't plan that. But, we don't even know necessarily how popular this guy was. So I think 2 million subscribers, that's pretty good. I wish I had that. Like, comment, subscribe. But, I think he had his time and he fucked up and he should stay gone. And so should his media. Though I do suppose even the bad content deserves to be archived for historical purposes. So, there is that. I suppose I shouldn't say it should never be found, but I just don't think that people should want to view it once it is. Keep it in an archive somewhere. It's there if you want it, but more or less you probably shouldn't give this guy more attention. And please don't point out the hypocrisy that I'm giving him attention here. Rules for thee, not for me. I hate that concept, and I hate that I'm using it. But you know what, guys? Find it if you want. I've told you about it. I personally won't be watching it if it's found. At number 1 today, we have Telewizja Solidarność, lost footage of Polish television hijack from 1985. The Telewizja Solidarność was a television sabotage that occurred on September 14, 1985 in Torun, Poland. The television hijack was committed by a group of astronomers from the University of Torun, together with the underground independent self-governing trade union Solidarność, which is Polish for solidarity. So, as the details of this event, in 1985, a group of astronomers headed by Jan Hannes, I know I said that wrong, from the University of Torun, constructed the complex device to interrupt the television broadcast. With a ZX Spectrum computer, Sanyo monitor, TV set, cables, and antenna. The TV set was used to extract the sync pulses from the TVP video signal so that the ZX Spectrum could be gen-locked to it. After each horizontal sync pulse, one line would be sent to the transmitter. Before starting, they transmitted to TVP some simple shapes. After that, during the broadcast of the Polish news, Dzynek, they transmitted the message Dosk Podjewek syn Klampskut I reprezenci Solidarność Torun. Sorry, any Polish people listening, but for my English audience, that translates to enough price increases, lies, and repressions, Solidarity Torun, with the Solidarity logo. After they repeated it during the episode of the Polish soap opera 07 Zoglosi, but another message that was written as Bojkot wyrban naszym obywatelskim Solidarność Torun, again, so sorry, it is our duty to boycott the election, Solidarity Torun. The effectiveness depended a lot on the alignment with the two transmitters. If the two signals weren't aligned properly, then the message would appear off-center to various degrees depending on the timing, possibly even interfering with the synchronization signals. It was reported that the brightness of the image would also constantly go up and down, likely due to the frequency being slightly off. The broadcast interruption was carried out from Jan's house, so he and 3 organizers were arrested in September of 1985. They were sentenced in January of 1986 to 1 year imprisonment, suspended for 3 years. At the moment, there is only a rough reconstruction of this television hijack that was made on March 7th of 2007 by user 4Quadra. So yeah, again, let me apologize for my hideous pronunciation of the Polish language, but I think this one's pretty interesting. Unlike, say, the more famous television hijacking of Max Headroom, or even the Playboy Channel one that we mentioned earlier in an earlier episode of this series, no one really knows what the Max Headroom one was all about. The Playboy Channel one was to put out a religious message. This one was, a kind of a economic protest, and I don't think I've done any lost media from Poland before this one. Poland, I don't know much about it. This one is certainly obscure. I'd never heard about it on any other channel that I've watched for lost media, so I just think it's fun to give stuff like this a little bit of, publicity. So, there it is. Alright, coming in at number 2, we have GSN.com, partially found web games from Sony cable website, late 1990s to 2000s. Game Show Network, also known as GSN, is an American cable channel dedicated to its namesake that was launched by Sony Pictures Entertainment on December 1st of 1994. The game shows that were reran on the channel comprised of reruns from the libraries Sony acquired the rights to, that outside of their own library of game shows including Mark Goodson Productions, NBC Universal, and Buena Vista Television. Outside of reruns, the channel also had a variety of original programming centered around game shows like Club AM, Super Decades, Faux Pas, Prime Games, and Trivia Track. Around 1999, Sony launched a website for the channel and began showcasing online games based on the shows that were airing on the channel at the time. These games could be played to win cash prizes. The website would be last updated sometime around 2012 when Sony launched a new website for the channel, and the previous website would be abandoned by Sony and now has links to the current website. Throughout the years, the games hosted on the website would come and go, and most, if not all, of the games are lost. Very few games have resurfaced, and as of the making of this video, only 4 of them are found and playable. Of the 57 games listed on the Lost Media Wiki, Lingo Single Player is available to play at ArcadeThunder.com, though the multiplayer remains lost. The 2003 version of Wheel of Fortune is playable as the game received a physical commercial release. Inquisition is also playable as the game received a promo CD that resurfaced back in 2023, and Hollywood Showdown was also made playable due to the rediscovery of a promotional CD also in 2023. The rest remain lost. Again, I find lost internet games to be very interesting because, we were always told everything that gets put on the internet is there forever, and in the case of quite a few online games, that just was proven not to be true, so I'm always interested in that topic. At number 3, we have the episode of AMC Movie Talk from May 21st of 2015, which is a lost episode of the online talk show. So AMC Movie Talk, later known as Collider Movie Talk, is an internet talk show that aired between 2012 and 2020. Created for AMC Theater's movie news division, the show aired a half-hour episode every week on YouTube. While all episodes of both iterations of the show remain documented online, one 2015 episode was removed shortly after airing and has never resurfaced online. Now, what do we know about the episode? Where nearly always the AMC Movie Talk episodes air live and are posted on YouTube soon after. On May 21st of 2015 on AMC Movie Talk, an episode aired live that was removed from YouTube soon after for unknown reasons. Many comments on the following day's Movie Talk video claim the episode was removed because John Campea and the rest of the cast aired a video of Australian TV personality Maude Garrett being pranked by a Chucky doll, which led to the whole panel ridiculing Garrett in a cruel way. However, these claims are unconfirmed. The Chucky video itself is still available to be viewed on YouTube via Maude Garrett's channel. It is still unknown why the episode was removed, however the episode has not resurfaced since. Due to the show no longer airing and no longer belonging to AMC, the likelihood of the episode resurfacing is unlikely. Again, hardly anything about Lost Media is more interesting than a piece that was lost for unknown reasons. It adds an air of mystery to it. And, definitely, I sincerely doubt, unless this one does somehow get an official reposting, I sincerely doubt anybody bothered to record it live, as again, the videos were made available on YouTube the next day, so why would you think to record the live one? Again, so much media has become lost because we thought that things on the internet would be around forever, and again, that's just not true. And while I'm sure the reason this one has become lost is more innocent than we speculate, the fact that we don't know will cause people's minds to wander, and that's one of the great parts about Lost Media. At number 4, we have My Bedbugs, Partially Lost Children's TV Program, 2004 to 2005. My Bedbugs was a children's TV program that ran from March 1st of 2004 to March 11 of 2005 on many PBS stations. This television program featured the characters Gooby, Toofy, and Woozy, and it was created by husband and wife Alex Green and Carol Sweeney in 2004. The series became rare when the program was under new ownership. Also, the series was the inspiration for the infamous 2012 box office flop, The Oogie Loves in the Big Balloon Adventure, which I do not know what that is. Sometime in late September of 2021, it was discovered that KQDK and KWSH has been airing the show in recent years. After January 1st of 2022, it was taken off the schedule and replaced by Kids Beach Club. The discovery of this re-airing took the lost status from basically almost completely lost to about half of it has been recovered, either in the form of found or partially found episodes, though there are still several lost episodes or episodes that we do not have the full version of, leading to this still having the partially lost status. So I would have been nearing the end of high school when this aired, so I was completely unaware of this show, but I know from experience, sometimes you just need that nostalgia hit, and you want to see a show from your childhood, and if you can't, well, that's very disappointing, and I think that is something why people can be so fervent in finding episodes of Lost Children shows. Alright guys, today's spicy piece is The Boys at the Bar, partially found unfinished comedy film 2012 to 2013. The Boys at the Bar was an unfinished independent comedy film produced by Project 23, an educational program supervised by filmmaker Richard Dutcher. Despite being filmed in a relatively short time frame and having a successful Kickstarter campaign, delays in post-production prevented the film from getting released. The plot of the film centers on a wild birthday party at a St. Louis pub named Papa Lamb's, where a group of friends mess around and tell raunchy jokes. The genesis of this project came near the end of 2011 when Richard Dutcher hosted a producer's masterclass for aspiring talent. During the year-long class, they would learn how to take a movie from conception to distribution with the goal of getting one made by the end. 23 people applied, and the program assumed the name Project 23 to reflect this. Beginning on February 26 of 2012, classes were held weekly at a Salt Lake City office space. Dutcher had an idea to do a comedy that would take place in one location and would not involve conflict, inspired by a night he had at a bar where he and his friends told jokes. The group agreed to the project due to being relatively inexpensive, and they raised $150,000 to get it produced. The team was able to obtain notable talent, including seasoned DP Bill Butler, who had previously shot Dutcher's Evil Angel, and the late prolific actor Bo Hopkins, Playboy playmate Scarlett Keegan, Mia Tate of Oh Brother Where Art Thou fame, comedian Brian Gallivan, and animal actor Crystal the Monkey. Sponsorships were put in place with Guinness, Toronto, Andrew Charles, and more. Professional Utah crew members were also enlisted to help out. The film was shot at the Wise Guys Comedy Club in SLC over a period of a single week, May 19th to 25th of 2012. A Facebook page was soon created to showcase various photos from the shoot as well as to provide updates. On February 23rd of 2013, a trailer for the edited film was shown at Dutcher's Oscar Bash party at the same filming location. Also of note is that the film was submitted to Sundance, but it got rejected. There were setbacks though. A Kickstarter campaign for The Boys at the Bar was launched on March 30th of 2013 to raise funds for color correction, sound mixing, music, and visual effects. Later in the campaign, its projected goal of $30,000 was falling short, and Dutcher decided to go on a hunger strike on April 28 to raise more awareness of the project. He recorded daily recounts of his fast in a series of YouTube vlogs. Due to health problems, Dutcher called off the strike on May 14th. Near the end of the campaign, a single pledge of $10,000 came through that brought the total amount over the goal, although the backer's identity remains suspect. Unfortunately, the entire campaign was suspended due to a copyright infringement claim regarding footage related to behind-the-scenes material in the pitch video. Dutcher stated that the complaint was filed by a student who was dismissed during the production, and apparently had a personal vendetta against him. The dispute was resolved with the pitch video being taken down, thus the campaign closed on May 21st, 2013, with 297 backers raising $31,580 for the film. The estimated date of the release, according to the rewards, was for July. Unfortunately, by that month, an update was posted on Kickstarter informing backers of a delay. Almost 2 years later, on March 15th of 2015, Dutcher posted another update stating the pitfall holding the film back had been overcome and that he would post a follow-up on the 20th after a meeting with the producers. That never happened, and this was the last update for Kickstarter backers. Now, on January 8th of 2016, the Facebook page posted an announcement that finishing funds for the film had been secured and that the film would premiere on April 29th. This did not occur, as post indicated that the date was pushed back. This was the last public update for the film. Dutcher acknowledged the delay in a couple of separate classes he held, stating that it was due to finalizing the color correction. In 2018, he posted on Facebook that he had a complete print, although a later post walked back on it a little, stating that it was almost finished. Regardless, no release plans were announced, and nothing regarding the film has been mentioned since. When asked about it, one of the producers had this to say: "The current status of Boys at the Bar is not finished yet, and no one is actively working on it that I know of. We ran out of money several times during post-production, and it all faded off several years ago. I'll be surprised if it ever gets done." As to what is available, the Kickstarter pitch video is no longer accessible on the site, but it was recovered and uploaded to the Internet Archive. While the film's trailer was privatized on YouTube, it was up long enough for it to be uploaded to Dailymotion and can be found there. All of Dutcher's vlogs for his hunger strike have since been removed from YouTube and are currently lost. One of the producers created a SoundCloud playlist consisting of music that supposedly would be used for the film. I mean, ultimately, this project sounds like it had some, legs to begin with. A thing where people are telling, rude, crude sexual jokes at a bar, all shot in the same location, no conflict. It sounds like a pretty interesting concept, especially as it was part of a group who were taking a master class. But at the end of the day, it sounds like those who can't do teach, and Richard Dutcher attempted to do when he should have just taught. And ultimately, I hope the people who took the master class, as well as the Kickstarter backers, got their money back, as this definitely they never gave them a finished project. So ultimately, I hope that Dutcher was forced to give all the money back, even though it sounds like he didn't have any money to give back. But it's just kind of disappointing, especially with all the people who put their time and energy into this. And, it sounds like the main problem was Dutcher himself. So, I'm surprised anyone would pay for future classes from him, because it sounds like he's still at it. But I'd like to see this one day, even if it's not color corrected. Our first piece today is The Adventures of Hyperman, partially found animated series circa 1995 to 1996. Just a little forward before we get started with this one, I actually found out about this piece yesterday while watching a video about cartoon shows that only had one season that came out in 1996, and they happened to mention during the segment about The Adventures of Hyperman that the majority of it is considered lost media. So just so you know, you can find obscure lost media anywhere, and I had not heard of this before, and that makes it obscure, and that's why we're mentioning it here. So, The Adventures of Hyperman was an American animated TV series which aired on CBS between 1995 and 1996, created by Kevin O'Donnell and Ken Carr. It premiered on September 16th of 1995 and ran for one season consisting of 13 episodes, airing on Saturdays at 8 a.m. Eastern. Each of these 13 episodes in turn consisted of two segments, save for Ocean's 11, which ran for the entire episode's runtime. So I guess it technically didn't come out in 1996. Oh well, that guy needed to fact check his stuff. The series was based on a 1995 IBM computer CD-ROM game of the same name. It centered around an alien superhero named Hyperman, voiced by Steve McCall, and his dog, Stud Puppy, voiced by Max Casella, who were sent to Earth to protect it, teaming up with genius Earthling Emma C. Squared, voiced by Tamara Mowry, who helps them learn about the planet. They battle villains that want to take over the planet, most notably the evil Entrobe, voiced by Frank Welker, and his minion, Kid Chaos, voiced by Maurice LaMarche. Each segment of the show also featured a brief educational moment where the story would momentarily stop and Dr. Squared would present the audience with some scientific facts relevant to the plot. There are minor style differences between the CD-ROM and animated series. Emma has a nerdier look in the CD-ROM, for example. Now, most of the 25 segments of the 13 episodes are considered lost to the internet at this time. While the CD-ROM on which the show is based is fairly easy to find online, none of the episodes have ever seen a home media release of any kind, and so far, very little footage has been found posted anywhere online. The episodes Robotot, Foul Weather Friend, and Oceans of Leaving have been posted in their entirety. A 12-minute recording of the first episode, The Incredible Lightness of Beano, was found by Christian Bajus and Garrett Gilchrist, as well as a promo. Limited footages of the episode E-Brain Strangelove and Hypermeddling Made Easy were also posted. The only other surviving remnants of the show are a set of 3 still images of unknown episodes of the show hosted at blastfromthepasttv.com. 5 more unknown episode stills from planetjeunesse.com, 3 CBS promos featuring brief segments of the English dub, and 2 episodes clips posted to YouTube by user AnimeGXYZ of portions of the Basque, a language spoken in the north of Spain in Basque Country, dubs of the 2 episodes. And the Evil Brain and the Good, the Bad, and the Emmas were these Basque episodes that have clips posted. The series and game are also believed to have had an accompanying website called Hyperman Online, the theme park of the mind. This site was referred to in advertisements as the greatest place in space for children to have fun, meet friends, and challenge their thinking. Its URL was hyperman.com, but the earliest capture of the website was from December 21st of 1996, nearly 11 months after the show left the airwaves. There were also plans to further expand the world of Hyperman, all of which ultimately fell through. There was talk of a Hyperman home video release, possibly a direct-to-video movie, that was to be put out by Columbia TriStar Home Video in 1996, as well as at least 2 more Hyperman-themed games set for release in spring and Christmas of 1996. They even sold a license to the Hyperman brand to American Cinema Industries, a subsidiary of American Cinema Stores Incorporated. It seems like there were big plans for this series and this character, but ultimately it all just fell through, and, most of the episodes have kind of slipped into the cracks of obscurity, but hopefully someday we do find them. At number 2, we have Mise, a partially found early manga by Kazutoshi Soyama, date unknown. So, Mise, which translates to The Store, is an early manga by Kazutoshi Soyama, the creator of Zetai Zetsumi Dangerous Jisan, the North American title being Grandpa Danger. The design of the manga's main character, the shopkeeper, was the prototype of the current Dangerous Jisan's main character, Jisan. The existence of the manga was first revealed in 2005 in the book Soyama Katsutoshi short collection Soya Matsuri, a collection of early short manga by the mangaka. The content of the manga was a story about a store selling love and friendship, but Soyama was afraid to submit it to the editor due to the boring nature of the story and sealed it in his desk as it was. The short collection did not disclose all of the content, but only some scenes from the manga on the back cover of the book. The manga's main character, the shopkeeper, is designed as a vertical extension of the current Jisan face with a store at the end of the spoken word. Now, all of the manga's story remains unavailable to this day. The creator, Soyama, himself considers the story so boring that it is highly unlikely that it will ever be made available. This one to me is interesting simply because, we all know of, when it comes to creators that have made it big in the industry, whatever that industry is, we always know about their successes, what they're famous for, but what you don't realize about any type of artist is you have to fail a lot before you essentially either succeed or fail upwards enough to really start making it in an industry. And it's interesting that we know of a piece that this person made before they were really, really successful, but at the same time, they won't let us see the rest of it. So, there's still that level of, I just want to forget about the early days. It's like, before they were stars, some of these like low budget films, high profile actors had to be in that they'd rather people not know about or just forget. And I'm always interested in stuff like that, especially when it's not readily available. At number 3, we have Moby Dick Rehearsed, a lost Orson Welles footage of London stage play performance from 1955. Moby Dick Rehearsed is a stage play drama written by Orson Welles, who is most well known for his movies such as 1941's Citizen Kane and, of course, the War of the Worlds radio broadcast. And he based it on Herman Melville's novel of the same name, Moby Dick. The play was first performed at the Duke of York's Theatre in London from June 16th to July 9th of 1955. Orson Welles had attempted to film part of the performance in hopes of making Moby Dick Rehearsed into a multi-part TV series or TV movie. Either due to the lack of funds or to Orson Welles not being pleased with the final result, the footage has never been released, and many speculate that the footage was in fact destroyed. So what's the plot? So Moby Dick Rehearsed is unconventional as it is about a play within a play. The play starts with a group of actors who are not content about performing William Shakespeare's play King Lear. The group of actors eventually convince their boss to let them perform Moby Dick instead. The boss of the theater company gives in and allows the actors to perform Moby Dick. The rest of the play is a performance of Herman Melville's Moby Dick. Now, what exactly was the footage of? Well, Orson Welles had filmed around 40 to 75 minutes of the London performance in hopes to pitch it as a TV series or TV movie. In a biography by Barbara Leeming, Welles stated, "We shot for 3 days, and it was obvious it wasn't going to be any good, so we stopped." In the same interview, Welles stated, "We only did 1.5 scenes. I said, let's not go and waste our money because it's not going to be any good." It is unknown if anyone else aside from Orson Welles ever viewed the footage. Actor Patrick McGoohan did recall watching around 40 minutes of the footage that Orson Welles had filmed, but the claim was made in 1986. It's too bad, too, that we can't see this footage, because just looking at who the cast was going to be, well, better to put who the cast was, as Moby Dick Rehearsed did have performances in both London and New York City. The footage that Welles filmed was of the performance in London, and the cast in London was different from the cast used in the New York City production. But here is a bit of the cast. Young actor / Ishmael was played by Gordon Jackson. The stage manager / Flask was played by none other than Christopher Lee. Middle-aged actor / Stubb was played by Wensley Pithy. Young actress / Pip was played by Joan Plowright. The actor manager, Father Maple, and Ahab were played by Orson Welles himself, and the role of very serious actor / Eliza was played by Kenneth Williams. I mean, Christopher Lee alone would have made this fun to see, right? So where's the footage? Well, it is unknown what happened to the footage that Orson Welles had filmed in London. Given the fact that Welles was not pleased with the outcome of the film, it is possible he simply threw the footage away. Claims have arisen that there is a badly decomposed copy at the Munich Film Museum, where most of Welles's films went upon his death, though museum director Stephen Drosler has debunked this and has offered up a theory that the footage is somewhere in Italy. The footage of the London performance has yet to resurface. This one is interesting for a number of reasons. One, it's lost media from Orson Welles. It features not only Welles, but Christopher Lee, and is a lost, stage performance. I do love the theater. I love stage shows, and, one specifically put on of Moby Dick would be very interesting. I would have been interested to see how they do Moby Dick on stage. I was actually talking to my father just last weekend about how I'm surprised that there has not, with all of Hollywood, basically just making either sequels or reboots or just adaptations of existing properties, I'm surprised with all the advancements we've made in recent years that no one has made a Moby Dick movie for the big screen recently, because you could really, really have some fun with that story, the drama, the action scenes with the whale. I think it could be amazing, and I'm kind of amazed nobody has put that into production with everything you could do to really make that story pop. But apparently there's also a missing stage show, so yeah. Alright, Chimera Crew, at number 4 we have anime document Munshin no Michi, partly found Japanese animation / live action documentary TV series from 1972. anime document Munshin Inomichi, translated to anime document The Road to Munich, is a documentary TV show integrating animation and live action that aired on the Tokyo Broadcast Station from April 23 to August 20th of 1972, produced by TBS and Nippon Television Animation. The show had 16 episodes. The show focuses on the Japanese men's national volleyball team, who as a whole and on an individual players as they work towards the Munich Olympics on August 26, 1972. According to Soji Yoshikawa, who directed the show's animation, the project began when Yatsutaka Matsudaira, the coach of the Japanese national team, approached TBS through an advertising agency with the idea of raising the team's profile. The reason for the show's method of integrating animation and live action was that live action alone could not be expected to generate viewer ratings, and having amateur players on the show would violate the player regulations. On September 24th of 1972, a special episode was aired to commemorate the national team's decision to win the championship. However, currently, episodes of the show are not available online, nor are they available on DVD or other physical releases. The only part of the show that is available for viewing is the intro video that has surfaced on YouTube. This one to me is especially interesting because of the choice to use animation along with live action for this more or less documentary, so to speak, was due to the fact that showing amateur players in live action would violate, the amateur athlete rules, which I've always thought that stuff in any country was pretty dumb. I'm glad we've kind of started getting rid of it in the US, but, it's just such an interesting concept as a way to get around, they wanted to do something. There was a roadblock. They found a way around it. That's just a monument to human ingenuity and the ability to adapt. And unfortunately, personally, I don't necessarily think I would find the show itself very interesting, but the fact that it's lost, is a tragedy, because for however entertaining it may or may not have been, it is definitely a cool concept and cool idea that they put into effect, and that should be saved for posterity. Alright guys, we're gonna get to that fifth spicy piece here in just a moment, but I wanted to take a moment to talk to you about my other side business, well, just the other side of Chimera Miniatures. As returning viewers will know, and new viewers may or may not know, this channel was started as a way to do some free advertising for my original side hustle, Chimera Miniatures, where I made miniatures that I kit bashed into one-of-a-kind pieces, but since I was using bits and pieces from things to make something new, I called them chimeras. So I was making Chimera Miniatures, hence Chimera Miniatures being my name. Weird how that works, right? But in the vein of lost media, one of the things that got me thinking, I decided to go looking to see if this thing I had as a kid was lost media or if it was still available. There was a program from 1996 called Lexmark Comic Creator, or just Comic Creator. While I did find a Circuit City ad for the product on YouTube, as well as a download of the program on My Abandonware, the game is so old that it is not able to run on my computer, so while it might not be lost to all, it is lost to me. Now, what this program was it had a bunch of pre-made characters, backgrounds, effects, everything. You could make comic books, and one of the characters that I really liked, her name was Raptor, and what her appearance, though I was not able to find images online of it for reference, but just in memory, is she was a blonde woman wearing a red dress, and she had bird-like feet and talons on her hands and a pair of avian wings. And so I was, mucking about in my workshop, piecing together various things, and I made, as you can see on the screen now, Raptor in all her forgotten glory. I just thought that was kind of interesting to put there, considering, she is kind of a piece of lost media, and I have, in my own right, gained a following, not so much for my miniatures, but for my coverage of lesser-known lost media. So, Raptor, as well as all of my other miniatures, both repaints, chimeras, safe for work, not safe for work, the spicier ones, are all available on eBay and Mercari. Links are in the description. So, that being said, without further ado, let's get to that fifth spicy piece. And at number 5, we have The Bielis Case, a partially lost Russian silent film from 1917. Just so you know, this entry has been flagged as spicy due to its discussions of murder and anti-Semitism. You have been warned. The Bielis Case goes by many names, Vera Chibiriak, or Blood Libel, The Truth of the Bielis Affair, Bloody Libel, The Bielis Affair, and, those are the names we have for this particular lost film, but it is a 1917 Russian silent film that was written and directed by Nikolai Breshkovsky. The film was based on a lawsuit of Menahem Mendel Bielis for the murder of Andrei Yuchinsky, a student at the Kiev Sofia Theological School on March 12th of 1911. The process started in Kiev on September 23, 1913, and it was accompanied on the one hand by an anti-Semitic campaign, and on the other hand by public protests on an all-Russian and worldwide scale. Bielis was brought into the case without proof, only for the incident in which he kicked a young boy out of a factory, and from which the child's corpse was found not far away. Researchers think that the true murderers are the fence-sitter Vera Chibriak and the criminals from her brothel, but the question remains unsolved, and this case was the most prominent lawsuit in the Russian Empire. So, a film based on such a famous case, why is it lost? Well, in 1917, the Provisional Board of the Cinema Union banned the screening of the film, considering it to be inadmissible. The film was shown only once on April 25th, 1917 in the Forum Cinema. Now, the film had 5 parts, of which only 3 have survived. While the available information on the Lost Media Wiki is scarce, I was able to dig up just a little bit more information from the Russian Wikipedia page about the film. So it was filmed as a documentary-style film, and it highlights the tediousness of the preparation of an anti-Jewish trial on the false accusation of Mendel Bielis. Facts for exposing an innocent person are selected during drunkenness and by force squeezing out testimony in apartments. Undesirable information in newspapers is simply discarded. Quiet and self-possessed Mendel Bielis, played by Y. Yakovlev, says goodbye to his family, puts on a jacket and hat, and leaves, accompanied by the police. The baseness and self-interest of people are shown. For example, the detective journalist who stole firewood and was caught by Mendel could not help but miss the opportunity to take revenge. The film is supplemented with subtitles that comment on the trial. Also, while the Provisional Committee of the Cinema Union was the first one to ban the film, 2 more organizations joined in this, the United Film Publishing Society and the All-Russian Society of Theater Owners. So again, the film was only shown at the Forum Cinema, but after resolutions, the screening there was stopped. Also in the Russian Wikipedia page, there is a press note from the year of the film's release, and it reads, translated into English of course, "Now that the chains of censorship have been broken, it is possible to resurrect artistically and objectively such a nightmarish affair of the old misanthropic regime as that of Bielis. There was an opportunity to touch the backstage springs and threads of this medieval process. The other day in Kiev, the famous writer N.N. Brezhnev-Breshkovsky staged a large, complex plot film drama, Blood Libel, staged by him for the screen. The best forces of the Solstov Theater participated. Kuznetsov, Yankolev, who made up as Bielis for the illusion, Tensin, and the actress Khodovaskiana. The actor Murchitsky played a name I can't even begin to pronounce. Aerial photographs were taken in the very places where the famous Belyasad took place 4 years ago. There is a 2-story house on Lukyanovka where Vera Chibriak lived, and the house of Bielis 200 steps away. The Zetskiv factory with its picturesque surroundings, and the very cave on the steep bank of the Dnieper where Yukochinsky's body was found. The plot of the drama is in one of the Black 100 salons in Petrograd. Is it necessary to reopen old wounds? Is it necessary to make a drama of 2,000 meters from the extracted tears? The tragedy of the Belyasad can be embodied by a monumental work of artistic pen, but not screen sessions. So what I gather from that is that, while the public just thought that this case was not appropriate to turn into a movie, and as such, the sensibilities of the time caused this film to be more or less banned, and part of it to become lost. It is definitely always interesting to me that when the reason a piece of media is lost is because it was not considered appropriate for the time by the people of said time, and as such was kind of cast aside. And it does beg the question, is only appropriate media worth saving? If a film offends the general public sensibilities, do we discard it, or do we save it for posterity? A way this could definitely, on the note of spiciness, do we archive adult films, or do we let them, fade away, especially now in the online era when if a site, goes down, should there be efforts made to save the videos that were on the site, or should they just be lost to time? Who knows? I mean, personally, as someone who thinks media deserves to be preserved, no matter what the content of the video, I definitely think it deserves to at least be stored somewhere, but that's just my opinion. Let me know yours in the comments. At number 1, we have Wahnsinn, a lost German horror film from 1919. Wahnsinn, meaning madness in German, is a silent German horror film released on the 15th of October, 1919, directed by and starring Konrad Veidt, who you may know from his other, not so much a horror film, but it's kind of gotten lumped in with it, The Man Who Laughs. Now, serving as the actor's directorial debut, it starred Veidt in the lead role alongside Reinhold Schunzel, Grit Hegese, and Gussie Hull, Veidt's wife at the time. The film's screenplay was written by Hermann Fellner and Margaret Lindau Schultz, and was adapted from a relatively unknown novel of the same name by Kurt Munzer. The film's crew may have included Carl Hoffman as cinematographer and art direction by Will Herman. This is unconfirmed, however. It likely had German intertitles throughout the film, similar to those seen in other films of the era as The Cabinet of Dr. Caligari, in which Veidt also starred. Oh, I didn't know he was in that. The film was produced by Veidt's own short-lived production company, Veidt Film, which produced the 2 films he directed in his lifetime, the other being the 1920 film Die Nacht auf Golden Hall, English The Night at Golden Hall, which is also lost today. Neither of his 2 films did well at the box office, which may have been a factor in Veidt's decision to return exclusively to acting roles soon after. So what is the film about? Well, we do have a synopsis. There is a note that the following is a loose translation of the original German production company's press release found in the First International Film Newspaper of Berlin, Volume 13, Number 40, published on the 11th of October 1919 and found on pages 50 to 51. Friedrich Lorenzen, an eccentric banker who avoids people, is close to madness when he learns that his lover, Marion, is having an affair with his general manager, George. He suffers from a nervous breakdown and, on the advice of his doctor, undertakes a trip around the world so that other people and areas will bring him new ideas. One day, his traveling car bumps into gypsies, and he is told, "A chest will bring you the highest earthly happiness, but also death. Find the chest." Definitely a vague prophecy. I can certainly think of one kind of chest that can do both those things, but I don't think that's what they mean here. The command, "Find the chest," becomes his obsession. He once again races through the country in the car. Everywhere he looks for the chest, often thinking he has found it. He sees the chest in visions, and beside it he sees a beautiful young girl standing next to it. He can't find rest anywhere. He wanders around restlessly, constantly searching. Insanity, he roams the same alleys, houses, and streets again, but everything has amounted to nothing. On the way home, a young crier offers him things for sale, including an oddly shaped key. His face becomes rigid as the key bears the features of that girl who keeps appearing in his visions. With magical force, he feels forced to buy the key. When he returns home, his servants are busy arranging the things he had bought along the way. However, nothing gives him any pleasure. Suddenly, his gaze falls on a letter. The letter reads, "I know you are an art-loving gentleman, and, in addition to the things you bought, I am sending you a valuable item, a rare chest. Unfortunately, the key has been lost." The chest. He jumps up and asks the servants for the chest. The key fits. Stunned, he collapses, only to realize that this is a life-changing mystery. His mood now alternates between euphoric joy that the chest will open up and bring the greatest happiness to him, and a deeply sad realization that his hours are soon numbered. Now, up to what I've just said, all of these points of the film are widely agreed upon. However, there does seem to be some dispute on how the film ends, with two possible narratives occurring at this point. It is entirely possible, however, that both of these narratives have a place in the film, though most sources tend to only mention one and not the other. So, the first possible conclusion is that when he opens the chest, he recoils. The girl climbs out of the coffin like a ghostly apparition. She presses into him. He wants to kiss her, when suddenly the grinning gypsy girl stares back in his face. He runs away, tormented by the most terrible horrors. The prophecy is fulfilled. He was still granted 3 blissful nights in which he was allowed to relive his whole life, his childishness and young love. Then the gloomy companion approaches death, not peacefully, as it often comes. In a horrible embrace, he pulls him towards him into the black nothingness. The faithless friend became the tool by whose hand he lost everything: love, happiness, and life. Whatever that all means. The other option involves that now Marion, Lorenza's lover, forced into prostitution by George, comes back to Lorenzen, but he no longer recognizes her in his madness. George is on Marion's trail and locks Lorenzen in the chest. The lock snaps shut and can no longer be opened. Also featured in the article on the Lost Media Wiki is a loose translation of an original German version of a review for this film, from Anonymous. In the Marble House, you meet Conrad Veidt in his star film Wahnsinn, which shows his strong film dramatic talents. Reinhold Schinzel and the classy dancer Grit Hegese, who is sharply drawn in the film, give strong performances of their own. The charming Gussie Hall appears in a small role. So, while the film wasn't a commercial success, people seem to, it got at least one positive review. I think this one is very interesting because, one, we don't have the film, okay? So it's lost. Already a lost film is immediately interesting. It's a early 1900s silent German film, which some of those films, even the ones we have, are an absolute trip. And then also, not only do we have this lost German early 1900s silent horror film, but we don't even necessarily know how it ends. There's a couple conflicting reports, and we don't have the film to confirm. And so a horror movie with an unknown ending is really cool, in my opinion. And I hope we do find this one someday, though again, most films, 90% of films are lost and of the silent era, so it might not be able to be found, especially because it was not a commercial success. I sincerely doubt anyone took the time to properly preserve this film. Moving from the early 1900s to the 1970s, we have Black the Ripper, lost blaxploitation horror film, existence unconfirmed, circa 1974 to 1976. So, Black the Ripper is an alleged blaxploitation horror film that may have been released around 1974 through 1976. The movie was a genre take on the Jack the Ripper story. It is thought that Frank Selettri, the writer of the earlier genre horror movie Blackenstein, may have been the director, but Black the Ripper is otherwise shrouded in mystery. Due to the extremely obscure nature of the film, it cannot be confirmed if it finished production or ever saw a theatrical release. A little background on this supposed film: from the early to mid-1970s, a number of movies made by and starring black actors were released in order to appeal to African-American urban audiences. The genre was nicknamed blaxploitation, and the resulting films are celebrated today for their freedom to show off a uniquely black point of view, including several new takes on classic horror and other established genre properties. Besides this niche focus, many blaxploitation films were independently produced on small budgets. The result generally lacked mainstream marketability, playing mainly in smaller theaters in larger urban areas. As to the production details of the film, Black the Ripper was first mentioned in a brief note in the May 8, 1974 issue of Variety magazine that named Selettri and a cast of unknown actors and indicated the film was 2 months into production. Later that year, on December, an advertisement promoting its future release was included in an issue of Monsters of the Movies magazine. Months later, the February 25, 1976 issue of Variety claimed that the film was planned as a Memorial Day release. This release didn't happen. Indeed, the movie would be forgotten entirely until 2013, when a user of a website for obscure films claimed to have seen it once while browsing torrent files. Another user of the same website released what are supposedly the only known screenshots. Those who claim to have seen it say that the film seems hastily put together and incomplete, with several seemingly missing scenes. There is an opening credit sequence over a song credited to Mara Farmer, but no ending credits. In the opening credits, alongside Saletri as director, Michael Finn is listed as writer. While not confirmed, it is possible that this is the same Michael Finn who directed the 1974 genre film The Black Connection, especially given that movie was filmed in Las Vegas, where Saletri was known to have lived. So, what is the plot of this alleged film? Well, supposedly the film opens in a karate studio where a character named Mike is training students. The training is interrupted by a phone call from a student who informs Mike that he will not be in due to his sister being murdered. The student further discloses that he had told his sister not to go to an ex-pimp named Sideback. Mike begins to take the investigation into his own hands after the police are of no help. As he is asking a prostitute questions about the murder, a voice is heard calling him off screen, and Sideback appears in the flesh. Apparently this guy goes just by Sideback and not fully a pimp named Sideback. You know, missed opportunity. A fight between Sideback and Mike breaks out. Both are arrested and jailed, but later cleared when another murder occurs. After this, the film is said to abruptly shift focus to a mild-mannered Caucasian accountant named Todd, who we first see interacting awkwardly with his attractive black secretary, Carla. Todd asks Carla out on a date, and when she politely declines, mutters, "You deserve everything you're going to get, strumpet," to himself as he walks away. The film then cuts to Todd sleeping, where he dreams of picking up a black prostitute in Victoria-era London. The film cuts back to Mike, who is somehow now in charge of the police investigation, and also in a relationship with Carla. Any scenes establishing either of these things are presumed to be among the lost. He receives an anxious call from her, as she has noticed the case in the paper and had overheard Todd mumbling to himself. The cops agree to keep an eye on Todd. Later in the evening, Mike is at Carla's house, but has gone for food when Todd strikes, killing Carla's roommate. Mike returns just as Todd is trying to kill Carla. This leads to the final fight and results in Todd being thrown out a third-story window. It is also possible, but not confirmed, that Antonio Fargas, previously best known as informant Huggy Bear on Starsky and Hutch, played the character of Sideback, but this has not been confirmed. It's just a rumor, again, much like everything in this film. So again, we've very much been talking about the supposed, allegedity of the film, if that's a word. So what is available of this? Well, the existence of Black the Ripper has yet to be confirmed. While a few people claim to have seen it, and the website dailygrindhouse.com has an article that goes into great detail about the film, it is not available in any official form, and no one named as connected with the production has come forward to describe their involvement. It is also worth noting that the aforementioned Daily Grind article was published on April Fool's Day. Several of the screenshots attached to the article have since been identified as having been lifted from other productions, although the few remaining unidentified ones are consistent both with each other and the film's likely production values. At best, Black the Ripper seems to have been a hastily produced or perhaps salvaged after being initially scrapped, which would explain the disjointed nature of the finished film, for a possible minor local release, similar to many blaxploitation films at the time, and simply was not thought worthy of preservation. I find this one interesting for a lot of reasons. One, I actually do thoroughly enjoy blaxploitation cinema of the 70s, for all the reasons stated above, and a lot of times the films are just really fun, even if they don't have the best production values. They all tend to they come across as labors of love from the people who made them, and I, as someone who loves movies and stories of all kind, I think it's a very interesting genre of cinema. Another thing that's great about this one is the mystery. Did it actually exist? Is it all a hoax? What happened? Mystery is always great in horror, and when the horror movie itself is the mystery, that's even better. Was it ever made? Was it ever fully released? Are the screenshots actually of the film? Was Huggy Bear in it? These are all things we don't know, and until we actually find a copy of the film, we're not gonna know. So hopefully we find it someday. Alright, for number 3, we're sticking around in 1976 with the lost deleted scenes of the horror film Grizzly. Grizzly was an independently made horror film directed by William Girdler, usually known as a Jaws ripoff, but with a bear instead of a shark. Despite its infamy as a bad movie, it's been complimented for its exceptional violent special effects. the film does have some deleted scenes that have not yet resurfaced. Well, there is a scene where a ranger discusses shutting down the lodge, probably removed to save time. There was an extra attack. There is no detail on it, and it is never mentioned in the movie, but it is notable that one kill that happens at a waterfall was never brought up at any point in the film, so it's very possible there was another death. There's a scene where the hunters kill a black bear by mistake, possibly cut due to another scene where a black bear wanders into the hunters' camp, and they claim it's the cub of the killer grizzly. If they acknowledge the black bear as being a different species, the subtle lack of logic wouldn't add up. There's a longer cut of the death of Don the helicopter pilot that was more graphic. The movie does show blood spurting from his mouth in the Scorpion DVD release, and it's slightly longer, but it is possible there was also a shot of his mutilated corpse. The character Scott also had a longer death. In the movie you see him get knocked out, buried, immediately wake up, and then the bears come back. It then cuts away, but there are reports that he had a graphic on-screen death. None of these scenes have resurfaced. Also, there was a special monologue only used in the Japanese Laserdisc release that has never been seen on another release. It came before the credits and discussed how grizzly attacks were becoming more and more common. This one I find interesting because, one, I always love a good Jaws ripoff. I'm still hoping Kevin Smith eventually comes out with Moose Jaws, which, as he put it, is the end of his Canadian trilogy and is Jaws, but with a moose. I would love to see that. Also, it's just interesting that, a film that is considered by many to just be bad but has some cool effects, that this much is known about the deleted missing scenes. Most times in these kind of movies, we don't have this level of information, so I think that's kind of cool. And again, because this is the 70s, not the early 1900s, there is every chance that somewhere a full print of this exists, and maybe we'll find it someday. Alright, hopping from the 70s to the year 2000, we have Stygian, a lost James Wan debut horror film, again, from the year 2000. Stygian is an Australian short-budget indie horror film produced in the year 2000 by Hybrid Films, the production company of the co-filmmaker Shannon Young. Debuting the first credits for director, writer, and filmmaker James Wan, Wan is the creator of prominent horror franchises of the current generation, such as The Conjuring, Insidious, and Saw franchises, which are generally credited for putting the subgenre of torture gore films into the mainstream. Thank you for that, Mr. Wan. So, the premise of this film is a story about a young couple who become unintentional targets in a life or death situation. They come into possession of a powerful talisman that is being sought after by the evil Reaper's brothers. As a result, they find themselves trapped in a different realm. Jamie must navigate this unfamiliar world to find Melinda, but he soon realizes he is not the only one in this predicament. It serves as a gutter punk purgatory for deceased villains called Exile, containing mad scientists, killer clowns, gory zombies, and mayhem galore. Now, as to the availability of this film, well, the film was initially shown at some underground horror film festivals around the year 2000, and even obtained a few awards on those, but it was never released in any form of public nor physical media, and has disappeared since then. A Reddit user alleged that the co-director Shannon Young has pronounced that he has the movie in his personal archives, but stated that he has no intention to release it. And just for a little extra info, the awards the film have received was Best Use of the Guerrilla Aesthetic by Melbourne Underground Film Festival in 2000, Official Selection by Dead by Dawn Horror Film Festival in Scotland in 2000, and the Melbourne Fringe Festival in 1999. So, not hard to tell why this one is so interesting, because we have a famed horror director. This is his first film, and it's lost. So, and apparently it's just out of reach, because the co-director, Shannon Young, says he's got a copy in his personal collection, but we can't see it. And nothing makes lost media hunters more mad than knowing something is available, just not to them. We'll be honest though, not a fan of torture gore films. And at number 5, we have The Painting of Horror, a found horror film from 1994. Now, I know I don't normally cover found pieces on this channel, but again, finding not safe, spicy pieces of horror movies that, I haven't already covered on the channel was a little difficult, as I've said, but most horror content is a little spicy one way or the other. But so for our fifth spicy piece, we have The Painting of Horror from 1994. The Painting of Horror is a horror film directed by G.W. Lawrence and distributed by Wave Video. It was released on a rare VHS copy of The Kind of Meat You Can't Buy at the Store. The film revolves around two girls who find a framed painting of a deformed Necronomicon in a flat cardboard box labeled Christine Polk. One girl takes a closer look, pokes at it, and the painting eats her alive with its oversized tongue. Half of the movie is fetish fuel, with the girls changing into lingerie, giving the creepy old man from The Mummy's Dungeon a lap dance, and another dancing behind an umbrella, ending the whole movie overall. The film was found by user Comrades on VHD, though the date of finding is unknown. Also, the original upload has been taken down, but other people have posted it elsewhere. This one is interesting simply because it is tried and true to the horror trope. If you can't have a budget, if you can't have production value, if you can't even have good acting, throw in a little sex into your horror movie to go along with the kills, and, you've got yourself a movie. I started watching slasher movies in 6th grade, though I had loved older horror movies like the old Universal or Vincent Price films from the Hammer collection much earlier than that. But the thing about slasher movies, as someone who started watching them as you start to go through puberty, is there's always, a little bit of TNA going on with it, and it sounds like that's kind of what this stupid little movie was trying to do. We have an idea, we can't quite pull it off, so let's throw in some lingerie and some lap dances. And, from the one description of that one kill, there's maybe a little bit of vor element into it if you're into that. But, to each their own. Some stuff's just a little odd to me, but horror takes all kinds. Starting off our list is The Weird Ones, Lost Pat Boyette sexploitation film from 1962. The Weird Ones is a low-budget 1962 sexploitation film directed, written, and produced by Pat Boyette. The 76-minute black and white film was shot in San Antonio, Texas, and it was screened for the first time in February of 1962. The film is reportedly about a couple of press agents, acted by Mike Braden and Rudy Duran, specialized in promoting naked women, who team up to stop the Astronaut, a space alien devoted to the torture and murder of young ladies. In order to lead Astronaut into a trap, the protagonists use an extraterrestrial Cosmo Cutie as bait, this character serving as a pretext for several softcore erotica scenes. Unfortunately for anyone who was hoping to get their rocks off to the scenes of this supposed Cosmo Cutie, all negatives-related promotional materials and copies of The Weird Ones were, according to Boyette himself, destroyed in a garage fire, with only the theatrical poster surviving. Whether or not another copy is held by the theatrical distributor is open to conjecture, as Crescent International Pictures has shown no signs of life since 1969, with just a few sexploitation films of questionable quality under their belt. Again, lost films are always interesting, but especially in a spicy context, this one, it's kind of like on the modern day internet, back there, I'm sure there's many a person out there who came upon a video back in the day, never thought to save it, and then, the site it was on went down and you've never found it again, and this just kind of reminds me of that. So, but again, lost media, lost films are always interesting, and certainly lost sexy films are especially interesting. And ever since the days of 1950s sci-fi films, who doesn't love seeing an alien woman get seduced, right? And unless another copy of this film magically appears, we're not going to get to see this one. Coming up next, we have Sex Station 7, a lost Somavision adult first-person shooter from 2007. Sex Station 7 is an adult first-person shooter developed by Somavision in 2007. Somavision Digital Games was founded in 1998 and was a team for specializing in the development of interactive sex games and adult curious entertainment. The company also had the domain sexyshooter.com, on which it displayed their specific little-known releases and other adult games that have been in their development. Sex Station 7 was developed around 2007 by a small team of game developers who decided to create the world's first shooter for an adult audience. Some members have even worked on high-profile games such as DreamWorks Interactive and EA games. All 6 episodes were released the 1st of March with a special game price of $19.95 on the DVD box. So what was the quote-unquote plot of this game? Well, you are Special Agent Dylan Owens of the Genetic Development Ministry. A situation has developed in one of the department's most secret research locations, Station 7. You have been called upon to investigate why contact has been lost with Station 7 and determine the status of the top secret alpha female engineering program that was conducted there. If successful, you will be rewarded with a never-ending wave of cyber babe whores to serve you. But if you fail, it could mean a lifetime of shameful masturbation staring at pictures of your grandmother naked. Wow, what a synopsis. I bet that synopsis really made you want to go pay that $19.95 so you can download and play this ASAP. Well, unfortunately, guys, none of the 6 episodes have appeared online. At the moment, the game is extremely rare, and it is unclear whether the game can be found in some private collector's hands. There are a few screenshots on the web, but that's really all we have right now. But yeah, as you can maybe see or maybe not see, depending on which version you're watching of this video, this just appears to be a, more or less simply put, it is a first-person shooter, pretty standard graphics for the time period. It just so happens to feature some, well, blocky nudity in it, and some potentially more hardcore cutscenes than you would in your average shooter. Ultimately, this just seems like a product of its time, and it's not, it might have been the first, but it's certainly not the last one of these games to come out just to try and sell, a mediocre game off of the titillating nature of it, though, it did seem to be the first to want to do so in a first-person shooter, which is notable and is interesting, but ultimately, guys, I think more than anything, this one should be found for archival purposes, as the game itself probably sucks. Though it is nice to hear that some of the developers went on to bigger and better things, because, at least, put your effort in. This was definitely a passion project, so to speak, so I'm glad it worked out for him in the end. Next up, guys, we've got Tales from the Land of Genitalia, a lost Bob Jacques animated short based on a Robert Crumb comic strip from the 1970s. Tales from the Land of Genitalia is a short animated by Ren and Stimpy animator Bob Jacques, which is based off the Robert Crumb 1969 comic strip of the same name. It was shown at Sheridan College somewhere in the 1970s and was never seen again. What's the premise of this? Well, it's a short about a penis with arms and legs playing with itself. I promised you guys spicy, and I aim to deliver. As to the original screening, Bob Jacques regularly screened cartoons from the Golden Age during lunch breaks at Sheridan, and people would come in and watch, including his friend and future Ren and Stimpy creator, John Kricfalusi. Kricfalusi saw the short in question and immediately thought he could animate it. Eventually, Jacques and Kricfalusi became good friends due to their interest in Golden Age cartoons. So if you are watching the censored version here on YouTube, I'm going to give you a little bit, there is a little bit of difference between the comic strip in question and what the short apparently was. The anthropomorphic ding-dongs in the comic strip don't have arms and in fact are just burying, one of them is attempting to bury his head in the sand in question not being sand but rather a jelly hole. But yeah, so apparently if you would like to see a short cartoon of an anthropomorphic dingle-dangle playing with itself with its own arms, well, you're a little bit out of luck because this thing hasn't been seen since the 70s. Not really much to go on here, I just think it's interesting because of the people involved in its creation, as Ren and Stimpy itself is a very famous cartoon, so this lost little piece of smut has a somewhat prestigious pedigree. Fourth on our list is Night Stud, or perhaps pronounced Night Studdy. I don't know, the capitalization's weird on this one, but it's a partially found adult simulation PC game from 2003. Night Studdy is a 2003 adult simulation PC shareware game released by Digital Universal Studio. It is the first game in the Night Study series also published by the same company, the other games being Night Study 2, Night Study 3, and Night Studette. The game was only available to download on the company's website. Like other shareware games, players were offered a free demo of the game with a few minutes of gameplay. The player had to pay the company for the full game. In this game, the player takes control of an unseen male character with the main objective of having sex with as many women as he can find as possible. The player has to navigate a map to move to several places like pubs and joints. At the places, the player has to talk to a woman and invite her to the character's house, where the player will perform sexual intercourse with the woman. The player is also given various options before sexual intercourse, like giving the woman a drug or using condoms. At the end of the intercourse, depending on the player's performance and how pleased the woman is, the player is given payment, which can be spent on the gym and surgery to improve charm and sexual performance. The graphics are mostly photographic images, and most are inanimate except for the pop-up images depicting the sexual acts that appear during sexual intercourse. The game is now no longer available for download, although the rest of the series is still available. All that remains of the game are some screenshots from the official website, as well as the demo version of Night Study. It sounds like what we ultimately had here was an early 2000s gigolo simulator. Again, most of the images that are on the screen right now are likely mostly pixelated, as the images that are available for this are quite graphic. But again, this one just kind of strikes me as a product for people who want their porn to be a little bit more interactive, but they can't actually go out and get laid themselves. This, I believe, was probably before the idea of VR porn was widely available, so it was kind of like, you know, the next best thing when you can't actually go out and do this yourself. A novel concept for the time, for sure. Though the thing about this, and also back to Sex Station 7, that is very interesting to me is that, you know, that back in the early 2000s, honestly, not that long ago, the idea of nudity in a game was such an out there concept that, you know, a game would feature lots of nudity that they were, you know, they could build an entire premise of a kind of crappy little game around it. When nowadays, I mean, nudity is fairly common in games. I mean, whether you're playing some little indie game or one of the big developer games, you know, even AAA games like Grand Theft Auto, the Saints Row series, Baldur's Gate 3, all can feature quite a bit of nudity. So nudity is not exactly uncommon in video games anymore, but there was a time where the fact that a game featured nudity could be its entire selling point. But if you want to play this one, well, hopefully the demo's good enough, because otherwise you're out of luck. Are you a fan of anthropomorphic cats and Taylor Swift's butthole? Because if so, then you might be one of the people desperately searching for Cats, the lost unreleased cut of the musical film from 2019, also dubbed the Butthole Cut. Cats is a 2019 live-action musical film adapted from the Broadway show of the same name. The film is infamous for its heavy use of CGI to transform the actors into uncanny valley human-cat hybrids, but even more infamous is the existence of a version of the film where the cats had anuses, dubbed the Butthole Cut. So, a little backstory on this one. On March 17th of 2020, Twitter user Jackwaz posted a tweet where he claimed to be in touch with one of the video effects artists for the film, and they shared a snippet of what work on the movie was like, and it read, "A VFX producer friend of a friend was hired in November to finish some of the 400 effect shots in the Cats movie. His entire job was to remove CGI buttholes that had been inserted a few months before, which means that, somewhere out there, there exists a butthole cut of Cats." Now, the idea of this existing is very interesting for a main reason being that, while it was considered to be a terrible film, Cats had an all-star studded cast. I mean, you had Judi Dench, Idris Elba, Jennifer Hudson, Robbie Fairchild, Rebel Wilson, James Corden, Jason Derulo, Ian McKellen, even Taylor Swift featured heavily in the movie. And while I cannot speak for all of them, I think more than a few of these people would object to having their character feature a CGI'd butthole. Now, I know all you Swiftie furries out there are just drooling at the thought of Cats Cat Taylor Swift showing some hole, but there is some debate as to whether or not this is actually a real thing or not. So what do we know about this, whether or not this actually exists? Well, on March 19th of 2020, author Johanna Desta of Vanity Fair published an article called "We Spent 24 Hours Searching for the Elusive Butthole Cut of Cats." Wow, that's definitely a clickbait right there. Or purchase bait? I don't know. Was this in the magazine or was this on a website? Who cares? In the article, she goes into detail about her research into the legitimacy of the butthole version of the film. Reaching out to Jack Waz, he mentions having gotten the information from the friend around New Year's, with said friend refusing to comment in the article. Spokespeople for both Universal and Film Mill were contacted as well, both stating they couldn't comment on the cut's existence due to NDAs they'd signed. Now, when NDAs start getting mentioned, it kind of adds some legitimacy to the fact that this could be out there. Well, maybe not, because, the day before on the 18th, Twitter user Ben Meckler posted a tweet showing a screenshot of an email sent to them by a video effects artist on cats that wished to stay anonymous, and this email reads as follows. "There were never shots of cats with buttholes, or at least by design. None that I saw anyway. However, there were a dozen or so shots where the skin and the fur sim was groomed or just folded in a way that really looked like very furry lady genitals and buttholes by accident. The task, as typical with heavy CG shows, fell on 2D to paint out the offending articles, where it was brought up and spotted. Daily reviews were constant awkward discussions of people plucking up the courage to point out things like, 'Does that look like a fanny to you?' Despite this, demand for the original version of the footage was still strong, with some people believing this was merely a cover-up story. Robbie Fairchild, the actor for Monkus Trap in the film, claims to have seen this cut of the movie. In an interview with Page 6, he stated, "It was my favorite thing in the world. They gave me 8 nipples. They were like radioactive pink." Now, I saved this one for last, guys, because of all the ones featured here today. I think it honestly is the most interesting simply out of the fact that, one, as with any good piece of lost media, there is an air of mystery about it. Like, was there purposely a butthole cut that was nixed at the last minute? Was it simply due to some unintentional CGI that they had to edit? One way or the other, it does sound like at some point there looked to be a nearly pornographic content in the Cats movie, and that is kind of funny. And I definitely, considering the all-star cast, I can see why people would want this version. It's still a little weird to me because at the end of the day, these are anthropomorphic cats that people are apparently desperate to see buttholes, vaginas, nipples, whatever on, and I don't know, no kink shame, but no kink same. And I can definitely see there being a niche group of people that would love to see Taylor Swift as a quote-unquote crazy cat lady, but like in a more literal sense than has been claimed by certain political figures of late. But hey, if you're really into the idea of naked cat girls, be sure to check out my eBay and Mercari, or message me on my email. There are a couple of pieces that I could probably make for you, a couple of characters. Again, a lot of you probably haven't seen a previous video on the channel because it is a member exclusive, and I honestly don't have all that many members and patrons at the moment, but it was simply entitled, "It's okay to be a perv, just don't be weird about it." At number 1 we have Aguexa, a lost Brazilian musical film from 1909. Aguexa, The Geisha in English, is a 1909 Brazilian musical film directed by Julio Ferrez and produced by William E. Cia. It was a sound film with actors dubbing themselves live behind the screen. The cast included Jose Goncalves Leonardo and Ismenia Matias, both of whom had already acted in the film No Antácio Chegou de Viagem, considered the first comedy film in Brazil. In March of 1910, the film was shown in a color copy, with the negatives being hand-painted at Pathé Ferrez. Based on a homonymous operetta, this film, in addition to a good range of actors, featured more than 30 extras. The libretto is curious and entirely different from the play, with scenes of great effect which enhance the operetta, which is already interesting in itself. It was released at the Cinema Rio Branco in Rio de Janeiro on November 8th of 1909. As to the plot, according to the newspaper Jornal do Brasil, the film was a cinematic opera of Oriental customs. Unfortunately, no copy or any fragment of the film has survived, with only 2 images remaining, found in newspapers of the time. This one is particularly interesting to me, as one of my favorite operettas is The Mikado by Gilbert and Sullivan, so a cinematic comedy opera of, Oriental customs, as seen through the lens of a Brazilian opera company, would have been very interesting to see. And the concept of them actually being behind the screen performing their lines is even more interesting. It's too bad this one's not around anymore. I mean, again, I hopefully they would have also made a cast recording of the soundtrack, so to speak. But I wish this one was still around. I think it'd be very interesting to see. At number 2, we have Bobby's Girl, lost footage from an unfinished animated film from the 1980s. So Bobby's Girl is an unfinished animated film produced by Ralph Bakshi and John Kricfalusi. Bakshi saw the potential in Kricfalusi and decided to work on a project with him. The film was to be a parody of 1980s teen films like 16 Candles and The Breakfast Club. When Bakshi pitched the film to Jeff Sagansky, the president of TriStar Pictures Production at the time, he was given $150,000 for production of the film. This funding prompted Bakshi to move back to Los Angeles. However, the duo was evidently unable to fully produce the film by the time Sagansky left TriStar, which forced Bakshi to repitch it to TriStar. The new executives didn't see the appeal, however, and ended up cutting off his finances. Later, Bobby's Girl was reworked into a potential primetime series titled Susie's in Love, but this also attracted little attention, leaving the entire project dead. Artwork for the film can be seen in Bakshi's book Unfiltered, The Complete Ralph Bakshi, as well as on his official website, and on the blog of animator Jim Smith, who also worked on the film. It's unknown if any actual form of animation has been made, however. This cancelled film should not be confused with the 1985 anime OVA Bobby ni Kubitaki, that is known in English as Bobby's Girl and also as Bobby's in Deep. They are 2 different films. This one is interesting to me just because it does seem like both Bakshi and Kricfalusi have a lot of projects that just never really got finished, or were underrated or were cut for time. There seems to be a lot of unfinished things left on the table with both of them, so when a piece of lost media comes along that involves the both of them, that is very interesting. Some people just seem destined to be for this kind of stuff. At number 3, we have Bumpity Boo, partially found Saban Entertainment English dub of Hey Bumbu anime series from 1989. Bumpity Boo is an English adaptation of the 1985 anime Hey Bumbu. Produced by Saban Entertainment in 1989, this dub covered 129 of the 130 episode series and aired on Canada's Family Channel and Australian television in the mid-90s. The original Japanese score was omitted and it was replaced with an American score by Haim Saban and Shuki Levy. In 1990, it was released on VHS for the first time by Celebrity Home Entertainment's Just for Kids division. Saban's license for the show expired on February 28th of 2007. So, if it was released on VHS, well, what's missing? Well, according to the Lost Media Wiki, as of 2018, none of the English dubbed episodes were available on places like YouTube, Dailymotion, or Archive. Although the dub could be found on websites like eBay and Amazon, it was worth noting that YouTuber The Previews Guy VHS Openings uploaded the opening and closing of the VHS releases of Bumpity Boo, including Bumpity Boo is Born and The Desert Adventure. However, the German dub was based on this dub, and Haim Saban and Shuki Levy's score was left intact. Also, some of the German dubbed episodes can be found on YouTube, which was at the time the closest way to watch the English version of the show. However, in on August 23rd of 2019, YouTuber Grant Heyman uploaded the full English dubbed VHS tape of Bumpity Boo, The Radmobile, and on May 11th of 2020, YouTuber Alex Fitzer planned to upload the full English VHS tape of Bumpity Boo is Born at some point in the future. On August 1st of 2020, the full VHS tape of Bumpity Boo Is Born was uploaded on YouTube by Caster Retro, albeit in very rough shape visually due to the age of the tape. We then got another update that in early January of 2022, YouTuber Caster Retro, aka Alex Fitzer, uploaded new versions of the 3 most commonly found tapes on eBay: Bumpity Boo Is Born, the Radmobile, and the Desert Adventure. The Desert Adventure is just a part of the Radmobile, but on different tape. So basically, as of right now in 2024, we have apparently three episodes out of 129 that were dubbed that we can access, which still means there is a lot of lost media out there of this series. While I had never heard of this series, Saban was responsible for a good chunk of my childhood, and definitely it is probably a good point that a lot of kids in the late 80s, early 90s, this was a part of theirs, and as such, there is probably a high demand for the media to be found. Childhood lost media is always popular and it's always sought after, and the thing is considering when this came out, the 80s and 90s, there is probably a lot of merch out there that people can find and hopefully upload. I don't know if all of the 129 episodes were released on VHS, but hopefully quite a few of them were, and hopefully that there are still enough in good enough condition that they can be ripped and put up on the internet. Alright, coming in at number 4, I have one that was requested about a year ago actually by It's All Pain No Gain, who has requested Highlander 3030, which is a partially found comic based on the television and film franchise from 2015. Highlander is a film and television franchise created by screenwriter Gregory Whidden. The franchise began with Highlander, a 1986 film starring Christopher Lambert. To date, there have been 4 live-action films, 2 live-action television series, 1 anime film, 1 anime television series, 1 animated web series, 15 novels, 5 comic books, and 2 video games. The premise of the franchise is immortal beings who fight one another to be the last one standing who will rule the world. Immortals can only be killed by chopping off their heads. The primary television series and later movies focused on an immortal named Duncan MacLeod. In 2015, Emerald Star Comics published the first of what was to be a new Highlander comic series titled Highlander 3030. Emerald Star Comics appears to have been unable to secure a distributor, so it is unclear whether any physical copies were distributed. Digital copies were sold, but also made free to download at some point. A variant cover, issue number 1B, appears to have been issued and possibly sold on the Emerald Star Comics website. A collector's edition was also offered for sale. The second in the series was in production but never issued, and Emerald Star Comics no longer exists. The first issue is no longer sold in either physical or digital form on any primary marketplace, and cannot be found in the secondary marketplace. The plot of this comic for Highlander 3030 takes place, of course, in the year 3030, as the name suggests. It focuses on a now 1400-year-old Duncan MacLeod living on a mining colony in Europa. Duncan MacLeod's century-long sabbatical is interrupted by the sudden appearance of a new immortal. Roused back into the battle by the ruthless immortal Krav, Duncan fights to save Annika as she learns the truth about what she is. As to the availability, no version of issue 1, either number 1A, number 1B, nor the collector's edition, is commercially available. Drive-Thru Comics and Comixology no longer sell it and have taken down the old listing. The issues cannot be found in any secondary marketplace. I actually used to really enjoy the Highlander TV series. I loved the original Highlander movie. Not all Highlander media is created equally, but at the very least, this seems like this could have been a cool story. Comic book, definitely a good avenue of media for Highlander, and I wish this one could be found, and 2 had continued as it was intended to, because it does sound like it could have been a pretty cool story. Alright guys, time for that spicy piece of media. I hope you've been enjoying the video up so far. Thank you for watching any ads that have come on during your view. And so let's get to that spicy piece. So for our spicy piece today, we have Cans Without Labels, partially found backer rewards from Kickstarter campaign by Ren and Stimpy creator from 2012 to 2019. Just so you know, this article has been flagged spicy due to references of schmexual abuse and schmetophilia. I'll be honest, I do not love having to watch my language now that I'm monetized. That kind of sucks. But let's get into it. For the second time in this episode, John Kricfalusi appears. Now, in 2012, Kricfalusi, who created the Nickelodeon series The Ren and Stimpy Show, would create a Kickstarter campaign for a short film named Cans Without Labels. The campaign promised rewards such as t-shirts, pencil toppers, digital desktop toys, and other things. It ultimately lasted until 2013, and from then on, the production of the animation began. However, due to troubles with the production of the short, it resulted in most of the backer rewards to not be delivered, and after 7 years of production, Cans Without Labels would release in 2019 with negative reception due to John's schmegsual abuse allegations being exposed in 2018, and for the animation being low quality with multiple issues, ending John Kricfalusi's animation career. The last update made by John about the project was on May 27th of 2019, and since then no additional updates would be made about the rewards, resulting in some of them being completely lost. Now, here's a brief overview of the rewards that were, mentioned and promised on the page. For $1 backers, they would receive a copy of the short film, and it's unknown if it has any differences compared to the version posted on YouTube by John himself. Now, if you were a $10 backer, you would be the first in your neighborhood to own one of John's new digital toys, tear it out of the virtual package, roll it around, click it in sensitive areas, and watch it do something stupid and lovable. So, $10 backers would receive a downloadable link to a desktop toy which could be shared to other people online. As for the $20 backers, well, they were promised, you can get a pack of 3 of my fancy-ass new digital toys to collect and trade with friends from many lands through the internets. So they would be given a downloadable link to a pack of 3 desktop toys, which could be shared with other people online. As to the $50 backers, well, $50 backers would receive a DVD copy of the short featuring an animatic for a Ren and Stimpy short that was supposed to be released as a special feature for the SpongeBob movie Sponge Out of Water. However, the short was never produced, with the only thing finished being the animatic, which would later be posted online by a backer named I Am a Real Horse. Now, as to the availability of everything, due to the lack of activity from the Kickstarter, it's safe to say that the desktop toys will likely be lost forever, with only animated GIFs, videos, and images being available. It is unknown if John still has the files for them, and if he is willing to give them to his backers. This one is especially interesting to me because, again, it is not only the second time that Kricfalusi has shown up on this episode, but he actually made an appearance in our 69th episode previously. You can check that one out for him and another animator and their Not So Safe for Work cartoon. But the thing is that, I said that Kricfalusi seems to be one of those people that was destined to have all kinds of projects not come to fruition. And while that can seem sad and unfortunate, he's also apparently a creep, so, good riddance as far as I'm concerned. But it seems funny to me that someone who was undergoing some allegations, whose reputation was being dragged through the mud, and had also had a project in the works where he promised several things to people, it is surprising that he would release such a low-quality piece of garbage. Like, that's not the way to save your career, and in fact, combined, the allegations combined with the poor release of his work really did end his animation career, and that's... I'm not really sad to see him go, considering he's a creep. I've mentioned before, it is not easy for me to separate an artist from their art, so, I can't really support anything made by a guy who would do such horrible things, but I do think it's funny that, even before all that, this guy just it seems like this guy's stuff being lost is just karma for his deeds, and then he got lazy, so, you know what, interesting, but good riddance. At number 1, we have Byron's Memoirs, Lost Manuscript for Unpublished Book, 1824. Now, Byron's Memoirs were a series of memoirs by British poet and politician Lord George Gordon Byron that was written between 1818 and 1821. Though it is not truly known what was written in the memoirs, it is speculated that it contained excerpts about his life, loves, travels, and opinions. They were never published as they were destroyed after his death. While it is unknown as to why the memoirs were destroyed, Theories range from everything from saving his wife from humiliation to sabotaging his reputation. This has not stopped authors from publishing hypothetical memoirs, and to this day, no fragments from the memoirs have surfaced. Lord George Gordon Byron was born in London on January 22, 1788. Having developed feelings for his distant cousin and half-sister at the age of 15, he began to write poems expressing various romantic feelings. This is where he began to excel in writing. By 1806, he had published his first book titled Fugitive Pieces. As Lord Byron's career began to take off, many people started to notice the romantic themes in his poetry. In 1808, he was elected to the House of Lords. It was not uncommon for Lord Byron to find himself traveling to places like Venice, where he would indulge in the arts. He would also frequent the Balkans. As Greece waged war of independence against the Ottoman Empire, Lord Byron sided up with the Greek rebels. Before he could see combat, though, he died in 1824 from an infection. Now about the memoirs themselves, as Lord Byron would travel the world, he would write down his thoughts, experiences, and opinions of where he was going. Lord Byron would frequently write to the poet Thomas Moore and publisher John Murray. It is thought that the letters to the two individuals might contain excerpts of Byron's memoirs. As Lord Byron grew to trust Thomas Moore, he gave Moore the manuscripts of his memoirs. Now, Thomas Moore had sold the manuscripts of Lord Byron's memoirs to John Murray. Though there were plans to publish these after his death, instead of publishing the manuscripts, Thomas Moore went to John Murray's office in London, where they both burned the manuscripts. It is unknown why the two did this, but it is possible that Lord Byron had many scandals despite being a very well-respected poet and politician, and destroying the manuscripts would protect his widow from the backlash of these various scandals. Recent discoveries in the memories of Daisy Hay, the stepsister of Mary Shelley, back up the various scandals as she wrote about Byron getting her pregnant and then leaving her. She also went on to describe both Thomas Moore and Lord Byron as monsters. As Lord Byron was one to sleep around with other women, it is likely many accounts as described by Daisy Hay were in Lord Byron's memoirs. Now, despite having a questionable private life, Lord Byron was still very well respected among the high class in British society, and is still regarded as a great poet. Many have since attempted to recreate his memoirs and even make plays about him. Some pieces of note that are in 1972, an opera titled Lord Byron premiered, and many of the events in the opera were fictionalized. Later in 1978, author Christopher Nicole compiled an imaginative recreation of Byron's memoirs titled The Secret Memoirs of Lord Byron. In 1989, author Robert Nye published an imaginative recreation of the memoirs titled The Memoirs of Lord Byron. And in 1995, author Tom Holland published a fictional take on Lord Byron called The Vampire, being the true pilgrimage of George Gordon, in which the manuscripts of the memoirs were destroyed because Lord Byron was a vampire. Now, again, all of these are pieces of fiction, but it is definitely interesting to see that, a piece of lost media, specifically the lost memoirs of a famous individual, could inspire so much simply because we don't have them. And coming in at number 2, we have 15,000 Debullos, partially found Chilean animated film from 1942. Now, 15,000 Debullos, also known as 15,000 Debullos, meaning 15,000 drawings, is a Chilean animated feature film by Jamie Escuerdo and Juan Carlos Trupp, made between 1937 and 1942. The film details the life of Copuchita, the condor, and his friends, a Mapuche puma named Manuel, a rooster dressed up as a Chilean huaso named No Bihaiga, and Clarita, a young woman. I'm pretty sure I pronounced all of those terribly. Now, the movie was funded by friends and families of the directors. They also got the support of the CORFO, the Corporación de Fomento de la Producción, a production development corporation, and Corporación Chilena de Salitre. Again, I'm so sorry. The film was created using rudimentary animation techniques and was made in the director's workshops in Lira with Marcelato in downtown Santiago. In 1941, during a Disney Goodwill tour in South America as part of the Good Neighbor policy, Walt Disney visited Chile, and saw the progress of the film. He was amazed by their simple animation techniques, and he encouraged both filmmakers to continue the project. This gave them the encouragement to finish it as a feature-length film. Now, 15,000 Debullos finally premiered in 1942, despite being critically acclaimed on its own, primarily because it was the first Chilean animated feature film. It was overshadowed by other animated films like Fantasia and Pinocchio. After this, Carlos Troop retrieved a copy of the film, and since then, the movie has never been seen in its entirety. In the late 1950s, filmmaker Edmundo Urita retrieved a fragment of the film and incorporated it into his documentary, Recordando. This fragment was uploaded to YouTube by Kylie Trupp, the granddaughter of Carlos Trupp. In 2001, there were plans to restore the film, but they haven't yet been confirmed. On January 7, 2023, the Centro Cultural La Monda, abbreviated as CCLM, announced on their website that an open-air outdoor screening of 50,000 Debullos alongside another critically acclaimed animated Chilean short film, Bestia, will take place at the Pasos Bulenes in Santiago City in Chile on January 12th of 2023. In addition, 7 minutes of more footage from the film is available on their site as well. However, so far, the full film has not been made available to the rest of the public. I could not find whether or not that screening actually took place. I mean, it's easy to see why this one is interesting. Not only is it the first ever Chilean animated feature film, but it even got the thumbs up from Walt Disney himself. So this one, it's pretty cool. At number 3, we have the 1974 NBA All-Star Game, which is a lost NBA game played in Seattle, circa, you guessed it, 1974. Now, I'm not a basketball fan myself, but basketball season did just start here in the States a couple days ago, so I figured, hey, why not some basketball? So, the 1974 NBA All-Star Game, held on January 15th of 1974 at the Seattle Center Coliseum in Seattle, Washington, remains an intriguing event in basketball history due to its lost televised broadcast. Featuring star athletes like Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Bob Lanier, and John Havlicek, the Eastern Conference defeated the Western Conference with a final score of 134 to 123. Bob Lanier, who scored 24 points and grabbed 10 rebounds, was named the game's MVP. Despite the historical significance of this game, the full televised broadcast has never been made publicly available, leaving fans and historians searching for any existing footage. Now, about the original broadcast, the 1974 NBA All-Star Game was aired nationally by CBS Sports, marking one of the network's early ventures into broadcasting major NBA events. The commentary team for the game likely included prominent CBS announcers from the era, though specific details about the broadcast team are not well documented. Unfortunately, as with many television programs from the 1970s, the game's broadcast appears to have been either lost, destroyed, or taped over in the years following its initial airing. Archiving practices in the 1970s often prioritized reuse of expensive tape reels, and it is possible that CBS reused the tapes, a common industry practice at the time. As to the availability, while partial highlight reels and select moments from the game have occasionally surfaced in NBA documentaries or sports retrospectives, no full broadcast of the 1974 NBA All-Star Game has been discovered or digitized. The game's absence from the archives presents a notable gap, especially as it features several future Hall of Fame players, as well as Bob Lanier's standout performance helped him claim the game's MVP award, adding to his legacy in a season that saw him as one of the NBA's top big men. I also apologize if I'm not saying the names correctly, as I do not know anything about basketball. Now, without full footage, basketball enthusiasts and historians rely on written accounts and fragmented video clips to piece together the game's flow and key moments. Publications such as Sports Illustrated and the New York Times provided contemporary game reports which offer some insight into the match, but without visual records, the game's atmosphere, style of play, and broadcast experience remain lost. However, the search is ongoing. Several possibilities exist regarding the potential rediscovery of the game's full broadcast. CBS Sports Archives may hold the original tapes, though they could remain undigitized or misfiled. Other potential sources include private collectors, as early home video recording systems such as Betamax and VHS were becoming more common at the time. Enthusiasts or collectors may have taped the game live, and such footage could still exist in private collections. Local Seattle TV stations, particularly those that covered the All-Star game locally or in post-game recaps, may have retained portions of the broadcast or secondary coverage. Efforts to preserve early NBA broadcasts have increased in recent years, raising hope that lost broadcasts like this one may eventually surface. The 1974 NBA All-Star Game is a notable example of lost media within sports broadcasting. Its absence from digital archives highlights the challenges of media preservation, especially in an era when archiving practices were less robust. The game's rediscovery would fill a key gap in basketball history, providing fans and scholars with a visual record of one of the sport's important moments. As of now, the full broadcast remains unrecovered. However, with continued interest in sports history and media archiving, there is hope that one day the footage may be found. And honestly, gonna have to take the writer's word on it for this one. Again, not a basketball fan, but I can definitely see the value in a missing All-Star game. Definitely fans of basketball would want that to be found. Enough said, I guess. At number 4, we have The Adventures of Snellgrove Snail, a partially lost Canadian puppet TV series circa 1979 to 1980. Now, The Adventures of Snellgrove Snail is a 1979 Canadian puppet TV series. It was created by D.W. Reed Film Company and was voiced by Helen Bowalda, Joyce Clark, and Barry McLean. It originally debuted in Canada on CHCH-TV from September 22nd of 1979 until at least April 5th of 1980, but it also aired in New Zealand on TVNZ and the United States on syndication. The series follows the underwater village of Snailsville and its gastropod inhabitants. Some parts of the series were released on VHS by Imtex Entertainment, based in Prior Lake, Minnesota. Additionally, some parts were released on VHS by Family Home Entertainment. These tapes are rare today, and it is unclear how much content was released for home media. Currently of this show, we have about 10 episodes that have been found and one TV special. However, according to a poster that was sold on eBay and from the time, we learned that there are 130 episodes of the show and 10 TV specials, meaning that the majority of this show is lost. This is very interesting to me because, simply put it, I mean, this show clearly put out quite a bit, and for so much of it to go missing, especially when people at the time, there were home media recordings. Definitely this would have been a show that kids would have, had their parents tape for them. I'm surprised we have not uncovered more, but the search continues. Alright guys, and I know a lot of you come here specifically for this. It is time for the spicy entry, and today's spicy entry is The Commune, a lost Manson family-inspired film from 1970. The Commune was a 1970 film directed by Monroe Beeler based on the crimes of the Manson family, released on March 11, 1970, just 7 months after the Tate LaBianca murders. The film holds the title of being quite possibly the first film based on the crimes. Very little is known about it, other than it apparently had its premiere at the Eros Theater, now the New Beverly Cinema, in Los Angeles, California, on March 11, 1970. The film later played at the Nob Hill Theater in San Francisco. Now, a little background on the film. Monroe Beeler was known for directing gay schmornographic films and showing them at theaters in the San Francisco area. Possibly wanting to cash in on the recent murders, Beeler filmed and released The Commune in 1970. Although Beeler was known primarily for directing schmornography, it's been stated that the film may not have been schmornographic in nature, and rather that it was basically just a straight exploitation feature that only played at the porn-centric Nob Hill Theater due to the fact that Beeler owned the theater at the time. While it is known that the film premiered on March 11th at the Eros Theater and played later that same month at Nob Hill, due to the obscure release, it is unknown how long the runtime was or if it was a critical success. There was an advertisement for The Commune taken out in the Los Angeles Times, and an ad for the film was also taken out in the Honolulu Star Bulletin in April of 1970. Listings for a film titled Love in the Commune appeared in the San Francisco Examiner and Los Angeles Times in March of 1970. Love in the Commune played at the Nob Hill Theater on the 20th and 21st, just days after the Commune was confirmed as playing there. The LA Times listings states that the film played at the Eros Theater in late March, the same theater where the Commune premiered, and the Paris Theater in late March and early April. Based on all this, it seems likely that Love in the Commune and The Commune are the same film, and that there may even be, the full title of the film may have been Love and Murder in the Commune. That also may explain why in some cases it was just The Commune or Love in the Commune, as papers of the time may have been hesitant to print the word murder. A similar example of this can be seen in the infamous adult film titled Bat Pussy, existing advertisements for which print the title as Batwoman or Bat Brood, among others. It's also worth noting that both the March 6 LA Times ad and the Honolulu ad simply print the title as The Commune. Another interesting point about this film is that the cast list is known, but it's not known who they played in the film. The cast list reads as follows: Eric Burney, John Chavez, Nancy Gold, Robert Harvey, who was the former bass player of Jefferson Airplane and was credited as Robert Harry, Nancy Kinberg, Ronald McTash, Joanne Nelson, Shirley Nixon, Enrico Bazzini, Candy Rogers, Joan Stormer, and Larry Watts, though again, who they played in the film remains unknown. So what is available of this film? Well, like many other low-budget films of that era, The Commune was not widely known outside of certain communities in California. Due to this, it is unknown if The Commune saw any home releases or local theatrical re-releases. And as of right now, no footage from the film has surfaced. While the film is not available, its impact was notable in the fact the release of The Commune started a trend in the film industry from 1971 until 1979 of films based on the Manson family crimes. These films were all locally released in various regions of the United States from local releases like The Commune. While most were obscure, others such as Snuff garnered huge attention and are now considered cult classics. I think this one is interesting for two reasons, as it definitely showcases two things that are very true of the film industry, and one is that sensationalism and true crime, ripped from the headlines type stuff is still quite popular in circles, as well as never underestimate the ability of an adult filmmaker to put out a full release in record amount of time. I remember there being a very funny example of this when Final Fantasy 15 came out and everybody was gushing over the mechanic NPC in the game Cindy. In less than a month from the game's release, I can't remember which one it was, but one of the big adult websites had already put out a full sex parody featuring someone dressed up as the mechanic from Final Fantasy 15. So in less than a month, they put a script together, hired actors, made costumes, picked a filming location, and shot two people going at it as if they were from the Final Fantasy universe. So again, 7 months after the horrific crimes of the Manson family, there was a film inspired by it. Like, that's some impressive turnaround time. I'm just saying. And we're back. Starting at number 1, we have Anne of Green Gables, Lost TV miniseries from 1972. Anne of Green Gables is a 1972 made-for-television British miniseries directed by Joan Craft and starring Kim Braden, Barbara Hamilton, Elliot Sullivan, and Jan Francis. It is an adaptation of the classic novel of the same name by Lucy Maud Montgomery. Its run consisted of 5 45-minute-long episodes, all of which are currently lost. It appears to have been well received on its original airing. Despite this, it is ultimately believed to have fallen victim to BBC's purge of serials from the 1970s that they deemed to have little commercial value. There are rumors, however, that Anne was released on Betamax videotape before this happened. Given that considerable BBC media from this era, including several early episodes of Doctor Who, have since been found in private hands, there may be home recordings of this miniseries still out there as well. Little other information is available, and no footage or promotional material has been preserved save for several screenshots of what appear to be promotional stills collected on the IMDb page. This one is very interesting to me, mainly due to the fact that it is a, supposed victim of the BBC purge, especially considering how many BBC serials have been preserved since and how many get, widely distributed home media releases. It's very easy to find a lot of them, but then there's also that kind of like that dark age where BBC didn't really do a good job of preserving their shows, and I honestly thought it had stopped before the 70s, but apparently it was still going on then, and that's news to me, so that's very interesting. But hey, if you have a copy of Anne of Green Gables somewhere in your old Betamax collection, let the world know. And at number 2, we have Recreo, partially found contents of a children's site circa 2000 to 2015. Recreo magazine was a monthly, previously weekly, Brazilian journal of Editoria Caras, previously published by Editoria Abril, founded by Victor Civita. Recreo aimed to entertain and educate children and preteens, bringing curiosities, comics, tests, jokes, and more. Recreo had its first edition published in May of 1969 and was continuously published until 1981. In 2000, it returned to newsstands with a new philosophy, as well as new authors and experiences. The magazine was then bought by publisher Editoria Caras from publisher Editoria Abril. It was finally discontinued in March of 2018, ending at the 925th edition. At that time, it transformed from a weekly journal to a monthly one on a new guideline. While the physical editions of the magazine have completely stopped being published, there is still new volumes being posted onto their website since 2021. Recreo Online was the name of the official site of Recreo magazine. The site featured several sections of the magazine, such as collections of toys sold, games, videos, cartoons, jokes, stories, and activities. For some time, the magazine even animated the episodes of its collections in partnership with Kazulo Studio for its official website. In recent years, the site showed only the photo of the current issue, and all other pages such as jokes and games had been withdrawn. Due to these changes, a lot of content related to the site has been lost, and among the lost animations are the animated adaptations of Circomix, which only a fragment has been found on YouTube. So what is available? Well, though the adaptations of Megaferris and Insectron have been found, the final episodes are missing, and it is unknown if they were even ever produced. An undetermined number of animated animatiras produced by the cartoonist Jan Gavallo and games are missing. Some can be checked by site versions saved in the web archive, but cannot be played. There is also lost printed content. Many old editions can only be found in thrift stores or on sites like eBay, but not all of them. One of the lost print jobs is Recreo Especial Misayo Totem, a collection of comics from the 2006 Mission Totem collection. The only proof of the existence of them are pictures of people selling them online. Again, this is one of those cases that we see so often that something was extremely popular, but for some reason it just really wasn't preserved, it wasn't made, it wasn't archived, there's not, it exists, it's out there, but it's not readily available to the public, which means while some people may have access to it, like people who are, selling the comic online, not everybody can see it. So if you happen to, be a fan and you buy one of these things online, do some scans, upload it to the internet, let the world see it. At number 3, we have the Digitin Exhibition audio guides, partially found in-character audio guides from 2017 to 2018. The Digitin Exhibition audio guides are commentaries on the displays at the Nisio Isen Digitin Exhibition, written by Niso Isen and read by the anime and commercial voice actors for a few characters from the Monogatari series, Zerogoto series, and Forgetful Detective series, and as well, the Sayoko series. They were distributed through an MP3 player to any attendees who paid an additional fee upon entry. While limited transcripts have been found, the majority are still missing, and no copies of the audio tracks have been found online. Only 3 of these were released, one between Koyami Araragi and Shinobu Oshino from the Monogatari series, one between Lee Chan and Kunagisa Tomo from the Zaragoto series, plus one between Kuyoko Okitagami from the Forgetful Detective series and Jun Aikawa from the Sayoko series. Also, I'm sure I just butchered all of that. As to the availability, for all of the released guides, the audio was only available by visiting the exhibition in person and paying a fee upon entry. An MP3 player of the visitor's choice would be provided, to be returned upon leaving the exhibition, with which they could play and replay segments of the guide at their leisure. A transcript for one of the audio guides between Kyoko Okitagami and Jun Aikawa was printed in all of the pamphlets provided at the event. As for the search for this piece of media, there was a brief search in August of 2022, which ended once the exhibition's pamphlet was obtained. A more extensive search started in March of 2023, when it was discovered that the pamphlets only contained a transcript of the one audio guide. While this later search has so far found some related materials, nothing substantial has been uncovered from the audio guides themselves yet, aside from some summaries and brief quotes located on a few blogs reviewing the exhibition. This one is really interesting, especially because it was like a unique piece of audio that you actually had to go to a specific exhibition to obtain, and it's not like you could go get the audio, leave, upload it online. You had to give it back once you were leaving, so there was very little, if any, way to properly archive this, at least from the public. And it looks like so far, whether due to just not caring, or possibly there could be some copyright or licensing issues involved, nobody from the exhibition has made it available to the public. And so this one probably still exists somewhere. It just isn't, being made public. And of course, that is one of the most tantalizing ways for media to be lost, that we know it's there, we just can't see it. And at number 4, we have canceled sitcoms, the lost Brad Jones, the Cinema Snob film from 2000. So Brad Jones is an online film critic most well known for his series, The Cinema Snob. The series concentrates on reviewing low-grade B-movies as well as well-known underground horror movies. He is a frequent contributor to Channel Awesome and is also one of the most popular members of the group. Now, Jones struggled for many years with films before resorting to video reviews. His earliest effort, Canceled Sitcoms, a 20 to 30 minute long college project film that Jones considered to be of amateur quality. His professor didn't quite agree with him, as evidenced by the fact that the film was submitted to the iFilm.com and was featured on the site for about 5 years. Now, despite it being featured online for almost 5 years, no copy of this short film is known to exist. Jones's master DVD copy was stolen years ago along with his other film, Sadistic Bitch, which I believe we covered in a previous episode, and a large collection of his movies. Jones is indifferent towards the film being uncovered or not, though his fans have shown great interest. The few who have seen it thought that while the film was well edited, it was not particularly noteworthy. And this is a great example of, another type of lost media where the media is noteworthy more so for who made it than for the actual quality of the media itself. It's something that was made by a famous, internet personality that people are fans of, and the fact that there is something made by them that was available, now is not, nobody can get it, it's gonna drive the search. Alright, number 5, today's spicy piece is Nobody Dies, a partially found Japanese film from 2008. Nobody Dies is a 38-minute long short film directed by Japanese artist Mr. and produced by Takashi Murakami. It was published by Kaikai Kiki Company Ltd. And presented alongside other works by Takashi Murakami. While the film itself is not schmornographic, many of the aesthetic elements and camera shots catered towards Mr.'s lolicon interests, even though the film is not animated. His painting, It Hurts When It Hits Bare Skin, was Mr.'s inspiration to direct a live adaptation of the piece. Now, as to the plot of this lost live-action lolly film, well, the short film centers around a quintet of middle school girls, part of a paintballing team nicknamed Usagigumi. I hope I said that right. With teamwork and passion, the girls work together to defeat their rival team, Young Spectre's star. One half of the movie focuses on the everyday lives of these girls, and the second half focuses on the action between the competing teams. Now just remember, the camera shots of this film supposedly feature, are adapted to Mr.'s lolicon interests, and this is a film about middle school girls. Do not forget that. That's ugh. As to the availability of this film, The short film's release was exclusive to galleries and art exhibitions. Even though there are multiple locations with confirmed past screenings, no recordings have surfaced online. Kaikai Kiki Company Ltd's previous works had only been short animations and commercials, making this experimental film harder to publicize. And maybe because of the content, right? Some places it was exhibited was Perotin in Paris, France, held Mr. Nobody Dies, a solo show, and it lasted from October 21st, 2008 to January 10th, 2009. Tollywood held a screening of Nobody Dies from November 21st, 2008 to December 18th of 2008. It was a general admission event in Tokyo. And then from November 29th, 2008 to December 15th, 2008, the Kaikai Kiki shop on Nakano Broadway presented Mr. Nobody Dies exhibition, which featured installments of the characters' bedrooms. Along with many other Kaikai Kiki Company Ltd works, I really hate saying that for some reason, Nobody Dies was screened at Tollywood in Shimokitazawa, Tokyo from May 2nd, 2009 to May 22nd, 2009. So what did people think of this thing when it was available? Well, the online reception of Nobody Dies was mostly mixed, with many pointing out the uncomfortable camera angles and blatantly fetishistic videos. However, Cool Hunting reports that the sexualized elements are artistic, as it represents the male gaze of an otaku. Okay, I'm just gonna say this one, guys. This one can stay lost, first of all, but I'm sorry, but fetishizing middle schoolers as an artistic way of representing the male gaze of a pervy nerd? No, not cool, bro. Not cool. I am vehemently against this one, and while it is a piece of lost media that I've never heard anyone talk about, I feel like that is with good reason. Let's just say that if there is a search for this one going on, it should stop, and this one should be left in the dust. Please. At number 1, we have Hourglass, a lost early NBC variety television series from 1946 to 1947. Hourglass was a variety television series that aired on WNBT, which ended up becoming WNBC4 in New York, though it is reported that the series aired on some Schenectady and Philadelphia stations beginning on May 9th, 1946 and ending on March 6th, 1947. Its contemporary notability comes from the fact that it was the first variety television series to have been televised. It was also the first series in the field of entertainment to reach an hour long in program length, along with it being the first series to have its own television star. The series was produced by the J. Walter Thompson Agency and was sponsored by Standard Brands, who advertised their Chase, Sanford, and Tenderleaf tea brands. Talks between Standard and Thompson on how the series should have been formatted lasted a long time, up to many months. Eventually the groups decided on a variety series, so there could be a large amount of room for experimentation on different types of segments. Many famous stars at the time made appearances on Hourglass. Ventriloquist stars Edgar Bergen and Charlie McCarthy starred in a couple of episodes, comedians Doodles Weaver, Bert Lahr, and Jerry Colonna appeared, and singers Peggy Lee and Dennis Day had roles in the show as well. Television director Ira Skutch claimed the series was so important because it was aired on a network. Even though a few series had already been aired before this one, it was entirely produced by an agency, and because it had commercials, enabling the crew and the sponsors to earn money. However, behind the scenes, the series' production was a troubled one. Edward Sobel, one of the series' producers, found it a hassle to fully achieve the physicality of the actors' performances due to how limited the studio the crew filmed at was. Small stages, cameras that did not capture enough detail, and severe lighting plagued the production, with the first few episodes becoming television flops. A critic writing for Variety claimed the crew did not know what to do with the talent they had, and that they were told to stand in front of a camera and do their stuff. Additionally, the series' comedians were criticized for the pacing of their jokes, prompting Edward to instruct the comedians to increase the pace of their routines, along with shortening their segments down to 3 minutes. Around November of 1946, specifically with the premiere of the episode on the 14th, the series started to find its own footing, with Edgar Bergen becoming the series' host, and newer episodes were much more positively reviewed. However, even with its increase in quality, the series was still too expensive for its own good. Standard Brands reportedly used $200,000 to fund the series, which was described as being too high a budget for a television show at the time. Adding to this, musicians were forbidden from singing their songs on television due to a rule by the president of the American Federation of Musicians that songs could not be sung live until television networks and the Federation would agree on the matter, thus reducing the crew to lip-syncing and using pre-recorded music. Finally, even with Standard Brand's satisfaction with the product sales and the quality of the show itself, they were still on the edge about funding a television series that would not be broadcast to a large number of homes across the nation. As mentioned, the series was reported to have only been broadcast on New York and Philadelphia stations. The series was canceled in February of 1947 and broadcasted its last episode on March 6th of the same year. So, is anything available from this? Well, as kinescopes were only invented later in 1947 after the end of Hourglass, no video elements are known to exist from the series. While 33 out of the 44 known audio recordings of the series are known to have been archived in the Library of Congress, they are not publicly available for an individual to easily access, and thus this is completely lost. I definitely think it's interesting, not so much that the video elements were lost, that makes perfect sense due to the time this came out, but the fact that the audio recordings at the Library of Congress, why if we're archiving all this information, is it not made publicly available and easily available? Government could easily, Library of Congress could easily make a website where they document all these things, they digitize their archives and let the public view them. I see no reason why they couldn't do that, and it seems like this is one of those cases where, while it wouldn't be completely found, it would at least be more found than it currently is if people were just given access to what just, in all honesty, is a piece of television history, and there's no need to lock it up away from the public. At number 2 we have And Memory Will Recall in the Sounds, a lost Soviet biographic drama film from 1987. And Memory Will Recall in the Sounds, aka Roses for the Maestro, is a 1987 Soviet biographic drama film that was directed by Timofey Levchuk and produced by Dovzhenko Film Studio. It starred the famous people's artist of the Ukrainian SSR, Fedir Strehun. The film tells the story of Ukrainian composer and folklorist Mykola Lysenko, who founded the National School of Composers. The film also featured his music and Ukrainian folk songs. A detailed plot summary is available on the book Soviet Feature Films Annotated Catalog 1986 to 1987, page 69 through 70, and it reads as such. Beginning in the 20th century, the already not young Ukrainian composer Mykola Lysenko sets off for a walk around Kiev, and this journey through the city turns into a kind of reflection on his life for the composer. The whole way, memories persistently bring him back to the past, first to his childhood, to the village of Herinki in Poltava Oblast. There he was friends with peasant children. There he first heard wonderful Ukrainian songs, and as a young man, he met his first love, a peasant girl named Natasha. Then he remembers May 1861, when he attended the funeral of the great Ukrainian poet Taras Shevchenko. Nikolay stood with friends next to the Kobzar's coffin and made a vow to himself to someday set the poet's verses to music. Then he recalled his trips abroad and to Russia, meeting with great Russian composers Peter Tchaikovsky, Alexander Borodin, Modest Mussorgsky, the persistent work of the opera Taras Bulba, and finally the images of two women, Olga O'Connor and Olga Lipska, who gifted him with love, happiness, and inspiration. The film was shot in Kiev, Hinrink, and St. Petersburg. The script for the film was written in 1979 through 1982 by Ivan Drach and Ivan Mikolajchuk during a period of their internal immigration. The film was theatrically released on August 14th of 1987. It was also released in Ukrainian language in the same year. After the completion of its theatrical release, the film has never been broadcast on television or released on home video. There is a lot of incorrect information about the film online. For example, entirely different films or YouTube videos are published on websites using the name of this film, but the actual film is completely lost. I find the fact that this film was lost at all is very interesting due to the fact that, it was made in a time where film preservation was very easy. There was nothing that was really preventing it from being broadcast on television or on home media release. It does not appear to have been a particularly controversial film. And so the fact that it's just gone missing after its initial theatrical release with no explanation beyond the fact that maybe, it was Russia in the 80s, who knows. But that was kind of near the fall of communism too, though, so I'm not sure why this one's lost, but hopefully we find it someday. And at number 3, we have America's Next Muppet, a lost test pilot for a canceled ABC reality parody series from 2006. America's Next Muppet was a planned but canceled parody series inspired by reality TV competition shows, which would have featured popular Muppet characters. A pilot for the show was produced but never aired, and no part of it has resurfaced. The Muppets are an incredibly popular brand created by Jim Henson and feature a colorful cast of characters spanning across decades of TV shows, from The Muppet Show to Sesame Street to Fraggle Rock. One show that was planned to be added to that list was America's Next Muppet, a parody of reality TV shows like America's Got Talent or American Idol. The show had a pilot filmed in the summer of 2005 to pitch to Disney, and they loved it, so they made a deal to make a 5-episode miniseries to air on ABC. The apparent plot of the show was Kermit and other classic Muppets setting up a talent show for a new Muppet to join the crew. New Muppets must perform in front of the judges, Kermit, Miss Piggy, and Gonzo. The judges would review the acts to see if the participants could be in their troupe. Other Muppets were apparently going to set up the challenges behind the scenes and keep the show afloat. The show was even planned to be interactive, where the viewers would vote for who they thought should win. However, the show was never aired, and it is assumed to be cancelled as it was nowhere to be seen in ABC's summer 2006 lineup. It's not quite known what happened to the show, but most people assume it was simply scrapped during filming. No footage or images from the pilot have been seen, and Disney hasn't mentioned the series publicly, making it unlikely it would ever be found. As a kid in the 90s, I loved the Muppets, I loved Sesame Street, I loved Fraggle Rock, and I'm happy that the Muppets have gotten a bit of a resurgence lately. A lot of stuff like Muppets or Looney Tunes kind of fell out of popularity, and I'm glad to see the Muppets making a return. I would have been just graduated high school when this show should have come out, and I definitely would have given it a watch back then. If I had to guess why this one was scrapped, I think the whole thing that they were doing it kind of American Idol style, they wanted it to be interactive. I think that was just too much to do because these Muppet shows probably take quite a while to film due to their heavy use of puppetry, and I would just think making an interactive show where the show would come out every week and would have to adapt based on the audience's input, I just don't think it was probably feasible at the time. But I'd love to see them do it in the future, maybe without the interactive element, just to make it a little bit more simple, but I would love to see this show. Alright guys, at number 4 we have Grand Theft Auto 5. Lost behind-the-scenes footage for development of an open-world video game from the early 2010s. Grand Theft Auto 5 is a 2013 open-world action-adventure video game developed by Rockstar North and published by Rockstar Games, and if you're anything like me or a good chunk of the country, you're still playing it to this day on the most recent gen of consoles. It is the 7th main installment and 15th overall installment in the massively popular Grand Theft Auto video game series. Many games by Rockstar are known for having official content that has been cut or will never see the light of day, with one of these being the behind-the-scenes footage of Grand Theft Auto 5's development that was going to be used for a cancelled making-of documentary. On April 11th of 2024, a Q&A interview with the voice actors hosted by Streamly was made. Sean Fontino, Ned Luke, and Stephen Ogg talked and revealed some antics that happened during the making of Grand Theft Auto 5. During this Q&A, Stephen Oggs, the voice actor for Trevor, says that behind closed doors, a string of stupid challenges took place while the team wasn't working. Ned Luke, the voice actor for Michael, then makes the claim that a behind-the-scenes camera was running the whole time. Luke then adds on to the claim that they never used the footage after development finished. Quote, What's nuts to me is that behind the scenes camera we had going the whole time, and they never did anything with it. That stuff's gold. Ogg then follows up with the claim, explaining that at one point they discussed how cool it would be if they made a making-of documentary for Grand Theft Auto 5. After the interview, video game news sites flocked with articles about this revelation. Many users online were confused on why the footage was never shown, but many Grand Theft Auto fans had gotten to the theory that Rockstar wanted to keep the development private, since they're known for rarely revealing anything about how they develop their games. As of today, the behind-the-scenes footage has never been released online, and will be unlikely to do so because of Rockstar's intentions to keep behind-the-scenes footage behind the curtains. This one is definitely, technically, it's not a newer piece of lesser-known lost media, as it's from, around 2013, but it's one we just found out about, and nothing wets the palates of the lost media community more than being informed that there's something we didn't even know was missing, and it's been withheld from us this entire time. So I'm sure the search for this one will gain traction. It might not even be lesser known for very long, but, you heard it here first, guys, right? Hopefully. I love the Grand Theft Auto series. I'm excited for Grand Theft Auto 6 whenever it does come out. My introduction to the series was Grand Theft Auto 3, and it's still like a definitive memory for me, playing through that intro mission where you had to drive, it was a standard driving mission. You had to drive from point A to point B and then to point C. But then when that mission opened up and you had the whole world before you to explore, that was a game changer. Grand Theft Auto 3 to me is one of the greatest games of all time. I do also love Vice City just for the aesthetic. I mean, you can see, by the Hawaiian shirt wearing monkey that represents me. I'm a big fan of that aesthetic. And so if I had to rank my top 3 Grand Theft Auto games, it would be Grand Theft Auto 3, then Grand Theft Auto 5, and then Vice City. And while 5 might not be my favorite, it is, objectively a better game than 3. 3 just gets that top spot because it was such a game changer in the open world gaming. But 5 is great, and that is proved by the fact that its online game is still getting updates to this very day. Tons of people are still playing it, so much that it has delayed the production of Grand Theft Auto 6, much to my dismay. So the fact that there is footage out there that was being filmed during the production that's never been used, never been released to the public, I'd love to see this one. At number 5, we have Apt Pupil, lost production material for an unfinished film adaptation of Stephen King's novel from 1987. In 1987, British director Alan Bridges began to film an adaptation of Stephen King's 1982 novella Apt Pupil. The story centers around Todd Bowden, a teenager who realizes that a man who lives in his town is actually a 1940s German war criminal named Kurt Dusander. Todd blackmails Dusander into telling him the gory details of his time as one of those guys in exchange for not turning him over to the authorities. Over time, his stories take their toll on Todd, and he eventually turns to unaliving homeless men to relieve his nightmares. Child actor Ricky Schroeder played Todd, while British actor Nicole Williamson played Dusander. Only about 3/4 of the film, approximately 40 minutes, were completed before the production ran out of money, and Bridges was forced to abandon the film. The budget of the film was $14 million, but only $9 million was spent. There was also a lawsuit because there was a scene where the actors had to be stripped naked during a shower scene, but the lawsuit was determined to be without merit. However, the naked shower scene wasn't the only controversy surrounding this movie. There was a lot of imagery concerning that one particular German political party. The film had too much of it, and references to what they did to people all over Europe in a certain kind of camp that is in the Apt Pupil film. This imagery was used to show what the main character Todd Bowden and his, friend from Germany had in common, but it was still deemed to be gratuitous. Another controversy was the homophobia present in the film. Carolyn Picard and David Frank write that the face of evil is represented in the film as, that German political party, oft labeled as quintessentially innate and supernaturally crafty, but also in a more subterranean way, dangerously blurring the boundaries between homoeroticism and homosexuality. The film also expounds its connection between homophobia and the Holocaust. I think I can get away with saying it once. Now, while the novella would later be successfully adapted to film by Bryan Singer in February of 1998, starring Brad Renfro as Todd and Ian McKellen as Doosander, nothing has been seen or heard of the unfinished film by the public, and its current whereabouts are unknown. It was rumored that some of the screening tapes of the film circulated at a convention in 1987 and 1988, but nothing has surfaced since. Stephen King has called what he saw of the film really good. Also, just to note, apparently there was a lawsuit for the finished film as well, also regarding the shower scene against a number of people, including Singer. So apparently that shower scene, just super controversial. Don't be filming kids in the showers, guys, okay? But, it's definitely interesting to see what this could have been, specifically because it kind of got the thumbs up from Stephen King, who is notoriously known to hate film adaptations of his work. So if he was a fan, that probably means it was pretty cool. But yeah, if there was that much controversy before the film was even finished, who knows what would have been. This would have been even spicier on this list if it had actually managed to be released, probably. Still, it would be interesting to see. Also, a note I found in another article is that they actually tried to pick back up production of this original film. However, Schroeder had aged too drastically in the year between them running out of money and trying to come back to it. That is the problem with young actors, is they do, especially in that age bracket, they do tend to grow up pretty quickly. So unfortunately, they were not able to resume, and the 40 minutes of footage was just left abandoned. At number 1, we have The Incredible Hulk, a lost build of a cancelled Atari 2600 game from 1983. The Incredible Hulk is a video game created by toy and game manufacturer Parker Brothers in 1983 for the Atari 2600. In The Incredible Hulk, the player plays as Bruce Banner as he goes through various levels. The levels in the game would get progressively harder after completing the previous level. In each level, the player would have tried to avoid turning into the Hulk. The Incredible Hulk was supposed to be released in stores by autumn of 1983. This was during the video game crash of 1983, E.T. being released in December of 82. In which many companies, including Parker Brothers, never released games that had already been made for the Atari 2600, and thus the game was never released. All that remains online of the unreleased game is a couple of screenshots from in-game, some photos of the box art, and a comic ad for the game. In 2001, a promo box was bought and scanned online, suggesting that the game's prototype might indeed exist somewhere. On November 25th of 2014, an Italian user named AirGames posted on a forum thread on AtariAge.com that he had a promotional copy of the game in possession. Later he admitted that he got scammed and the promotional copy was a fake. This one is interesting to me not only because it is a lost video game, but it was one of a licensed title from a big manufacturer that is said to have been, probably completely completed, but was never released due to, the video game crash. However, the other part that is interesting to me is that you would make a Hulk game where the purpose of the game was to not turn into the Hulk. I mean, I think it would be much more fun to play as the Hulk than, the Bruce Banner anger management simulator. That's just my 2 cents. I would love to see how they made this game more compelling than if the point was to turn into the Hulk. At number 2, we have Ani Yoko, My Next Door Neighbor, a lost Cartoon Network Philippines English dub of an anime from 2008. I think it would be safe to say that lost dubs are one of the cornerstones of the lost media community, and Anime Yoko is a 2005 children's comedy anime series based on the manga of the same name, written and illustrated by Ryo Makawa. And the story centers on a little girl named Ami, who is regularly visited by 3 animal creatures, a bunny named Io, a brown bear named Kenta, and a panda named Isa. The spontaneous personalities of the 3 animals, alongside their general ignorance of how the world works, leads to humorous hijinks. Around 2008, it is believed that an English dub of the series aired on the Cartoon Network in the Philippines under the title Ani Yoko, My Next Door Neighbor. No footage from this dub has ever found its way online, but Anime News Network does list some of its cast members, which include Animax regulars such as Andrea Kwan, Michael Pizzuto, and Candice Moore, who is also credited as having performed the show's ending theme. This suggests that this dub was likely produced by Omni Productions. Curiously enough, the page does not credit who voices Ami. Very little information regarding this dub exists online, with only the current solid evidence of its existence being a piece of promotional art with the English logo. Curiously enough, the show's TV tropes page contains a few bits of trivia about the dub, how Ami's name is pronounced as Amy, and how a secondary female character is referred to as a he. This one is interesting to me simply because of the fact that it seems like it makes sense that this actually exists, and there should honestly be more documentation of it, but there isn't. I mean, this was done during a time where people definitely had, VCRs, and I'm not sure why. I mean, I believe this one exists, but I'm surprised it is lost the way it is, and that so little information exists of it. At number 3, we have East Fremantle Sharks, a partially lost Australian football song from the 1980s. So the East Fremantle Sharks song is a song used by the East Fremantle Football Club, an Australian rules football club competing in the West Australian Football League. The song was likely recorded around 1983 or 1984 when the East Fremantle Football Club changed their nickname from Old Easts to Sharks. Like all other songs in Australian rules football, the song was played after a win and when the team ran out onto the ground before each match. The song was replaced with the current Cheer Cheer the Blue and the White, likely sometime around the 1990s. Most of the song can be found in the 1985 West Australian Football League Grand Final, where the song can be heard playing through the stadium speakers at the start as the team runs onto the ground and at the end when the team runs the lap of honor. However, the recording is not perfect, as parts of the song are cut out by people talking over the speakers and the crowd cheering can be heard throughout. When contacted about the song, the East Fremantle Football Club claimed not to have a copy. Now, I'm not a sports fan myself, but I know that people who are enjoy every little bit they can get of their team. It's just like any other fandom. Being a sports fan, and if there is a fight song or a theme song of your team that you remember it, you remember going to the games, you remember hearing it on TV, and now you don't have access to it, well, that would make someone a lost media searcher pretty darn quick. So this one, a lost fight song, definitely is on the more interesting end to me of lost music, which is not typically one of my favorite categories of lost media. And at number 4, we have Butterfly Kisses, a lost 3-hour version of found footage mockumentary horror film from 2018. Butterfly Kisses is a found footage mockumentary horror film released in October of 2018. It starred an ensemble cast in a film from 3 perspectives: 2 students who attempt to record clips of the urban legend Peeping Tom, a struggling filmmaker who desperately attempts to prove the footage the students captured was genuine, and a documentary crew who follows the filmmaker and begins to question the authenticity of Peeping Tom. It was written and directed by Eric Christopher Myers, who also portrayed a fictional version of himself as the head of the film crew. During the film's production, Myers got in touch with the Blair Witch Project co-creator Eduardo Sanchez, who helped edit Butterfly Kisses down to a viable 91-minute package. However, the original 3-hour version remains missing. The film was conceptualized by Eric Christopher Myers, who had previously worked on such projects as Roulette and A Split Personality. In an AMA conducted on r/found footage on the 2nd of September 2021, Myers stated that although he was a major fan of the Blair Witch Project, he found more recent found footage productions to have lacked passion and creativity. He therefore came up with a mockumentary concept surrounding the genre, based on the many pitfalls one may experience when recovering mystery tapes and attempting to prove their legitimacy. Passionate about this new concept, which served as a deconstruction of the found footage genre, Myers initiated the project on Thanksgiving of 2014 and claimed he completed its screenplay in 8 days. He then set about forging a real urban legend to give his project's narrative more credibility. Having recognized Ilchester train tunnel's reputation for being haunted, Myers fabricated the Ellicott City Flickergeist, also known as Peeping Tom. Supposedly, if one were to gaze within the tunnel from 11 p.m. to midnight without blinking once, Peeping Tom would suddenly appear from the other end. However, this amazing feat carries with it a terrible curse. The individual will now always see a glimpse of Peeping Tom, who will get closer to them after every blink. As he gets right next to the victim, he will harness his lengthy eyelashes to try and force the final blink. These lashes are sometimes described as butterfly kisses. If he succeeds in forcing a final blink, the victim will suffer a terrible and seemingly unavoidable death. In an interview with Squaring the Strange, Myers detailed how his creation needed to pass 7 key urban legend criteria. Among these included sprouting different names based on the storyteller's recollection, such as Blinkman and Ilchester the Molester, as well as making it virtually impossible to disprove thanks to the 1-hour stare ritual. The deviations behind the story and the name of Peeping Tom reflected Myers' research of the false memory syndrome and the Mandela effect, phenomena that have affected many other mysteries like the Tombstone Thunderbird photograph, which we previously spoke about on this channel. The legend first started gaining traction in 2016 as Ellicott City journalists took notice of its growing popularity. Additionally, Shelley Davies Wiegand's September 2018 book, Haunted Ellicott City, dedicates 4 pages to the urban legend, having identified no issues surrounding its authenticity. Similarly, WBFF Fox 45 investigated Peeping Tom, having also believed it was a true urban legend. Myers soon revealed to them that the legend was a marketing ploy for his upcoming film Butterfly Kisses. Rather than being offended by this revelation, Wiegand described it as genius. The film's production began on Valentine's Day of 2015. The inaugural film's scenes were a found footage sequence set in March of 2004. These segments featured 2 aspiring student filmmakers. Rachel Armiger portrayed Sophia Crane, while Reed DeLisle was cast as Feldman, whose first name is interestingly never revealed during the movie's runtime. Together, the pair document and attempt to capture the urban legend Peeping Tom. While staring a full hour without blinking proves impossible, Crane and Feldman seemingly succeed in summoning Peeping Tom via a video camera. In May of 2015, wedding videographer Gavin York, played by Seth Adam Kalick, miraculously discovers the tapes Crane and Feldman produced within a box with the ominous words, "Don't watch." The final tape in particular shows Crane urging the viewer to finish the production. Taking Crane's message to heart and sensing a golden opportunity to start a big-time filmmaking career, York begins compiling the tapes into a full documentary and enlists a film crew to record his full investigation. The modern-day scenes of the film were taped during the summer to enhance the notion that a 10-plus time year skip had occurred. Myers remarked in interviews with The Horror Times and Dread Central that he and the production crew were pretty much recording 2 very different films that would later be merged into one. Over the course of Butterfly Kisses, York's desperation to see the project succeed is obvious. Aside from his filmmaking aspirations, York also pours his already stretched financial resources into the project, including his son's education fund. His behavior also becomes increasingly erratic and obnoxious. A key example of this came when York met up with Weird series author Matt Lake, whom Crane and Feldman spoke to as part of their Peeping Tom investigation. York ends up offending Lake by accusing him of being behind the mysterious disappearances of the filmmakers. In his AMA, Myers explained how he and his co-editor Kenny Johnson had to carefully conceptualize York to avoid him becoming either too unlikable or too sympathetic. He remarked York symbolized the aspiring independent filmmaker who becomes disillusioned and resentful of their inability to progress beyond small-scale projects. Kalick was subsequently cast as York because he could portray an insufferable douchebag man-child with smarmy humor, as York's encounter with Lake proved. Lake's appearance is also interesting. He, like many other individuals who appeared in the mockumentary scenes bar York, his partner and mother-in-law, is simply portraying a version of himself in the film. This added to Myers' ambition to have the 2015 scenes reflect a real documentary. Another example of this came when York planned to convince a group of paranormal investigators of the footage's legitimacy. Like with most other people throughout the mockumentary, the group is left unconvinced and even laughs off York's attempts to prove otherwise. The group was in fact a legitimate paranormal investigation collective known as Inspired Ghost Tracking. In an interview with Films Forum, Myers stated that it proved remarkably difficult to explain what he required from Inspired Ghost Tracking. He instructed them to essentially play themselves and critically evaluate York's footage, with York having assumed the group would easily be convinced by it. Though most of the members were confused by this, Myers encouraged Half to appear on camera and assured them their dismissal of York would actually enhance their reputation rather than dent it. Following this, the film crew begins finding more holes in York's narrative of events. Particularly, they are concerned that York actually fabricated the story and that the lack of evidence surrounding Crane and Feldman's existence is because they were merely actors. Their suspicions increase when they discover York has hidden key facts. This includes scenes which show animosity between Crane and Feldman when only the former won an illustrious award for their previous film, to York strangely owning the same video camera Feldman used. The crew also interviewed various skeptical experts, which further painted York in a bad light. York's life completely collapses when an attempt to showcase his film at a radio station is met only with ridicule. Among the callers included the Blair Witch Project co-creator Eduardo Sanchez, who simply encouraged him to produce a more original work. Sanchez's appearance in Butterfly Kisses arose when crew members expressed disappointment over his lack of a cameo in the initial script. Though Myers assumed Sanchez would be uninterested, producer Cork Okochi insisted that they at least attempt to convince him. Following a 2-hour pitch, Sanchez agreed to not only feature in Butterfly Kisses, but also to serve as its creative consultant, whose feedback was critical in the 91-minute version's establishment. Following the radio station fiasco, York discovers that his wife, aghast that he used their son's educational fund without her knowledge or permission, has left him. Suddenly, the head of the documentary film crew, none other than Myers himself, consoles a devastated York in order to again blur the lines between reality and fiction. Myers realized during production that he would need to feature in it, though reluctant to do so initially. Myers believed that his appearance, as well as those of enthusiastic production members from Studio Unknown, enhanced the third act by incorporating a third ongoing narrative. Their story centered around how they overstepped ethical boundaries, including simply making a film that captured all of York's failures. They also ponder whether to continue with the project after York goes radio silent for several days. They eventually locate him, attempting to replicate Crane and Feldman's recording before he suddenly runs off down the tunnel. Though Myers et al. Are skeptical of Peeping Tom's existence, this starts to change upon uncovering vital evidence that proves otherwise, including a Morse code audio file that contains a silhouette of Tom when played through audio visualizers. The crew is also sent a package which contains a security recording, Crane's diary, and a key to York's motel. Upon searching said motel, the crew discovers York's dead corpse but opts to conceal the documentary and evidence to avoid it being confiscated by the police. As Ryan Hollinger noted in his film analysis, Myers et al. Have become no better than York when it comes to morality and honesty. The movie concludes by revealing the full footage of Crane's final tape. Earlier in their investigation, Crane and Feldman discovered they genuinely captured footage of Peeping Tom, who subsequently begins tormenting the latter. Feldman is eventually killed by Peeping Tom, leaving a broken Crane to complete the work by herself. She then reveals Peeping Tom is now haunting her after she ended up replicating the experiment, seemingly against her will. Now a blink away from death, Crane executes her last-ditch plan, cut off her eyelids to prevent herself from ever blinking again. This ultimately proves the worst cause of action possible, as the security tape Myers received shows her continually tormented by visions of Peeping Tom while in a mental hospital. This reflected the later part of the urban legend. Supposedly, victims who attempt to blind themselves are instead driven insane by constant facial contact from Peeping Tom's eyelashes. According to Myers in his AMA, Crane is now forever trapped nose to nose with Peeping Tom and ultimately can never beat him. Hence, though she avoided instant death, Crane instead ended up suffering a far more horrific fate. And that, everyone, is just the 90-minute version. That's an awful lot to pack into an hour and a half. But what about the 3-hour version? Well, following the completion of filming, 3 hours of footage had been captured. According to Myers, most scenes were filmed in 3 different ways: fully scripted, semi-scripted, and improvised, with Myers having generally selected takes with acting errors to create a more genuine movie. However, though Myers had pondered releasing Butterfly Kisses as a 6-part series, he and his fellow producers accepted that the movie would need to be reduced to 90 minutes to become commercially viable. The post-production process took about a year, which he described as arduous and additionally heartbreaking when considering the content that was cut. he recalled the film went through no fewer than 16 different versions, with feedback provided in test screenings and from experienced filmmakers. Among the reviewers, including Sanchez, whom Myers praised for providing extensive constructive criticism during his time as a creative consultant. The editing phase needed to balance two aspects: maintaining the film's commercial potential while also ensuring it retained a coherent and compelling narrative. This proved particularly troublesome when it came to cutting York's segments, Myers having remarked that Calick provided numerous compelling scenes during filming. The main dilemma concerned having to avoid York being too comedic a character while also remaining a polarizing individual at best. Another challenge involved removing scenes that further deconstructed the found footage genre. As the Horror Times noted, Crane and Feldman only filmed on one side of the tunnel, when a more thorough investigation perhaps should have mandated recording from both. Myers remarked that the 3-hour version contained scenes that critically evaluated this and other discrepancies surrounding the found tapes. In the end, these segments were removed to spark more contemplation and theories regarding butterfly kisses, which was notably proven during Myers' AMA. One cut scene showed Myers sacking a personal assistant. It transpired after she covered for York during one of his planned wedding recordings, which he skipped so he could establish a meeting with Lake. Alas, Myers was concerned that the segment would impact her future employability since she was a personal assistant in real life. Following this difficult process, a 91-minute package was established. After it was screened during a tour of film festivals, Butterfly Kisses was officially distributed by Gravitas Ventures in October of 2018. In his AMA, Myers stated Gravitas was chosen over 6 others because they were willing to physically release the film in addition to assigning streaming deals. The film had already won 14 awards prior to its official release. It later garnered a 100% rating on Rotten Tomatoes based on 5 reviews. Now, as to the availability, well, the 91-minute cut of Butterfly Kisses can easily be found online. As for the original 3-hour version, Myers stated in his AMA that he possesses the sole copy of it. He noted that providing enough individuals demanding it, Gravitas, who owns the film copyright, would be compelled to release a special Blu-ray edition. But just 2 weeks following the AMA, Myers was found dead after having reportedly taken his own life at the age of 45. Beforehand, Myers was to have finished a horror comedy production titled The Devil's Playthings, and had also initiated work on another found footage film, plus a narrative horror production. Because of Myers' untimely death, it remains unlikely that the full version of Butterfly Kisses, as well as his unfinished works, will ever be publicly released. This includes the bonus features intended for Butterfly Kisses and Roulette. Because of the rise of streaming, the bonus materials were left unutilized by a disinterested Gravitas. This included 2 potluck episodes that provided in-character discussions of the life and death of York, featuring York's parents-in-law and an increasingly erratic Myers. Whereas these episodes were uploaded in May of 2019, most other bonus features remain locked away. One example was a director's commentary conducted by Squaring the Strange podcast hosts Ben Radford and Pasquale Romero. According to Radford, Myers pitched the idea of them providing a straight commentary as the film unfolded. Though the commentary track remains unreleased, Radford has expressed hope that it may eventually see the light of day. Alright, thank you for bearing with me on that one. That was a long entry, guys, so I'm going to give my thoughts here real quick. I think this one's super interesting one because apparently the 91-minute version has a 100% on Rotten Tomatoes, which is amazing. So I think that, seeing the full version would definitely be something desirable. But just everything about this project is just so nuts and cool, honestly. I mean, I also find myself annoyed by how repetitive and formulaic found footage films have become. So to see someone that wanted to kind of deconstruct and mock them definitely would have been is definitely cool. I'm definitely going to check this movie out as I have not seen it. Also, just simply the things surrounding why it is ultimately lost, not just because of its length, but because of the untimely death of the creator. Also, I just find it interesting that so many parts of the production began on holidays. That's interesting to me, but I don't know. Definitely going to check the 91-minute version out, and I definitely think it would be cool to see the 3-hour version. Thank you for bearing with me. This was a long entry. And at number 5 today, guys, our spicy piece is Reality Show, a partially found documentary film on a failed reality show from 2004. Just so you know, this article is tagged as spicy due to its mentions of schmegsual misconduct, duct exploitation, language, and pornographic subject matter. I really do hate having to censor my language for the platform, but it is what it is. So, Rock the Party was the title of a proposed reality show where 10 ladies fight for the title of America's Craziest Party Girl. This reality series concept was conceptualized, self-funded, and produced by Southern Californian millionaire and entrepreneur Dan Sherbandi. Sherbandi would then later hire 10 ladies off of Craigslist to be the contestants for the show, and would also hire an inexperienced amateur production crew to shoot the series at a beach motel in Mexico, with Sherbandi being the host of the show. Despite the fact that the crew and the contestants were promised and paid by Sherbandi himself to film this reality series, this agreement of it being a reality show was very far from what is happening while shooting the series, as the contestants had discerned that Sherbandi was only using this reality show promise as a way to fulfill his schmegsual fantasies and fetishes and take schmegsual advancements towards the contestants. With the amateur crew filming each and every part of what was happening, this would cause the hired director for the series, Colin Trevorrow, to ditch the reality show concept and make a documentary film detailing Sherbandi's unwarranted actions and interviewing the contestants and crew's experiences working with Sherbandi. Using actual footage from this failed reality show concept would be the catalyst for the 72-minute documentary film Reality Show. There is surprisingly not a lot of information about Dan Sherbandi on the internet, though what is known is that he is a millionaire and an entrepreneur and has resided living in Las Vegas. According to testimonies from the crew that had worked for him in the now failed reality series, Sherbandi is known to be a lunatic and a prick. At around 2003, Sherbandi conceived the idea of making a reality show, with him quoting the following: "I'ma make another show. I thought, make a reality show. I'm gonna have sex, I'm gonna have craziness, I'm gonna have wild partying like Girls Gone Wild, but more depth to it." Note, Girls Gone Wild is an adult-oriented entertainment franchise that features women of legal age going wild at dance clubs and parties, if for some reason you didn't know that. Sherbandi would then put advertisements on Craigslist inviting ladies to participate in his reality show, Rock the Party. He would too then hire several amateur crew members off of Craigslist, and would also hire director Colin Trevorrow to direct the series as one of his first directing roles, where Sherbandi would pay him $500 to direct it, with Trevorrow, which Trevorrow agreed to do. The crew and contestants would then be driven off to the Rosarita Beach Motel in Baja, Mexico via a passenger van, and Trevorrow, as he details his and other people's experience shooting, was the seediest, worst experience of our lives. Despite the fact that they were promised and told they would be shooting a reality show, the reality of the situation differs from what they had expected, as people in the crew and contestants realized that Sherbandi's reality show premise to them is miles different from his intent and motives. As Trevorrow would put into words, he was really down there to sleep with all these women, essentially. Trevorrow also added that the footage that the crew had shot on Sherbandi and the contestants were so unwatchable and unusable. This would later cause Trevorrow and the crew to interview each other about their experiences regarding the show, filming, and Sherbandi. After Trevorrow managed to persuade Sherbandi to give him the authority of all the footage shot, he then later tries to make a story from the crew and contestants' experiences and perspectives dealing with Sherbandi via footage and the interviews taken by the crew towards a deeper look at the darker and uncensored reality in reality shows themselves, with how people use this reality show medium to take advantage of people, ditching the original reality show concept promised by Sherbandi. So, has anyone ever seen this? Well, after compiling the footage to make the documentary, it was only allowed to be screened at film festivals after Sherbandi and Trevorrow had accepted the the conditions that Shirbondi would get the executive producer role and credit for the documentary, and Shirbondi would also get some profits from the documentary. The film debut premiered at the 2004 New York International Independent Film and Video Festival with a runtime of 72 minutes at Screen 6 on the 21st of November in 2004. Its second and last screening of the film was then at the San Francisco Doc Fest and the Milwaukee Film Festival, but this was re-edited and had been cut out 17 minutes of the footage, and it was screened with a runtime of 55 minutes. So what happened after? Well, Colin Trevorrow would later move on in his career, leaving his past behind, as he would go on to have his later directorial debut on the big screen in his film Safety Not Guaranteed, starring Aubrey Plaza, which received critical acclaim. He would also later direct the films in the Jurassic World franchise in 2015, and its subsequent films, receiving massive commercial success. Now, 6 years after its last premiere in film festivals, there had been a couple of interviews with Trevorrow that had some instances where he talked about the reality show a bit further. One in particular was his interview with the website DVDtalk.com, where he provides further detail on the availability of the film and describes the fact that after multiple screenings, Shirbondi would request to take all copies of the film down. It is currently unclear who has possession of the film, but it is rumored that a bootleg copy still exists somewhere due to people saying they have seen it who were not at any of the festivals. It is also unknown either if Trevorrow or Shirbondi still has a copy of the film, and the only existing footage online of the film is a trailer uploaded back in 2006 about the documentary, and that's really all we have at this point. This one to me, guys, is very interesting. One, because it is, not only did some unknown director make this film and then later went on to make, the Jurassic World films, to direct those, which is pretty cool just in and of itself. But the fact that this idea, some millionaire hired a bunch of people off Craigslist to make a reality show, which was more or less just an excuse for him to sleep with a bunch of women in Mexico. And it's like, well, if you're rich, can't you just go to Mexico and sleep with a bunch of women? Like, why do you have to have a weird premise behind it? But no, it's just, everything about this is just freaking nuts. And I don't know, I don't think the documentary itself would necessarily be all that good, but I'd still love to see it, especially because it might be a chance to see a budding director honing his craft before going on to commercial success. So I'd like to see it if it exists somewhere. At number 1, we have City of Heroes: The Rickety War, a lost, unreleased tie-in novel to the massively multiplayer online game from 2006. City of Heroes: The Rickety War is an unreleased novel and licensed tie-in to the superhero MMO video game City of Heroes, which ran from 2004 to 2012. It was written by Paul S. Kemp and published by CDS Books, an imprint of Perseus Book Group, on August of 2006. The Rickety War would have been the third in a series of books, with the prior novels being Web of Arachnos from October 2005 and The Freedom Phalanx from April of 2006. The Rickety War would have served as a prequel to the events of the game, detailing what had transpired in the epic transdimensional war between Earth and the Rickety homeworld that occurs just before the game. As to the cancellation of this book, on the now defunct message boards, Kemp stated, "The novel is not to be, and he must leave it at that." And later, Sean Michael Fish, developer of City of Heroes, stated that CDS would no longer be publishing books pertaining to the series, leaving the Rickety War unreleased. No solid details were ever given, but it appeared to have been some kind of falling out that happened between the two parties, perhaps over payment. To date, nothing from the Rickety War was ever produced. No samples from the manuscript, cover art, or further plot details were shown to the public. 6 years later, on November 30th, 2012, City of Heroes was shut down permanently by parent company NC Soft, with all related projects being shelved, ending whatever possibility the book had of a release. I love City of Heroes. It was the first MMO I ever played. It honestly is still probably my favorite. And if you were also a fan of City of Heroes, let me just say, it's a bit of recent news, but NC Soft gave their blessing to the fan server, City of Heroes Homecoming, which now is the official, server for City of Heroes. They were given a carte blanche to use it, and you can now play City of Heroes for free if you would like. So I've started doing it recently. You should do it as well if you're a fan of City of Heroes. But, I always thought this idea of a massive multiplayer online world is great for superheroes. I mean, ultimately, it really is the best way to do a superhero game. And I've also read the comics. I collected some of the hero clicks, and I didn't realize that there were novels, but I'm kind of sad that, there was a 3-part novel series where there isn't the third novel. It does not exist. That kind of does make me not want to go read them, but maybe someday we'll be able to read at least part of this. And I don't know, I love City of Heroes, and I'm sad that there is so much lost media from them. At number 2, we have Clay Fighter Call of Putty, lost build of cancelled Wii Share and DSiWare fighting game from 2010 to 2011. Clay Fighter Call of Putty is a vaporware game created by Interplay Entertainment for the Nintendo DS and Nintendo Wii, which was a planned sequel to the fighting game series Clay Fighter. It was created for the return of the Clay Fighter series and is an updated version of Clay Fighter Sculptor's Cut, which, if you might know, was a Blockbuster exclusive and to date still one of the rarest and most expensive N64 games ever made. There were a few things planned for the game, but most of it is unknown. It was planned to have a story mode, training mode, and multiplayer mode, and claytalities. In November of 2010, Nintendo Power showed the roster of the game, which is the following characters: Bad Mr. Frosty, Kung Pao, High Five, Bonker, Lady Liberty, Sumo Santa, Earthworm Jim, Boogerman, Hongan, Dr. Kiln, Lockjaw Pooch, Ichabod Clay, Blob, Taffy, Hoppy, and the Zappa Yow Yow Boys. The game was originally announced in 2009 and was planned for a late 2010, early 2011 release for the Nintendo DSi and Nintendo Wii. However, it was cancelled due to 2011 being the year that these consoles were retired so that Nintendo could work on their newer consoles, the Nintendo 3DS and the Nintendo Wii U. Nintendo gave no official word for its cancellation. Some speculate that the cancellation was due to the fact that the software may have been outdated and not compatible with the new hardware. It's too bad this one was canceled. I mean, I remember playing the original Clay Fighter on the Sega Genesis back in the day, remembering it was a really fun game. I know a lot of people loved the ones that came out on later consoles, and specifically, the N64 one being probably the most well-remembered. But it sucks that they were going to bring it back. A lot of people love the Clay Fighter series, and then they canceled it without so much as a word or a sorry. So hopefully somewhere out there a build of this game exists and we one day find it and people can play some sweet Clay Fighter. Personally, I remember I like to play as Bad Mr. Frosty or Ichabod Crane, but in the comments, if you played this, who did you play as? At number 3, we have Waku Waku Poppin' Manga, a partially found online Japanese 4-kama manga, 2006 to 2012. Waku Waku Poppin' Manga was a Japanese 4-kama manga that was published weekly via the paid mobile site KonamiNet DX. It was based on the Japanese rhythm game Poppin' Music, a rather successful game from Konami's own Bemani line of rhythm games. It ran from August 25th, 2006 to March 23rd of 2012, with a total of 934 episodes published. Publication for the manga first began on August 25th of 2006 on KonamiNet DX, which is a Japanese paid mobile site accessible via the iMode, EasyWeb, and Yahoo Ketai mobile services. The strips were also published via other paid mobile sites, Weekly Konami, formerly known as Digital Comics, and Weekly Konami Petite. KonamiNet DX was where the strips were first published, but Weekly Konami had back issues in case you missed them on KonamiNet. The manga saw a renewal on July 6th of 2007 when it became a full-color manga with sound effects. Also, instead of 2 strips per week, there were now 4 strips coming out each week. After November 6th of 2009, those using iMode and Yahoo Ketai had to register for Weekly Konami to read new strips. In addition, if a person wanted to read past issues of the strips from KonamiNet DX or Weekly Konami Petite, they would have to use points, which were likely obtained via real-life currency. However, if the person was using EasyWeb, the person could continue to browse past issues of the manga without using points. Sounds very convoluted, honestly. After October 27th of 2011, Weekly Konami Petite was no longer in service. Instead of this app, people could have viewed the latest strips in image-only format via the Comic Corner on KonamiNet DX. Distribution of the issues via Weekly Konami did continue, however. On March 31st, 2012, Weekly Konami ended its service with 934 pop and manga strips published in total. However, a person could still view a majority of the strips via KonamiNet DX. All of these strips were available right up until KonamiNet DX finally ended its service on April 30th of 2016. Since the comics were only available via a paywall, almost all of the strips were completely lost after KonamiNet DX closed its doors. It is unlikely that anyone posted them externally, since doing so would have been illegal. There is a possibility that some people may have stored the strips on their own phone's memory, but finding these saved copies would be near impossible. It is likely that Konami has an internal archive of all the strips, but finding these would again be near impossible. On December 12th of 2008, Konami Style announced there would be a limited supply publication of Poppin' Music Magazine, a Poppin' Music related magazine that people could purchase from Konami starting December 24th. There were 5 issues made of the magazine from December 24th, 2008 until April 24th, 2009. The first 4 issues could be ordered via a first-come, first-served basis, whereas the 5th issue, a special 32-page edition, could only be purchased via Konami points. Again with the points. Inside every issue of the magazine, there were a few select strips from Waku Waku Poppin' Manga included. A few of these have been posted online from various people on the internet. This is the only known physical publication of this comic, and the rest remain lost. I included this one because it has been a recent interest or perhaps inconvenience that I have experienced with streaming services and the availability to see things, see back episodes of things, which let me put it this way. I got Paramount Plus so I could watch Yellowstone, only to find out that Paramount Plus only has the 2 Yellowstone prequels as well as the upcoming season of Yellowstone. If I want to watch back episodes, I have to get Peacock. Just like when I logged into Paramount Plus and I saw they do have the South Park specials. However, the majority of the show still remains over on Max instead of being on Paramount Plus. So if you want to watch a show in its entirety, there's this convoluted, you need multiple access paths, multiple subscriptions in order to do so. And it sounds like that's a lot of what happened here with Waku Waku Poppin' Manga, is that there were so many weird avenues with different levels of access to read these, and a lot of it just became lost over time. And unfortunately, it sounds like it's because Konami set this up in a way that it was never going to be archived properly. And that's a shame. At number 4, we have All-Star Game World, Lost Interactive TV Game Service from 2007 to 2009. All-Star Game World was an interactive TV games channel by Australian pay-TV company All-Star, now known as Foxtel. With assistance from other companies such as Two Way TV and Visaware, Game World had a variety of games of particularly low-quality categories including Kids and Family, Brain Teaser Trivia, with Casino Sport being a paid extra. Some games had licensed property, such as some games being based on Cartoon Network's Ben 10 and Boomerang's Scooby-Doo. Game World launched on December 15th of 2007 on Channel 555. On the following weekend, All-Star launched Free Games Weekend, a promotional event allowing all users to play Game World games for free, only for the duration of the weekend. Afterward, access to both standard categories cost a subscription fee of $13.90 Australian dollars per month. During 2009, All-Star had officially announced the channel's termination. From Tuesday, June 30th, 2009, Games World will no longer be available as part of Foxtel's service. After carefully considering Game World's place in Australia's growing games market, Foxtel has decided to remove the service and use this bandwidth to provide even greater customer choice through the addition of new channels and more interactive services in 2009. Only 4 known clips of one game each have been surfaced, all by YouTube user GH Pictures Workbox. I know the concept of, a television-based video game channel is kind of quaint by today's standards, but I remember begging my parents to sign up for the Sega Channel back in the day. Of course, they did not, so I did not get to play that, and I know that Nintendo kind of had its own kind of thing. I forget what it was called, but this idea is not really a thing anymore, but it is definitely interesting, and there is a lot of lost media based on the fact that these services really had no way to be archived at the time, and, they are just kind of lost forever, and even one of low quality like this one, Games World, it's interesting, and I wish we could find a better archive of it. Alright guys, time for that fifth spicy piece before my voice completely fails me today. At number 5, we have Centerfold Celebrities 2, Jamie Gillis and Brooke Fields' Bum Love Scene, a partially found sequence of a pornographic film from the early 1980s. I'm gonna have to watch my language on this one. Centerfold Celebrities 2 is an adult hardcore film starring a slew of famous Korn actors of the time. It is pretty standard fare for Korn of the era, except for one scene in particular. The scene in question involved actors Jamie Gillis and Brooke Fields. Gillis was considered a pioneer of the industry, and Fields had minor popularity. The scene involved bum love with very little to no, kitty stimulation or lubrication beforehand, often frowned upon in S&M circles and downright condemned elsewhere. Fields looked quite uncomfortable in and throughout the scene, very obviously in pain. It's not uncommon for Korn actors to allow themselves to do something painful in a scene, however, in this case, it may have been done without consent. Gillis was already notorious in the industry for pushing women to do things without permission. Fields was left so disjointed from the experience that she demanded the removal of the scene from the final product, to which the directors complied. However, the scene somehow ended up in the wrong's hands. It was screened at a handful of conventions and bootlegged on a small level. The public knew of its existence, but the scene became rare due to its content. In 2010, Gillis passed away after a long battle with cancer. Upon his death, many Korn actresses and actors alike denounced him as a misogynistic monster. Now, the scene in question was referenced several times. Gillis's supporters denied its existence until a couple of months later when the scene finally leaked online. What leaked, however, was a heavily edited, shaky quality version of what was going to be in the product. It was obviously edited to make the scene look like it was a pleasurable experience. Many of Gillis's supporters claimed that the scene was consensual based on how it was displayed. Then, many eyewitnesses who saw a longer, more detailed version remember images of Fields very obviously asking him to stop and whimpering, "Help me," to the directors. Fields was obviously not enjoying the experience and wanted to stop. Some deny claims of this being grape, as Gillis was never charged. To this day, the full scene hasn't been released to the public. And honestly, I don't think it ever should be. I mean, honestly, what we have here as a lost piece of media is a filmed encounter of a man forcing himself on a woman in a way that is not consensual, even though she was being paid for this. If someone says stop, you stop. Consent is always a necessity, especially in the Korn industry. Again, these are actors playing a role, and if they don't consent to what they are being forced to act in, then it is grape. This guy graped a woman, and people came to his defense, even though there was video proof of him doing it. While this scene should remain lost, both out of the dignity of the woman and us too, as not to, give any legitimacy to her attacker, I think that people need to remember that these people are actors. They are playing a role. I don't care what the scene is entailing. It is theater, it is entertainment, and if someone is being forced to do something against their will, it doesn't matter that they are Korn stars. They have not consented, and that's not okay. They are human beings. Allow them their dignity. And that is what this man took away from from several someones from the sound of things. And yeah, that's why this piece should remain lost. At number 1 today, we have Grand Theft Auto San Andreas Stories, a canceled PSP game from 2007, existence unconfirmed. So a little bit of a backstory. When the PSP was introduced in America back in 2005, not long after, Rockstar North and Rockstar Leeds, both subsidiaries of Rockstar Games, published Grand Theft Auto Liberty City Stories, which was a PSP exclusive, and served as a prequel to Grand Theft Auto 3. The next year, in 2006, Grand Theft Auto Vice City Stories would be released on the PSP, and this of course also served as a prequel to Grand Theft Auto Vice City. It is rumored that the third installment of the main series, Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, was going to get its own PSP exclusive, Grand Theft Auto San Andreas Stories, which was set to come out in 2007, but was supposedly canceled, though we don't really have any official information on this. This rumor was first started by, according to a Lost Media wiki, Latin American blogs, and said it would be developed exclusively for the PSP. Also, according to these rumors, the game was canceled due to hardware and storage limitations. In 2013, the Little Jimmy channel was the first on YouTube to cover this idea, and this caused many other channels who specialized in video games to declare this game as a fact. However, 4 years later, user El Vicio Man would contact people from the GTA United States fandom who had never heard of this game. However, the game has not completely been denied by Rockstar, and there was never an official clarification from Rockstar about it, so it's really just speculation. I mean, it does make sense that, if GTA 3 got a prequel, Vice City got a prequel, San Andreas, there was at least probably some talk about there being a prequel. So this could be a Rockstar secret that just never was revealed. Maybe it never got past the conceptual stages, but we just don't know. If I had to guess, I would say that this game was definitely pitched at Rockstar. Maybe you were going to take on, just like in Vice City Stories where you played as Lance Vance's brother, you would play as Carl's older brother, Sweet, and you'd see like kind of how Grove Street kind of lost its power, which is where it's at the time that you start Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, but who knows? As to whether or not there is any actual lost media to be found of this, can't say for sure, but I would love it if there was, and I would love to see anything they had on this supposed game. There's like a few series that I'm just ride or die, in for a penny, in for a pound. I will play it till the end of my days, and Grand Theft Auto is one of them. Love it. I've loved it since 3. I've played every game, loved every game, but is what it is. At number 2, we have Come On Fwank, partially found 1980s to 1990s nostalgia website from the 2000s to 2014. Come On Fwank was a nostalgia-themed website that started in an unknown year, possibly the early 2000s. Its content focused on 1980s and 1990s toys, video games, and children's TV shows such as Double Dare. Its slogan was, "It's good to live in the past." It has a YouTube channel, but all of its videos have disappeared. Some of its videos do survive on other sites with a ComeOnFwank.com watermark. So what does remain of Come On Fwank? Well, 2 existing archived pages from the sites were collected by Lost Media Wiki user RST Video. One is an article from 2008 about Brahms and Ice Cream Parlor, and the other is a personal tribute to Nickelodeon Studios. Only the first page of this exists, though it apparently was multiple pages. So how did it become lost? Well, the site's domain name expired in 2014. The website was once archived on archive.org, but has since been excluded from it. This could imply that the original creator of the site no longer wants it to be around in any form. The website was later purchased and converted into a blog to support a guy named Fwank, whose career is largely built on style and travel, until that domain expired once again in 2017. So that's how it was lost, but why was it lost? Well, a user by the name of Chalk Soda Tuoi has reached out to website designer and former contributor Chase Irwin, messaging him on Twitter about Come On Fwank. Irwin explained that the reason for this website's disappearance was because the owner of the site, Josh Yawn, decided not to renew the domain main name. he had decided to focus on his other career since he didn't have as much free time to create any new content for Come On Flank. It is still unknown why the website's content is blacklisted from archive.org. It hasn't been mentioned much on this channel, but there is so much lost media out there that is based on these, fan nostalgia websites that were very popular and then at some point ceased to exist. I mean, there are thousands, if not millions of these, and this one, I've never heard of it before, but it sounded like it was pretty cool. Like, I love 80s and 90s nostalgia, and they're talking about media, toys, all that kind of stuff. It sounded like they even talked about ice cream parlors. I would love to have been able to see this site. I would love it if this site was still up, or at the very least, it was available on archive.org. But, hopefully at some point the creator delists it. I don't know if that's a thing they can do, but hopefully at some point we get access to seeing what this site was back. It sounds pretty cool. Alright guys, at number 3 we have Dino Force, a partially found build of a shoot-'em-up game for the PC from 1993. Dino Force is a shoot-'em-up game for the PC Engine developed by Athena and planned for release by Unipost of Japan. The game, like its predecessor Circus Lido, was intended for sale in bookstores. The game was featured in specialized magazines such as PC Engine Fan and Geekon PC Engine, but was never released. PC Engine Fan carried the title until September of 1994. The existence of the prototype ROM of this game first became known online in 2012 when a prototype was discovered in Japan and the ROM's owner gave it to Akiba Games, an online video game import store with an office in Shinjuku at the time. Akiba Games then sold the ROM for a sum of 5,000 euros, which is about 5,270 US dollars. The PC Engine community sites Next2See and PCEngine-FX.com band together to get that ROM and get it surfaced online, and began collecting 5,000 euros. The community was able to raise 2,500 euros, but Akiba Games eventually stopped selling to the public, and the ROM was offered at auction held by Million and Associés in Paris on June 13th of 2013, resulting in a buyer for 10,000 euros, which is about 10,540 US dollars. On December 1st of 2017, the Twitter account for MyCom Basic Magazine Talk Event tweeted that event moderator Akira Yamashita had discovered a Dino Force prototype ROM. The other prototype ROM was owned by Nao Inami, who created the map data for the game. He displayed the prototype for the public to try out at Game Legend 29, a video game event held on November 4th of 2018. He also displayed the prototype the following year at Game Legend 30, held on May 19th of 2019. Now, in 2022, the fourth prototype ROM of the game was in the possession of one of the developers, Tokushia Tajima, and the ROM was stored on an EPROM on a PWD-730 board distributed by NEC to developers and retailers 30 years ago, and it was acquired by French collector Alex Simando, who, with the help of Mark Van Workman and Chris Covell, the ROM was improved to the point where the game was playable. To celebrate the 35th anniversary of the PC Engine, PCE Works released Dino Force in 4 separate options, each with a different version of the game. The data for the improved ROM was also made available for free download. However, the improved ROM had changes made to the title screen copyrights. So if you had as much trouble following that as I did, you might think, well, this one's then found, right? They released it. Well, yes and no. 4 Dino Force versions are currently identified, but none in prototype condition have yet resurfaced. The first one sold at auction in Paris is believed to still be in possession of the buyer, so all we have right now are ones that have been altered and improved and therefore are not the original prototype, which still remains lost to this day. At number 4, we have Desert Island 64, a lost build of a cancelled Nintendo 64 disk drive role-playing game from the late 1990s. So Desert Island 64, also known as Super Real Island, was a simulation RPG that was to be developed by Imagineer and released on the now discontinued Nintendo 64 peripheral, the Nintendo 64 disk drive. The gameplay of Desert Island 64 would have been about the main character, who is unnamed, surviving on a desert island, cultivating the land on the island, breeding and raising the different kinds of fauna on the island and creating a new civilization on the island. It was described to have been a mix of platform, survival, and life simulation. The game was going to support all of the features that were included with the Nintendo 64 disk drive. Now, Desert Island 64 was going to be an immensely complex game, even featuring an evolution food chain, with different forms of flora and fauna on the island, which the player could observe and interact with. Different forms of fauna that have been shown in Desert Island 64 through concept art and screenshots of the demo included a flying insect-type creature, a crab creature, an elephant-like creature, and a dog-llama hybrid-type creature. Desert Island 64 was first shown to the public at Space World, formerly known as Soshinkai, in 1996. The game was also supposed to be present at that year's E3, but the game crept away from the public eye after its developer, Imagineer, encountered financial troubles and had to cancel Desert Island 64 and another title that the team at Imagineer was working on, Quest 64 2. All that remains of Desert Island 64 online are a few screenshots from the original demo of Desert Island 64, various pieces of concept art, and various scans from issues number 7 and number 8 from the 1998 version of Nintendo Funvision, a German magazine focused on games and consoles that were produced by Nintendo. This sounds like it would have been a pretty interesting and ambitious game. To be fair, it sounds like a little bit more complex than maybe the N64. Even if the disk drive had made it, it might be a little bit more complex than the technology at the time could have supported, but still it would have been interesting to see what they came up with. In fact, there is so much lost media out there of games that were being developed for the N64 disk drive because it ultimately ended up failing. So, that definitely, I would love to have been able to see all the games that would have come out had that actually gone forward. And finally, guys, at number 5 we have our spicy piece, which is The Female Response, a partially found Tim Kincaid sexploitation film from 1973. The Female Response, or as it was known in the United Kingdom, Everybody's At It, is a 1973 sexploitation film that was written and directed by Tim Kincaid and produced by Richard Lipton. It starred Raina Barrett, Jacqueline Colton, Michaela Hope, Marjorie Hirsch, Jennifer Wells, Gina Wheeler, and Roz Kelly. The film is the first of Tim Kincaid's directorial work. So the plot of the film reads as follows. After quitting her newspaper job in frustration over the severe editing of her article on the sexual revolution, reporter Marjorie remains determined to learn what modern-day women think about their lives after feminism. After conducting several on-the-street interviews asking both men and women about their thoughts on the sexual revolution, Marjorie organizes a women-only seminar on sexuality. The seminar is composed of 6 women: married Leona, legal secretary Rosalie, free spirit Sandy, high-class call girl Victoria, elegant Andrea, and dental hygienist Gilda. Each woman responds to the seminar because of issues in their own sexual lives. Gilda confides to a startled patient that she chafes under the traditional expectations of her mother, who believes a woman should remain virginal until married, and is angered over the lingering societal notion that not being one is bad. Leona, who has been married 6 years, has grown disenchanted with her businessman husband Mark's growing attention to work, which has caused their bedroom activities to dwindle sharply. Andrea, a striking, wealthy blonde, enjoys dressing actively and driving a sports car, but is unable to allow herself to have romantic relationships. Victoria, who has been comfortable with working as an exclusive sexual companion to wealthy men, is surprised to find her thoughts drifting to marriage and settling down. The romantic virgin Rosalie daydreams constantly at work about how and when she will find true love, but as she is slightly overweight and insecure, she fears she will never get over her inhibitions to have a sex life. At the meeting, Marjorie explains she intends for the group to discuss their current lives and changes each woman would like to make, then to meet again in 1 month to discover if the changes have been implemented. Young carefree Sandy begins the discussion by asking why women marry. Startled, Leona states that security is a primary reason, and Gilda, who is single, suggests that Constant S would be another reason. Andrea asks Sandy if her parents accept that she does not intend to marry, and she replies they do not pry into her private life, while Victoria explains her mother encouraged her to have S before marriage as long as she was cautious. Rosalie laments that her inhibitions will keep her experienced all her life. Puzzled by the other's acceptance and longing for marriage, Sandy insists that she does what she wants with whomever she chooses. When asked if she hitchhike, Sandy admits that she does frequently and has never been afraid, as she always feels she can control the men from whom she accepts rides. Pressed by others, Sandy relates a recent experience where she was hitchhiking in the country near her private cabin and offered a ride by a young man, Gary, who described himself as a square. Nevertheless, Gary agrees to try marijuana offered by Sandy and at her cabin accepts more D, which leads to an afternoon of S in the woods. Sandy concludes by asking again why women should marry if they can have all the S they want without the other burdens of relationships. When Rosalie expresses admiration for Victoria's lifestyle, Victoria agrees that she enjoys making a sizable amount of money and sleeping with successful, usually handsome men, but reiterates her growing desire to settle down with one man to whom she would give S whenever he wanted. Leona points out that marriage is not that simple, acknowledging that her marriage has left her detached and empty. Leona admits she needs more in her life than just Mark. Leona describes how she married young and her early married life was filled with romance and S. When Mark became more interested in work, Leona confesses that her only overwhelming loneliness drove her to tolerate an obscene phone call and even find the experience erotic. Meanwhile, Rosalie wonders if there's any way she could have the freedom and excitement of a call girl and yet still eventually become a wife. Gilda then produces several underground S newspapers replete with advertisements for a variety of S offers. Although Sandy laughs at Gilda's combination of horror and fascination with the S ads, Andrea admits the ads make her uneasy. The women then decide to end their meeting and gather together in 1 month. 4 weeks later, the women reconvene and under Marjorie's inquiries reveal some startling changes. Leona admits to trying to make the most of Mark's brief time at home and reports that they have had more S, but she still feels unfulfilled. Rosalie shyly admits to having joined a swingers club and losing her V with 2 married couples. Victoria reports having fallen in love with a client, Tom, who has proposed marriage. Andrea, who is admitted to being intensely private, reveals that when dropping off her sports car for repair recently, she flirted with the mechanic. Later, when the man showed up at her apartment, she had S with him and found the experience pleasurable. Gilda relates having answered one of the S newspaper ads and having been involved in a bondage situation that she had to escape, but nevertheless found intriguing. The women conclude that the sexual revolution has allowed them greater freedom in their lives to choose how to express themselves and find pleasure. Pleased at their seminar experience, most of the women agree discussing their lives has made each of them more willing to make changes. Several days after the meeting breaks up, Leona decides to leave Mark and start life anew. Victoria accepts Tom's proposal, Sandra continues hitchhiking, Andrea feels lighthearted and happy, and Gilda answers an ad from a man who demands that she dress like his mother in order to reach S fulfillment. Working on a new freelance article, Marjorie finds satisfaction knowing from the gathered knowledge in her seminar and soon begins dating Andrea's mechanic. Wow, what a story. Well, so back to how this became Lost Media. Filming began in New York City and completed in October of 1972. The film's world premiere took place in January of 1973. The most known theatrical release of the film was on October 17, 1973 in Los Angeles, California. It was also released in the United Kingdom, Canada, and Australia. Now, due to its lack of home video releases, the footage of the film is hard to find. As of right now, the film's trailer is available online, and aside from the trailer, film posters, stills, newspaper clips, and lobby cards are also available online, but the film itself remains lost. Honestly, this one is interesting to me because, we've all heard of exploitation films, and typically it's just about throwing a loose plot in with a bunch of nudity and all that, and while there is quite a bit of nudity in this film, being it is an exploitation film, it actually sounds, at least from the plot synopsis, to have had a fairly in-depth story that looked and examined several different views and aspects of feminism, the sexual revolution. Like, it feels like this one was actually made as a drama film and in-depth look at things that just also happen to have a bit of titillation in it. So definitely a bit higher class than a lot of the exploitation films from the area. Also from the era, sorry. Also, if you notice that my language changed halfway through, there were a couple words that was getting used a lot that I definitely want to keep this video monetized, so I had to kind of change on the fly. But yeah, no, this one, honestly, this sounds like it would have been a halfway decent film. I wish it was more available. At number 1, we have Frady Cat, lost production material of a cancelled Disney animated film circa 2004 to 2005. So, Frady Cat is a cancelled Disney film that was directed by John Musker and Ron Clements. Character and background designs were done by Andreas Deja, Harold Sieperman, and Hans Bacher. The movie was to be released in 2009, but was shelved in 2005. It was allegedly a satire of a Hitchcock noir film. The film details the adventures of Oscar, a cat, and Karina, a cockatoo. They're two spoiled pets that live an easy life in their owner's London flat until a fellow neighborhood pet is kidnapped, and Oscar is the prime suspect. The two set off on a mission to find out the real culprit in order to clear Oscar's name. The initial story reel was presented in May of 2004, but David Stainton, then president of Walt Disney Feature Animation, wouldn't agree to greenlight development on the movie because he did not see it as marketable to a general audience, and he felt that kids wouldn't know who Alfred Hitchcock is. To this day, it is unknown how far into production the movie got, but what has surfaced of the movie is simply a handful of concept art. Everybody likes to talk about how Disney just panders to people these days, but I always have thought Disney does not give children nearly enough credit when it comes to their ability to grasp and enjoy more complex narrative themes and subject matter. I mean, I'd watched Alfred Hitchcock Presents when I was a younger kid, and I enjoyed his show, and if I had seen a cartoon that was kind of in the style of a Hitchcock mystery, even if I didn't know who Alfred Hitchcock was, I could appreciate that as a narrative structure. And I don't think that's because I was some, like, uncommonly bright kid. I feel like most kids could. I mean, who doesn't love a good mystery? And it involves animals trying to solve a mystery. I mean, The Great Mouse Detective was a very good film, and it involved a mystery, so to speak. So I definitely think over the years Disney's leadership has not given children enough credit on their ability to enjoy certain types of media, and that's why things like this that sound like they could have been pretty fun get canceled. At number 2, we have Maleficent, the lost production material of a cancelled Disney animated film circa 2003 to 2005. Now, Maleficent was a Disney 3D animated feature based on the 1959 Sleeping Beauty film that started development around 2003, but was cancelled in 2005 as they wanted to go for a live-action approach instead. In 2003, during Don Hahn's a meeting with Disney's animation department, it was suggested to create an origin film about Maleficent from Disney's animated film Sleeping Beauty in 1959, in the same vein as the just-released Broadway musical Wicked. With a screenplay written by Paul Dini, the project was kept private and was expected to be announced with the voice cast. However, it eventually got cancelled. As to the plot of this movie, a newborn is found in a barren land that was part of the Enchanted Forest. The Queen of Fairies, who raises all creatures born in the forest, finds the baby and names her Maleficent. As she grows up, Maleficent is hated by the other fairies for her dark magic and selfish behavior, but she dreams of taking the throne. During one of her wild adventures, Maleficent meets Amatola, a bright and colorful fairy. They soon become close friends. On the lunar celebration, the Holy Dove, a white bird that gives power to fairies, doesn't bless Maleficent, causing her to crash into the Queen's Hall and later reveal a dark secret about the Queen's relationship with a human king named Stefan. The Queen curses her with horns, and Maleficent is now known as the Mistress of Evil. She gathers followers, kills the Queen, and plans to overthrow the Queen's son, Albric, who took the throne. During that time, Amatola and Maleficent got separated. Their paths eventually diverged when Maleficent's thirst for power became too much to bear, Amatola decided to leave the kingdom after its destruction and unfair rule. When King Stefan and his wife celebrate the birth of their daughter, Maleficent curses her to die on her 16th birthday. The king seeks help from fairies who hide and raise the baby, Aurora. As her 16th birthday approaches, the fairies set out to find Prince Philip to break the curse. In an interview with Don Hahn, Hahn said that the light bulb to give Maleficent her own story went off more than 10 years before the live-action Maleficent film was released, in a meeting with Disney's animation department as they were all mulling over possibilities of fleshing out existing characters in Disney canon. To quote, "It was about 2003 when we were sitting around one day asking, who is a really strong and interesting female character we can base a movie on? And somebody said Maleficent, but I can't point out exactly who it was," Hahn recalled. It made sense, because she was this really popular villainess who is glamorous and like a runway model. Still, she's been wounded somehow in the past. The timing of the idea was largely inspired by the Broadway smash Wicked, which delved into the history of the Wizard of Oz, Hahn said. "We thought we could do a Wicked thing with Maleficent and show her backstory. That was just the germ of the idea, and it sat in animation for a while," Hahn said. "We did some development and some drawings on it, but then it went over to live action as Tim Burton got involved around 2005. Eventually helping Maleficent along in its live-action ambitions was the blockbuster success of director Tim Burton's vibrant, colorful live-action film Alice in Wonderland, which gave somewhat of an alternate take on the time-honored tale-turned-Disney animated classic. Hahn said the first person he pitched Maleficent to was Burton, along with another film that gave Burton a chance to revisit a bit of his own filmmaking past, and here is where the live-action adaptation started. So what is available of this previous version before the live-action one happened? Well, the development of the project began, as we said, in 2003, and was cancelled 2 years later in 2005 during the voice casting process. Catherine O'Hara and Keira Knightley were among the potential voice actors being considered. Despite having completed computer-generated models and test animation, the project was kept confidential and was expected to be announced along with the voice cast. However, the project was eventually cancelled and wasn't pursued further until 2009 when it was revived as a live-action film with Tim Burton as director. The film was finally released in 2014 with Angelina Jolie playing the role of Maleficent, noting that Angelina's facial features were inspired for the character Maleficent during the development of the animated film. But from what I can tell, those renderings have never been released to the public. So really all that we have available of this one is the knowledge that it did exist to some extent at some point and some work was done on it. Now, I definitely would love to see those renderings and any concept art of it, but ultimately, I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of the Maleficent movie. I mean, it's okay. I know some people like it way better than I do, but I'm glad that we got kind of an original story about the character rather than what just sounds like a Wicked knockoff. You know, definitely Maleficent having a bright, colorful fairy friend, definitely some Elphaba Glinda vibes, and I just don't think the world needed a Disney knockoff of Wicked. I mean, you know, Wicked is its own story, and, you know, as of right now, the movie has hit theaters not too long ago, so maybe you've seen it, maybe you haven't, but I don't feel like Disney making their own Wicked would have really been the way to go. So, as cool as it would have been to see an animated film version of Maleficent, I don't think the plot they came up with would have really stood out. At number 3, we have The White Seal, a canceled Disney animated film from the 2000s. Now, very little is known about this piece. In fact, all that we really know about it comes from the fact that Disney originally commissioned musician Eric Whitacre to compose the Seal Lullaby for an animated adaptation of Rudyard Kipling's The White Seal, which is a story from the Jungle Book. However, the project was eventually shelved and the film was never produced. Despite this, the song lived on as a popular choral piece, beloved for its haunting melody and tender lyrics. Whitaker later described how he poured his heart into the lullaby, only to find out that the project wouldn't move forward, which was a bittersweet experience for him. This is how I first heard about The White Seal, and I actually did a little bit of research into exactly how far this film got into production. So again, this story was first, Disney was deciding to adapt The White Seal sometime in the 2000s. The film would have centered on the story of Kotick, a white seal who embarks on a journey to find a safe haven for his fellow seals away from human hunters. It's a tale of courage, perseverance, and protecting one's community, aligning with Disney's themes of self-discovery and overcoming adversity. Again, the biggest piece we know of it was Eric Whitacre's Seal Lullaby. The song was inspired by the opening lines of Kipling's original text. Whitacre envisioned a gentle, soothing melody to capture the motherly love and protection central to the story's theme. Now, the project likely aimed to showcase stunning underwater and Arctic landscapes, capitalizing on Disney's history of visually captivating animated features. The blend of Kipling's storytelling and Disney's artistic style had the potential for an evocative and heartwarming narrative. However, Disney decided to cancel the movie early in development, opting to redirect resources towards other films. The exact reasons for shelving The White Seal are not well documented, but could have been due to market trends or internal creative shifts. Again, this happened a lot during this era of Disney. So unfortunately, we don't even know if there was any concept art made. We don't know if anything beyond the initial pitch and the commissioning of the song was done. However, if they were commissioning music for it, something tells me that there is quite a bit of production material that Disney has never released, because if you're going all the way to actually commission and have someone write a song, you've got to at least be past the initial concept pitch stages. This one's so lesser known, guys, there's not even an article about it on the Lost Media Wiki. I had to do research myself. Typically, I go to the Lost Media Wiki for these, and the only reason I knew of this film's existence was it was performed by my sister's high school choir, over a decade ago, and I recently thought about it again. I'm like, I know it was from a canceled Disney film, but what was the film, and what was it going to be about? And that's what led me to researching and finding out about the canceled and potential lost media of Disney's The White Seal. So, you never know when you're going to stumble upon something that was lost. Alright, at number 4 we have what's going to probably be the most well-known piece on this list. It's Gigantic, lost production material of a canceled Disney animated film circa 2013 to 2017. Now, this one is slightly more well-known, has been covered slightly more on YouTube than a lot of the pieces I cover. However, it always gets mentioned only in passing, it seems. So I wanted to give a little bit more of an in-depth, rundown of the lost media from Disney's Gigantic. Partially because one of my favorite Disney films is Mickey and the Beanstalk, so I'm always, kind of a fan of Disney adapting the story that this was going to be based on. Now, so Gigantic was a Disney animated musical based on the fairy tale Jack and the Beanstalk, and it began production in 2013, but was confirmed to be cancelled in 2017. It was set in Spain during the Age of Discovery, and the movie would have followed a character named Jack as he discovers a world of giants hidden above the clouds. Now, in 2017, Gigantic production was cancelled for unknown reasons, and no footage from the movie has surfaced. Now, there are actually two different versions of plot for this film. Now, the initial plot from the original 2013 version they began working on, according to Bleeding Cool, the story at the beginning of development was not too dissimilar from many adaptations of the fairy tale. The hero was named Jack, and he would face off against brother giants named Fee, Fi, Fo, and Fum, which were short for Phoebus, Fiffin, Fogel, and Fobert. They were led by a giant named Faustus who, while a villain, was said to have a relatable point of view. Jack would fall in love with a woman above his class, Angelina, the daughter of a merchant family, though that family thought him beneath her. Also vying for her love would be Marco, a nobleman interested in traveling and opening up new trade routes. This trio would be joined by preteen girl Inma, who was a scrappy tomboy type and something of a class warrior. In the world of the film, the humans and the storm giants have come to an agreement. The giants keep danger away, and in return, the humans work for them and give them food and livestock. But the humans are getting fed up with this, which leads to our four heroes to journey up where the giants live. Eventually, Jack befriends one of the giants, which changes everything. Now, this version was also originally known as Giants, but by 2015, the plot had changed, as had the name, which had changed to Gigantic. Gigantic would have been set in Spain also during the Age of Exploration, which would have followed Jack from the fairy tale as he discovers a world of giants hidden above the clouds. Jack would then befriend a female giant named Inma, who was said to be 11 years old, 60 feet tall, fiery, feisty, and a lot to control, and would constantly treat Jack like a doll. Meanwhile, the antagonists of the film, known as the Storm Giants, would have stood at around 120 feet tall. Now, A little bit of history. While the fairy tale Jack and the Beanstalk had been used as part of Disney's package film Fun and Fancy Free in the 1940s, which was what I spoke about before, Mickey and the Beanstalk, the studio would also later be keen on making a full-length movie out of it. There was an attempt in the early 2000s called You Don't Know Jack About the Beanstalk, and director Chris Buck and art director Mike Giamo spent some time developing the story during a brief period in 2010 when Frozen was shelved. This was eventually picked back up as Giants in 2013 by director Nathan Greeno, and then announced as Gigantic at D23 in 2015, where it was slated for a 2018 release. Songwriting couple Robert Lopez and Kristen Anderson Lopez, both of Frozen fame, were writing music for the film and performed the song Little Man at that D23 Expo. Though no recordings of the song have ever been released or leaked, according to Slash Film, here are some of the lyrics, which go, "I love my little man, I love my little man. You can make him do this, you can make him do this. You can wash him in a dish, but be careful he gets ticklish. My teeny little man, in a life that's kind of lonely, I thought if only I had a little man." Kinda weird. Now, D23 Expo attendees were also shown some previs clips for the film. One was a beanstalk sprouting up into the sky and Jack climbing to the top, where he discovers giants, only to be chased by Enma. The other was a clip of the two of them hanging out with Jack clinging to a strand of Enma's hair. On June 30th, 2016, the release date of the movie was pushed back from March 9th, 2018 to November 21st, 2018, with Ralph Breaks the Internet taking the former date. In October of 2016, writer Meg Lefauve, who was also a screenwriter for Captain Marvel, Inside Out, and The Good Dinosaur, was promoted to co-director. The release date was later moved again to November 25th of 2020, before the film was eventually cancelled in October of 2017 when Disney announced the film had been shelved because it wasn't working the way they thought. Before the film's cancellation, Disney had released several pieces of concept art, including a parody Easter egg in the 2016 animated feature Zootopia as the film Giraffic, which Duke Weaselton attempts to sell off bootleg DVDs of before being questioned by Judy Hopps and Nick Wilde about the location of the Night Howlers, and included part 1 of the intended song's Little Man in its initial D23 presentation. No further materials have been released since its D23 announcement, and no further recordings of the song featured have surfaced. As of right now, no footage from Gigantic has surfaced. Disney has been incredibly tight-lipped in regards to the film, and it is also unknown how far the movie was into production before being shelved, though given how many years they worked on it, I would say there'd been at least a little bit of test animation probably is out there in the Disney archives somewhere. I know that Disney has tried to start moving away from fairy tale retellings in recent years, but honestly, it's what they're the best at, and I wish that they would have gone through and finished this. I would have loved to have seen it. Ultimately, all of my favorite Disney animated films have been, in one way or another, an adaptation of a fairy tale. Even if it's a modern adaptation, honestly, their best work is when they're working with fairy tales, and I really wish we could have someday I wish we could have someday gotten this movie, but I'd also love to see what they had finished before they canceled it. Alright guys, it's time for our 5th spicy piece, which I'll be honest with you, it's not easy to find spicy pieces for a Disney-themed, lesser-known Lost Media compilation. Disney is known for its fairly squeaky clean image, and, so most of the stuff that isn't squeaky clean, even if they tried to bury it, we've found. But here is a piece of, it's technically not official, but it is Disney themed. So let's get into our 5th, final spicy piece, Mickey Mouse Pogrom, a lost, unofficial Polish animated short film from the 1930s. In the 1930s, Polish cartoonist Jan Jaros had an extreme aversion to Disney and hated the character Mickey Mouse. In an attempt to publicly shame Disney before the war, Jan Jaros created the short Mickey Mouse Pogrom. From what is known about the short, it was about Mickey Mouse getting brutally bullied, tortured, and killed by Polish creatures, possibly attempting to get Mickey off their native land. Now, this short was never completed and published to the public, possibly due to its being deemed as scary and disturbing to kids. Only a photo and information can be found in a book called Mickey I Mizis, a book about pre-war animation. It is unknown if the short will likely resurface to the public. It is definitely interesting to me how, due to the fact that Mickey Mouse is kind of the symbol of joy and innocence to the world, that, people have, much like in the Recovered Relics video we did recently about Mickey Mouse in Vietnam, another unofficial Disney cartoon, just how often people use Mickey Mouse in other ways to subvert and kind of display the loss of innocence, which is something that kind of sounds like this was trying to do, but really it was more just a jab at Disney more than anything else. Again, not much to go on, just kind of a short cartoon film that never really got officially released. But I needed something for my final spicy piece here, and this sounds kind of spicy, so it is what it is. And I wouldn't necessarily say I'd love to see this one, but it certainly would be interesting if it was found and we got to see just what the heck this guy did between Mickey Mouse and these, as he put it, Polish creatures. Which sounds a little offensive, but okay. Up first at number 1, we have Mentor and the Hip Hop Owls, A Christmas Story, a lost TV special from 1998. Mentor and the Hip Hop Owls, A Christmas Story was an hour-long Christmas TV special starring popular American rappers Busta Rhymes and Missy Elliott that was produced in 1998. The special was distributed by Warner Brothers Domestic Play TV, directed by Lee Rowlance, and produced by Ernie Fritz. The special featured Busta and Missy performing alongside actors in owl costumes in order to bring a message of togetherness and charity during the holidays, with intentions to explore Christmas and Kwanzaa traditions through song and dance. The special also featured appearances from the rap group The Biv 10 Pee-wee All-Stars and Missy Elliott's protege Nicole Ray, with Busta and the All-Stars performing an R&B rendition of The 12 Days of Christmas, and Missy and Nicole performing a duet version of Joy to the World. The special was reported to have been nationally syndicated on the WB, though a Nicole Ray fan site claimed that her song from the special, and presumably by extension the special itself, went unreleased, though there is no evidence to support this claim. Regardless of whether or not it aired, the special has since fallen into complete obscurity, with no images or footage resurfacing in the years since its production, and an article in the December 19, 1998 edition of Billboard serving as the only significant proof of its existence at all. While I'm not a big rap or R&B guy, I think the nostalgia and absurdity alone of Missy Elliott and Busta Rhymes performing alongside people in owl costumes, of all things, that would be enough to keep this, well in the public's mind. People would love to see this, whether it was good or not, honestly, but we don't have it, and I wish we did. Next, we have The Christmas Turkey, a demonstration of carving, a lost televised Christmas dinner tutorial from 1936. So Christmas of 1936 marked the first festive season since the BBC publicly launched its high-definition television service. Therefore, it proved fitting for the corporation to air a series of live Christmas programs. The first to be aired on Christmas Day was titled The Christmas Turkey, a demonstration of carving, which featured B.J. Hulbert providing a 15-minute tutorial on appropriately carving a turkey. Which might not sound incredible, but back at the time, that would have been a very big deal. We really do take television for granted in the modern age. We talk about there being nothing to watch, but people used to be fascinated by the test pattern. Now, on the 2nd of November 1936, the opening of the BBC television service occurred. While pre-Second World War programming was limited to only a few hours in the afternoon and evening for financial and health reasons, it still nevertheless catered to a dedicated audience primarily within London. Not long following the inaugural day of high-definition broadcasting, the Christmas season approached. To that end, the BBC decided to air a series of programs to celebrate the occasion. Naturally, these early broadcasts were humble in the face of budget and time restrictions and the fact that only around 400 households could afford expensive television sets back then. Thus, when the service launched at 3 p.m. on Christmas Day, viewers watched B.J. Hulbert's demonstration on carving a turkey. Alas, there is little information surrounding Hulbert's life and career. Most sources, perhaps understandably, focus on the man's influence on British Christmas television. A photo during the 15-minute broadcast showed him in a white chef's uniform as he calmly instructed the viewers on each step of the carving process. The tutorial reflected how turkeys became the desired Christmas feast for many British families from the 1920s to 30s. But as noted by Royal Television Society, airing the tutorial at 3 p.m. probably made little sense as it occurred after the lunch period. The broadcast, as well as other festive programs, like A Lonely Christmas in the Arctic by Edward Shackleton, came and went with little fanfare. Ultimately, the 1953 coronation of Queen Elizabeth II was responsible for television's mainstream appeal going forward. Nevertheless, the Christmas turkey, a demonstration of carving, paved the way for more extravagant BBC Christmas programs over the years, including outlandish Christmas specials for its regular shows like Doctor Who. Some sources, including Express and Star, even consider it as the first proper Christmas television production beyond just the United Kingdom. Now, as to its availability, well, a large majority of the BBC's early television output aired live, with the Christmas turkey being no exception. At this point, the BBC had yet to develop adequate means of directly recording its programming, and amateur cinefilm recording helped partially preserve the coronation of King George VI, while some output that managed to travel to the United States was captured by RCA. However, it was not until the 7th of October 1947 that telerecording became possible, with Variety in Sepia being the first show to be preserved in this fashion. Thus, the Christmas turkey is lost forever, along with almost all pre-Second World War BBC television output. Nevertheless, a photo of Hulbert carving the turkey, plus a summary by the issue 690 on Radio Times, ensures a pivotal piece of British Christmas television history is permanently documented. Again, while not a super exciting piece of lost media, I think this kind of stuff is important because it is very interesting just how far television has come. And in the beginning, in England, it was going out to 400 people, and it was live programming. It was, it was a guy carving a turkey, but still, that's something you didn't just see in your home before that. So it was kind of interesting, especially how many how-to videos are super popular on YouTube these days. It's interesting to think that the first to really do it was the BBC, and it was how to carve a Christmas turkey. At number 3 comes The Nightmare Before Christmas, lost original Vincent Price audio of Disney's stop-motion animated film from the early 1990s. Now, if somehow you don't know this, The Nightmare Before Christmas is a 1993 stop-motion film directed by Henry Selick, produced by Tim Burton and Dennis Denovi, and written by Carolyn Thompson and Michael McDowell. It was released by the Walt Disney Pictures under their Touchstone Pictures banner. The movie grossed $50 million in the global box office. Now, before Ed Ivory was cast as the role of Santa for the voice acting, the movie originally had Vincent Price as the voice of Santa Claus, but due to his health declining at the time, his voice became frail and weak, and his recordings were deemed unusable, leading for the role to be recast, much to Selick's regret. To this day, Price's work has never been publicly released, and it's currently unknown how many copies, if any, still exist. It's also unknown who would have a copy of the original voice recordings for the movie. Now, Ed Ivory did an amazing job as Santa in this movie, but as a huge Vincent Price fan, I would love to have heard this. In fact, I can think of Santa's audio from this movie and then hear it in my head as Vincent Price's voice, and I love it. I would love it if this had been the version we got. Sadly, it sounds like even if we find this, it still wouldn't have done well in the movie due to, of course, Price's failing health. Sadly, he has, he passed on quite a while ago, but, we can dream. At number 4, we have Christmas Wrapping on Solid Gold, lost unreleased footage of the Waitresses' live performance from 1982. The Waitresses were an American new wave band based out of Akron, Ohio that were active from 1978 to 1984. The band were initially best known for their 1980 single, I Know What Boys Like, which, following a 1982 reissue, peaked at number 62 on the Billboard Hot 100, and became a frequent staple on MTV with its eye-catching music video during the early days of the channel. However, in recent years, the success of I Know What Boys Like has been thoroughly supplanted by that of the band's 1981 single, Christmas Wrapping, which was initially recorded for the ZE Records compilation, A Christmas Record. The song was fairly unsuccessful upon its initial release, peaking at number 45 in the UK singles charts following a reissue, but failing to chart altogether in America, but has since entered the pantheon of all-time iconic Christmas songs, being featured on numerous Christmas compilation albums, being covered by musicians such as the Spice Girls and Kylie Minogue, among others, and receiving praise from outlets such as The Guardian, who described it as fizzing, funky dance around the Christmas tree music for Brooklyn hipsters, and AllMusic, who called it one of the best holiday pop tunes ever recorded. In 1982, the Waitresses were invited to perform on Solid Gold, an American syndicated music TV series broadcast from 1980 to 1988. The band obliged, with performances of two of their songs being recorded for use in the program, I Know What Boys Like and Christmas Rapping, with this recording serving as the only time the latter song would ever be performed for television. While the performance of I Know What Boys Like would later go on to be broadcast as part of the July 3rd, 1982 episode of the show, the performance of Christmas Rapping would go unaired for unknown reasons and would remain almost completely unknown for decades afterwards. The existence of the Christmas Rapping performance wouldn't become public knowledge until 2020, when popular YouTuber Todd in the Shadows featured the Waitresses and I Know What Boys Like as an episode of his one-hit wonder video series. Following the upload of his I Know What Boys Like video, Todd was contacted by the Waitresses guitarist and songwriter Chris Butler about the Solid Gold footage. Butler himself had been searching for the Christmas Rapping performance for many years to no avail, and had mistaken Todd's use of the footage from I Know What Boys Like in his video as footage of the former song. Todd later posted about this interaction on his Twitter account, and following an extensive search effort from several of Todd's fans, no trace of the performance could be found online, leading Todd and Butler to come to the conclusion that the footage had never been released at all. If the footage of this performance does still exist, then it is likely present somewhere within the archives of CBS and or Paramount, the current copyright holders of Solid Gold, and is unlikely to see a release. So when I was researching this video, I actually was like, I don't know if I know the song Christmas Rapping, and I looked it up, and of course I do. You know it too. I can't play it here, but you know the song. I had no idea it was from the same group that did I Know What Boys Like, but yeah, I was familiar with the song I Know What Boys Like, but I've heard it way less times than I've heard the Christmas Rapping song. And so the fact that it's, such an iconic Christmas song that it gets played all the time, but there is a performance shot for television and somehow they've not released it ever, is amazing, because, you figure you could put this on like a best of Christmas compilation program on CBS or even Paramount Plus now, who knows, but they haven't, and who knows if they ever will. Alright guys, like I said before, now is the time where typically in this video we would have the spicy entry, but there's really not a lot of spicy Christmas media out there, and there's even less lost spicy Christmas media out there. So, we're not going to have a quote-unquote spicy piece right now. We're just going to have a normal 5th entry that we're going to get to in a second. But again, before we do that, let me just take a moment of your time. If you are enjoying this content, please be sure to like, comment, and of course, please be sure to subscribe. We have multiple videos every week. And if you want to be extra generous, consider joining as a YouTube member, becoming a Patreon patron, or checking the links in the description and maybe buying one of my minis. Alright, spiel over, let's get to that final piece. At number 5, we have Sakasabani, partially found Christmas-themed one-shot manga from 2007. Sakasabani, or Inverted Wing, is a one-shot manga written and illustrated by independent Japanese artist Sho Shibamoto that was first released in 2007. The manga is Shibamoto's second published work and is notable for featuring the first appearance of the Sky Golems, a race of near-indestructible creatures bent on world annihilation, who serve as recurring antagonists of much of Shibamoto's subsequent work. As the plot of this piece of manga, well, due to the lack of information and images from Sakasabani available online, the full plot of the manga is difficult to determine. From what little of the manga is available, the following can be inferred: that following an unspecified event involving the creation of the Sky Golems that likely lead to the near extinction of the dragon species, a dragon with inverted wings named Sakasabani-kun, a Finnic fox girl named Neri, and an unnamed man, heavily implied to be Santa Claus, meet on a winter island where it snows all year round. The unnamed man allows Neri and Sakasabani-kun to stay with him in his home, with him treating them as though they were his own, bathing them, cooking them meals, reading them stories, and allowing them to watch over him as he builds toys, with Sakasabani-kun later returning the favor by flying the man's sleigh through the night sky. So what is available? Well, the printing of the manga was completed in August of 2007, with Shibamoto later selling these prints at the 2007 Kamita Dojinshi convention From this point on, no more prints of the manga would be produced until 2017, when Sho Shibamoto held a solo exhibition wherein he sold printed and framed illustrations from his web manga Flower Knight Dakini. Alongside this, reprinted copies of Sakasabane were also available for purchase, with 150 copies of this new print being sold at a price of 1,500 yen each. To date, this has been the only other release of Sakasabane to have taken place, and while Shibamoto did briefly express interest in making the entire manga available as a Kickstarter backer or note support reward, these plans were ultimately not acted upon. The manga currently remains impossible to be viewed in full as a result of its limited print run and obscurity, with no physical copies beyond those photographed by Shibamoto having surfaced, and the manga also not being re-released officially or unofficially on any digital space or storefront. Multiple panels of the manga have surfaced online through various sources, but the full work remains lost. While not spicy, I find this piece to be, very interesting, definitely worthy of making this list, because it's a story about Santa Claus taking in a dragon and a fox girl after the sky golems are eradicating the dragon race, which is a very unique concept for a Christmas manga for sure. And I just I'm kind of surprised that the author has never decided to reprint this officially, because I feel like it would sell rather well, definitely for higher price than they were being sold for originally. And this person, it's the Shibamoto apparently owns all of the rights to this, so could choose to reproduce it at any time, but has not, and that's too bad. At number 1 today, we have De Blob, lost production material of a cancelled animated series based on the THQ video game series from 2010. So De Blob is a duology of puzzle platform video games published by THQ and released from 2008 to 2011, and later re-released in 2018 for the 8th generation of gaming. The short-lived series centered around the titular Blob, who is thrust into repainting Chroma City with color against the actions of Inked Corporation, who drains the colorful wonder of the alien city, led by their leader of Comrade Black. While it was one of the few original IPs from THQ, the franchise is fondly remembered and are considered cult classics of the 7th generation of gaming. In between the releases of the games, an animated series from Sci-Fi was announced but was never released. In February 2010, right after the official announcement of De Blob 2, it was announced that THQ and Sci-Fi would be collaborating to produce an animated series of De Blob as a plan to make the video games a multimedia franchise. The animation adaptation of De Blob was planned to spearhead the kids' brand of Sci-Fi, with the possibility of further cartoon collaborations between THQ and Sci-Fi for the future. In the original press release, THQ Executive Vice President Doug Klemmer shared his thoughts on the reveal. "We are pleased that our owned franchise De Blob has been selected as a foundational character and storyline for Sci-Fi's new Sci-Fi Kids brand. We look forward to working closely with Sci-Fi to introduce De Blob's colorful world to a new audience of young adults via webisodes, television, and other media, broadening awareness of this lovable hero." Due to their deal, Sci-Fi Kids would co-publish De Blob 2 with THQ, appearing in the advertising for the sequel starting with the original release trailer from E3 2010. In the merchandise for the game, the Sci-Fi Kids logo would be heavily featured alongside the likes of THQ and Blue Tongue Entertainment. While De Blob 2 released in February of 2011 as expected, no news about the cartoon came. As of now, very little material of the proposed De Blob adaptation has surfaced, and no other announcements of it aside from the original press release and mentions during the lead-up to De Blob 2 were made. In 2020, per the word of a journalist who had interviewed De Blob team back in 2011, it was revealed that the underperformance of De Blob 2, the closure of Blue Tongue, and THQ's subsequent bankruptcy is what led to the animation series never getting produced. As a result, the Sci-Fi Kids branding went nowhere and no programming was produced for it. In March of 2013, months after THQ closed down, it was confirmed the deal between them and Sci-Fi had fallen through and the Sci-Fi Kids attempt as a whole was scrapped. It is unknown if any development was done for the show before it was cancelled, although a singular piece of concept art exists that was published in October of 2011. I have never played De Blob, though it does sound like an interesting game. What ultimately sounds like happens here is you had a show that could have been pretty good. Who knows? It was a neat concept. I'm not saying that it wouldn't have been good or that it would have been great. Who knows? But ultimately, after the 2008 recession, it was hard for a lot of companies to really keep going, and unfortunately, it seems like this show really was one of those casualties due to people just not having as much money to spend on things, and therefore a lot of IPs underperforming when people could no longer afford them due to the recession. So maybe someday we'll get to see something from this, but who knows how far they actually got. At number 2, we have Mystery Disc: Many Roads to Murder, a lost interactive murder mystery movie sequel from 1983. Now, Many Roads to Murder was the sequel to the interactive Laserdisc game Murder Anyone? It was initially set to be released in the USA in 1983, but due to how unsuccessful Laserdisc was as a medium, it only saw development and release for a Japanese market. So, the plot of this interactive movie, self-narrating private detective Stu Kavanaugh, played by Paul Gleason, is back to solve another murder, this time at the Elite Adventurers Club. Kavanaugh spent early life in odd jobs and the army, and then worked his way through Harvard, where he met some of the people involved. So, the suspects of this murder in this story are Granville Lowe III, Kavanaugh's Harvard roommate who now manages his own investments, Tracy Lowe, Granville's sister and ward who's under his control until her 21st birthday, Marcus Sandor, a Harlem rooming house resident who works as a waiter at the club, Lenore Krieger, an independent woman who owns an import-export business, Bill Donovan, also a Harvard graduate who now runs his own company, Juna Jamail, an exotic chanteuse at a Harlem nightclub called the Jazz Spot, Percy Wilder, a member of the Adventurers Club with a penchant for drink, and Sabrina Todd, a woman in her late 20s and an unknown commodity. Stu's only allies in this murder investigation are Maxine Blair, Stu's ambitious assistant who wants to be the first woman with her own private detective's license, and the players themselves, who get to choose between storyline paths to solve the case by discovering the murderer's identity, motive, and the murder method. When you think you've got it all figured out, the endgame starts when you accuse a suspect and try to prove that he or she did it. There are 16 endings, just like in the first game. Now, as to the availability of this, well, 22 seconds of the American version have been found featured in a news story that was uploaded to YouTube in 2014. 4 screenshots have also been found, along with photos of box art and the user manual from the Japanese release. These were found on a site cataloging Japanese tech magazine MSX, where Many Roads to Murder is said to be mentioned in the July, August, September, October, and December issues of 1984. And the January and March issues of 1985. Also, apparently there are a couple copies of the game available on eBay, though the ones that people tend to see are of the RCA Selectavision version, not the Laserdisc. It is kind of a shame that Laserdisc never really took off, though I remember the one and only time I ever really saw Laserdisc was we were at my dad's boss's house, and they had a Laserdisc player, and they showed us a bit of like Terminator 2, to show us how cool it looked on a Laserdisc. And yeah, the picture was great, but it was so weird to me that you were basically playing a record-sized movie. Ultimately they were expensive, they were big, they were clunky, but it was a cool idea, especially with what it kind of allowed us to do long before DVD-ROMs were a thing. But either way, who doesn't love a good murder mystery? I'd love for this one to be found. At number 3, we have The Chronicles of Rickroll, lost unreleased film based on internet memes 2013. The Chronicles of Rickroll was a planned movie that was written and produced by Andrew Fisher. The movie made its way around the internet in February of 2011 when a teaser trailer featuring Antoine Dodson, a Bed Intruder song guy, Bear Vasquez, Double Rainbow guy, Ben Schultz, Leroy Jenkins, Brian Collins, Boom Goes the Dynamite, Jack and Stephen Quire, Freak Out Kid and Brother, and Gary Bralsma, the Numa Numa guy. This quickly created hype for the movie, and news outlets like CNN and Business Insider picked up the story. Actors like Mark Christopher Lawrence, John Hennigan, and James Butler were rumored to be in the movie. The plot of the film is that a man must save the love of his life after they were sucked into the internet. The film was said to have taken heavy inspiration from Alice in Wonderland. Nothing else regarding the film's plot and direction was released during its production. In November of 2011, director Andrew Fisher asked for $100,000 on Indiegogo. This was also on top of the film's reported $60 million budget. Unfortunately, the project managed to raise a paltry $1,441, or about 1.4% of the amount originally asked for. The project's deadline was on April 3rd of 2012. After the project failed to gain the money needed, director Andrew Fisher posted this comment on the update section. Unfortunately, this campaign was not a success. It appears that crowdsourcing is not ideal for projects of this magnitude. We do have a lot of exciting things in the works behind the scenes, however, and we'll continue to post progress updates on our Facebook page. And for those wondering, yes, we will be refunding all the money that was contributed to this campaign. We appreciate all of you who supported us and hope you will continue to do so via word of mouth. If you have any questions about getting your refund, or if you have not received it by this upcoming weekend, please get in touch with us and we will make sure it happens. Thanks, everyone. Now, despite failing to secure additional funding, that did not deter Andrew from trying to push the film out in time. At San Diego Comic-Con in 2012, Andrew Fisher held a private production event where it was revealed the movie was slated for a 2013 release date. Soon, this release date was pushed back to 2014. After 2013, no updates have been published about the movie. The movie was never released in 2014 after the 2014 pushback date, and it is unknown what happened during the production of the movie and why it was never released. Most speculation points out the fact that many of the jokes or memes were just simply outdated, and the film would not have done well if it was released. It is also possible that the film was never able to get a studio to help finance and distribute the film. This concept for a movie is far from original, in all honesty. I mean, people getting sucked into alternate worlds, including the internet, is definitely something that we've seen all throughout entertainment, but especially in the more recent years. And I mean, Smosh had a movie where they entered the internet, Wreck-It Ralph, and the one thing I think with these movies' ability to be successful, at least when they come out, is that they are, timely. They're making references that you're going to get at the time it's released. And if this were to come out now, we all remember, some of us, not everybody, but people my age, we remember the Numa Numa guy, we remember Double Rainbow and all that, but it's not really funny anymore. We've kind of moved on. Internet culture in general, but especially internet culture, moves at lightning speed, so it would be very hard to make a full big budget independent film, so to speak, that could get out in a timely manner when all of these jokes were still relevant. Still, I would love to see some clips from this. It would be a nice little walk down nostalgia lane. Maybe someday we will. At number 4, we have Dingjin Mountain, lost first Chinese self-directed opera film from 1905. Dingjin Mountain is a Chinese silent film produced by Fing Tai Photography, made in 1905, though there are claims that it was made in 1908, directed by Ren Qingtai, starring Tan Xinpei, a Peking opera superstar in the late Qing dynasty and early Republic of China. This film is regarded as the first film in China, even if it had controversy around the film. This film tells the story of Hua Zhang, a general of Shu, who captured Mount Dingjun and killed Zhao Huan, a general of Wei, in the Chinese historical novel Romance of the Three Kingdoms, which, if you don't know, is what one of my favorite video games, Dynasty Warriors, is based off of. The first documented mention of the movie, Dingjun Mountain, appears in a 1938 article from the 14th issue of the Cinema Weekly magazine in Shanghai, titled "The Cinematization of Old Plays Didn't Start with Mei Longfeng. It had already happened 30 years prior." The article recounts a dramatist's words. At the end of the Qing dynasty, films were already being shown at Dagon Lao in Daishalar, with scenes from Tan Zaipei's Dingjun Mountain featuring a plea for enlistment, sword dance, and combat shot on stage. The text mentions several movie titles, none of which are marked with the years of filming. Now, what do we have of this movie? Well, the only print was unfortunately destroyed in a fire in the late 1940s. Only one still was preserved. and since there was only one still left about the film and the rest of the information is oral, its existence has been contested by many. Personally, I would love to be able to see this film, not just for its importance in cinema history, but also, like I said, I'm a huge Dynasty Warriors fan, and the fight on Dinjun Mountain between Huazhong and Zhao Yuan is one of my favorite plot points in the series, and I would absolutely love to see an opera depicting that semi-historical event. If you don't know, Romance of the Three Kingdoms is about the Three Kingdoms era in China, but it is a romanticized version. So while several of the events are true, most of the events are embellished, if not outright, if not some of them are outright fake. Many people are listed as dying gloriously in battle when in fact they died of illness and things like that. So I do love the story, I love the media that's created from it, and I would love to see the first Chinese opera film ever made, especially considering that it is inspired by Romance of the Three Kingdoms. So hopefully that is not the only copy, and that there's still one out there that has somehow been preserved, and one day we get to see it. At number 5, we have Habib Saliba, the lost audio tape of the unaliving of a banker in 1996. Trigger warning that this is rated not safe for work and not safe for life due to some disturbing subject matter and discussion of schmegdual topics, but I will be trying to keep it YouTube friendly. On the 24th of June 1996, the body of Syrian banker Habib Saliba was discovered in his Fulham flat. Samantha Enoch, an S worker who had engaged in a long-term S relationship with Saliba, was arrested and later convicted of his murder. The crucial piece of evidence was an audio recorder Saliba secretly installed in his flat to confront Enoch over her theft of his mother's ring. The dictaphone captured the banker's final moments. Now, a bit of background. 46-year-old Habib Saliba worked as an assistant vice president for the Union Bank of Switzerland. A Syrian national, Saliba had moved to England in 1980 and purchased a flat in Napier Court of Fulham. Most sources describe Saliba as a wealthy individual. However, neighbor Robert Kelly revealed in a 27 June 1996 interview with the Fulham Chronicle that Saliba may have actually experienced money troubles, having been harassed by bailiffs. Saliba placed new security locks on his flat a week before his murder. In contrast, the 4th of April 1997 issue of Hammersmith and Shepherd's Bush Gazette reported that Saliba, who was unmarried, had around £30,000 in his bank account. I mean, not a what I'd call wealthy, but certainly not absolutely broke back in the 90s. The alleged run-ins with bailiffs were likely connected to Saliba's costly relationship with Samantha Enoch, age 20, in 1996. Enoch had met Saliba 2 years prior. She had reportedly left school at 15 and turned to selling herself on the street a year later. During her time as an S worker, Enoch gave birth to a boy. Several newspapers deemed her as very attractive. In 1994, Enoch met Saliba outside the Hilton Hotel in Park Lane. According to the 18th April 1997 issue of Hammersmith and Shepherd's Bush Gazette, Enoch was 17 when the pair first interacted. The banker took a liking to the young S worker and invited her back to his flat. For the next 2 years, Saliba regularly paid Enoch for intercourse in what prosecutor Richard Harwell described as a sugar daddy relationship. Saliba had reportedly grown attached to Enoch, letting her stay in his flat for 8 months. He was concerned over Enoch's street lifestyle and sought to assist her and her young son. In contrast, Enoch appeared to be taking financial advantage of Saliba's support and trust. Aside from the regular payments, Enoch had allegedly stolen money and property from Saliba's flat on multiple occasions. At some point, Enoch moved into a home in Clapham with 27-year-old lodger and friend Ronald Tamplin. Harwell described Tamplin as being very protective of and loyal to Enoch. Despite this, Enoch still regularly lived with Saliba and oftentimes was left alone in his flat. During one of these visits, Enoch stole a cash box which contained £300 and various expensive jewelry. Saliba was aghast at this, as one diamond ring was worth £8,000 belonging to his mother. He had planned to return it to her on his next trip to Syria. Despite this betrayal, Saliba gave Enoch £300 and ordered her to bring back the ring, which she had pawned for double that. Alas, upon learning that Enoch squandered the money elsewhere, the banker filed 2 theft reports to the police. However, the young woman still occasionally visited Saliba during this period, which the prosecution believed was the result of Saliba directly attempting to gather evidence on Enoch's thievery. Now, the murder and the audio tape, the whole reason we're here. On the 24th of June 1996 at 11 a.m., the caretaker of Napier Court entered Saliba's flat and found his body in the dining room. He had been stabbed 26 times, with the dining room's table and carpet covered in his blood. The news stunned Fulham residents, especially as days prior it was revealed that couple Joseph and Camilla Plotch were murdered a few streets away by brothers Marios and Robert Maxa. Detective Chief Inspector Jackie Malton was called to assess the scene. She interviewed one of Saliba's close friends who informed her about a woman who regularly visited the flat for S and whom Saliba planned to confront over stolen jewelry. Acting on this information, police arrested Enoch Tamplin and an unidentified individual on suspicion of Saliba's murder, which was believed to have been committed on the 21st of June. The pair were formally charged with murder on the 4th of July, 1996. Their trial officially began at the Old Bailey on the 1st of November 1996. The prosecution was led by Horwell, who presented 2 key pieces of audio evidence. The first was a voicemail on Saliba's phone where Enoch allegedly threatened, "I hope you die, Habib. I hope you die somewhere on the street." But this paled in comparison to the police discovery of an audio recorder hidden within Saliba's display cabinet. Horwell claimed Saliba purchased the mini recorder known as a dictaphone days beforehand in order to confront Enoch and gather critical evidence on her thievery. On the 21st of June, Saliba opened the door to a woman and a male accomplice, who the prosecution deemed were Enoch and Tamplin. The tape captured the pair requesting £500 in exchange for the ring's safe return. This backed up Enoch's claim that she and Tamplin attempted to extort more money from Saliba. However, the prosecution argued they in reality had come to silence Saliba, with Enoch aware she could face lengthy prison sentence for her acts of theft. This time, Saliba refused the request. Consequently, the banker was brutally attacked in his flat with a large carving knife. Unbeknownst to the 2 attackers, the dictaphone recorded the entire murder. On the tape, Saliba's dying screams could be heard as he pleaded, "Stop it, oh no, oh no." A woman's voice could also be heard, as well as her accomplice, who instructed her to cease the relentless attack. He then said, "Where's my knife? It's under my other knife. Let's go, grab the wallet, take the cash." The tape revealed Saliba died over 3 hours after the attack. The audio recording horrified the jury and others present at the Old Bailey, with Detective Inspector Rick Turner having described it as a chilling experience. Meanwhile, Enoch cried during the playback, though insisted her voice was not captured on the tape. However, Harwell was unconvinced. He claimed that Tamplin's tone of voice was deliberate, and that this demonstrated a full intention to murder. Horwell believed the killing of Saliba was motivated by greed and a need to silence him. As the trial progressed, Enoch and Tamplin turned on one another. Enoch testified that she had zero knowledge of Saliba's murder until the police informed her. Originally, she had denied ever being at Saliba's flat on the day of the murder, but later changed her story to admit she and Tamplin visited to extort more cash. However, the S-worker insisted only Tamplin was at the flat when the killing occurred. These claims directly contradicted testimony given by Enoch's sister, Michelle. Michelle told the jury that Samantha instructed her to provide an alibi, which alleged her sister tried to shield Saliba as Tamplin stabbed him, only for the banker to punch her on the forehead. Later that day, a perfectly normal Samantha shopped in Brixton with her sister to replace her blood-soaked trainers. Meanwhile, Tamplin claimed Enoch was the one who killed Saliba. He recalled waiting in the living room when he suddenly heard screams in the lounge. As he entered, he witnessed Enoch stabbing Saliba in the chest with one of Tamplin's carving knives. As Saliba collapsed to the floor, Enoch stabbed him several times in the back. Tamplin denied having any foreknowledge of the attack, but agreed Enoch was motivated by financial gain. Both subjects continued to deny murder. In particular, Enoch rejected claims that she had any intentions to physically harm Saliba. On the 14th of April 1997, the jury retired to begin a 3-day deliberation. In fewer than 10 hours, the jury found Tamplin not guilty on all charges. In contrast, it took around 13 hours to convict Enoch of murder on the 16th of April 1997. Jury consensus determined Enoch killed Saliba following a botched blackmail attempt. They also deduced Enoch attempted to pin Tamplin for the crime, whose misguided loyalty caused him to help Enoch with the initial cover-up. Judge Henry Ponwall, QC, sentenced Enoch to life in prison. He told a visually emotionless Enoch, "In this court, there have been some calculating, and callous defendants, but few to touch you. What you did in that flat, and what you said about it in evidence, and what you did after it, is almost beyond belief. In my view, you are dangerous, devious, and wicked." On the 3rd of March 1998, then Home Secretary Jack Straw recommended a minimum sentence of 14 years. Enoch, who later changed her surname to Dainty, appealed this sentence in June of 2007 and had it successfully reduced by 9 months and 19 days as time served in custody. Therefore, it is believed Dainty was released from prison prior to the 16th of April 2011. Now, as to the availability of the tape, well, the murder of Habib Saliba is relatively obscure in the world of British crime. Most newspaper publications focused on how Saliba inadvertently audio recorded his own slaying. The tape, described as exceptionally distressing by Horwell, likely still resides somewhere within the British court system. However, because of the tape's obscurity and disturbing nature, as well as out of respect for Saliba and his relatives, a public release of the tape seems highly unlikely. And I agree, I don't think this needs to be out on the internet. I just don't believe things like this, kind of like with Grizzly Man. There's no reason to hear audio recordings of someone's death. That being said, even though I don't believe this piece needs to be found, it did interest me, as not only am I a big lost media enthusiast, but I am also big into listening to true crime podcasters and YouTubers, and I have never heard of this case, and so the case itself is just as obscure and lesser known as the lost media itself, and so I thought it deserved to be mentioned here on the channel, as that is what I do. I, bring awareness to the lost and to the obscure. At number 1, we have Al Basha's Adventures, partially found Super Mario Bros. Arabic ROM hack from 1995. Al Basha's Adventures is an Arabic ROM hack of Super Mario Bros. Released sometime in 1995. This ROM hack is a modification of a version which in turn is a modification of Super Mario Bros. Called 2 on cartridges with multiple integrated games. In this ROM hack, Mario is seen dressed as a pasha, and some enemies, backgrounds, and objects have been modified. This hack has been rumored to have appeared on a 7-in-1 cartridge of unknown origin. Within it, the hack is titled Mario on the selection screen. It has also been seen as a game integrated into a Famiclone console from the company Raymar International, a company that is dedicated to distribution of these video games in the Arab market. It is rumored that employees of said company created the ROM in question. For this game, at the moment, there is no possible way to play it. There is only a video showing a few minutes of gameplay, in addition to a post on the NesDev forum from a user asking how to extract the Al Basha ROM hack that is included on their console. I'm not much of a retro gamer myself, but I always enjoy finding out about these ROMs that are made to kind of localize a game to a different market, which I definitely think is something pretty cool, and something that honestly should be done, or at least should have been done when it was more viable back in the day, should have been done to, grow your game's reach if you could edit it just slightly for a different market. So I think stuff like this is cool. Hopefully someday the ROM is released entirely and people can play this version. At number 2, we have City of the Dead, which is a lost build of a canceled first-person shooter from 2006. Now, City of the Dead, also known as either George A. Romero's City of the Dead or The Living Dead City of the Dead, is a canceled 2006 first-person shooter game that was to be published by Hip Interactive, with development being handled by Kuju Entertainment for the PlayStation 2, Xbox, and PC. The game was to take place on a fictional island known as Ningun Futuro, meaning no future in Spanish, and was to be the first of a number of games based on the Dead series. Following an array of secret military tests on cadavers that go horribly wrong, a zombie outbreak occurs, endangering the island's inhabitants. It's interesting to note that Romero's 2004 reimagining of Dawn of the Dead ends with the remaining survivors becoming stranded on an island. It has been speculated that said island may have actually been Ningun Futuro, tying the game to the film. While it was officially stated that neither City of the Dead nor any of its planned follow-ups would contain any references to the original 1978 Dawn of the Dead, likely due to copyright issues, this doesn't necessarily rule out the possibility of it having been tied into the 2004 reimagining of the film. It is cited that the game was cancelled due to Hip Interactive's tight budget and subsequent lack of funding, soon thereafter leading to their permanent closure. Tom Savini, a makeup artist and regular actor in Dead series, was announced to have been providing the voice and likeness of a character named William Red McLean, who would have later become playable in the game. Notably, a 1-minute trailer of City of the Dead was shown at E3 2005, although at no point was a playable version of the game made accessible to patrons. Said trailer has since appeared online and can still be viewed there. This sounds like very early, like an early version of ideas in gaming that would later be utilized in both Dead Rising as well as Dead by Daylight. The idea of being trapped in an area with a bunch of the infected, which were created by government experiments. So very tried and true for zombie video games, even one still coming out as early as this year, as late as this year. But I think maybe this one would not quite have been up to snuff with our modern takes, but it would have definitely been fun to have a first-person zombie shooter be made available as far back as the PS2 era. So this one would have been fun. I wish we'd gotten to play it. At number 3, we have Darkspore, which is a lost, inaccessible action role-playing PC game from 2011 to 2016. So yes, Darkspore was a 2011 action RPG PC game developed by Maxis and published by Electronic Arts. It was an indirect sequel to 2008's Spore, a creature creation game also developed by Maxis. The game's graphical style was far different from its predecessor, taking on a more realistic and dark style. The game was infamous for its always-online DRM, requiring an internet connection even if someone wanted to play single player. This was put on top of already requiring Origin to run the game, which also required an internet connection at all times. On March 1st of 2016, Darkspore's servers were shut down, making the game entirely unplayable, even with a physical copy of the game, as it still needs the servers to be up. The gameplay of Darkspore was mostly single player, but it also featured online co-op and PvP, player versus player, and was quite similar to Blizzard's Diablo series. Similar to Spore, it had a hero editor, which was the equivalent of Spore's creature creator. Now, as to the shutdown, on March 1st of 2016, Electronic Arts announced that they were shutting down the game's server. The closure was met with negative feedback, with Mark Richard of TechRaptor stating that the shutdown of Darkspore was banishing the title from gaming history, and Clint Basinger of Lazy Game Reviews saying in a video review that, while he didn't like the game much, the game being shut down was an assault on history. He also criticized the game's convoluted DRM system, as well as DRM in general, stating that Darkspore was a reminder of the cons of DRM platforms such as Origin and Steam. As previously stated, the game can't be played in any way currently, and unless EA and Maxis make an offline option available, bring back the servers, or another party somehow hacks the game to get past the DRM, it may never be playable again. And people have tried. In December of 2018, Reddit user VitorMM wrote a topic about his attempts at making Darkspore work on a private server running on Python. After searching over the code, VitorMM discovered that when trying to boot Darkspore attempts to find the domain where the bootstrap is located, with Electronic Arts closed down back in 2016, thus leading to the connection error message. Since then, he has been hard at work, making Darkspore playable once again by cracking down its in-game DRM. VitorMM states that his goal is to make all copies of Darkspore, whether they were bought on Steam, Origin, or a disc, to be playable without the need of purchasing the game a second time. With time, VitorMM gathered more programmers to help him work on making the game playable, with the project now under the name Darkspore LS. As of right now, the team behind Dark Sport LS has managed to make the play button functional and gaining access to the login screen. While the team has already gained access to the hero editor, the game's single-player campaign is yet to be playable, either being connected to the internet or offline. And the project has since been renamed Resurrection Capsule. Now, I had heard of Spore, I definitely heard of Maxis and Electronic Arts, but I had never heard of Dark Spore, and it sounds like it's a game that, maybe not the best game ever, I don't know, people seem to have enjoyed it though, definitely fell victim to corporate greed. Does anyone else remember when Xbox tried to announce that their, Xbox One was going to need to be constantly online in order to function, and the amount of backlash they received led them to kind of backtrack and go, no, we're not doing that, sorry. Yeah, that was nuts. And it feels like this game, they actually didn't backpedal. EA decided, and Maxis decided, hey, we're going to do this. We don't care. You need our servers to play, and now we're going to shut down the servers. And oh, it means you can't play your game anymore? Sucks to suck, right? Well, thankfully, there are dedicated people who are trying to remedy that situation long after the creators of the game have abandoned it. So good work, boys, and hopefully we all get to play this one sometime in the near future. Alright, moving right along. At number 4, we have Burnout Freestyle, a lost build of a cancelled Nintendo Wii/DS racing game in 2010. Now, Burnout Freestyle is a cancelled racing game that was intended for the Nintendo Wii and the Nintendo DS. It was developed by Criterion Games and was set to be published by Electronic Arts. Hey, look, it's EA again, as the first Nintendo-exclusive Burnout game before its development was shelved in favor of Criterion working on Need for Speed titles. The Burnout series had only previously seen a few releases on Nintendo platforms. After Burnout and Burnout 2 Point of Impact were released for the Nintendo GameCube, no other main series titles were released on the platform, including Burnout 3 Takedown. The last Nintendo Burnout game released was Burnout Legends for the DS in November of 2005. Burnout Freestyle would have become the first in the series to receive a Wii release, while also being the second DS title. It reportedly also would have emerged as the first Nintendo-exclusive Burnout game. Alas, Burnout Freestyles was generally kept under wraps before being quietly cancelled by December of 2010. However, the game's existence was publicly confirmed when EA outsource manager Paul Dibden provided information about the game and DS screenshots on his website. While these were swiftly taken down from the website and left unarchived, GameKyo extracted the screenshots and preserved them. Further, cartoon Burnout cars and even a Burnout pinball table were included as part of Dibden's online portfolio. Reports indicate that Burnout Freestyle was cancelled so that Criterion could primarily focus on fellow EA racing series Need for Speed, developing Need for Speed Hot Pursuit, which was released in November of 2010. In total, 16 screenshots of the DS version were released. Analysis indicates the game would contain a variety of mini-games involving the DS stylus, including landing stunts and maintaining and repairing cars. GameKyo compared the screenshots to the gameplay of Grand Theft Auto Chinatown Wars. One screenshot tasks the player to collide with 10 vehicles, becoming the closest to replicating Burnout's crash mode introduced since Point of Impact, which again was my favorite part of Point of Impact. Notably, no screenshots showed any racing events. The game's graphics and focus on minigames has led some fans to theorize that Burnout Freestyle may well have been an earlier version of Burnout Crash, released in September of 2011 for the PlayStation 3, Xbox 360, and iOS. If that was the case, certain minigames, including the aforementioned car maintenance challenges, were not carried over for this release title. Ultimately, no build of Burnout Freestyles has been publicly released. The screenshots indicate that the game had received some development prior to being shelved, but are the only viewable remnants of the title. No content from the Wii version has ever leaked. I used to love playing Burnout 2 Point of Impact specifically for the crash mode, so the fact that they would have been reintroducing a crash mode in this would have been absolutely phenomenal. I'm sad nobody ever got to play this game, but hopefully someday we get another Burnout game with a crash mode, or that's my hope anyway. At number 5, we have the M. Dickey Show, partially lost, uncensored version of drama talk show video game from 2003. So the M. Dickey Show is a 2003 video game developed by M. Dickey. It is based off a drama show in which it's similar to Dr. Phil, but with violence, and you get to simulate the show. During the game's release, M. Dickey had sold an uncensored version of the game on his website for $15, which is said to contain more adult content than the currently downloadable version of the game, which used to be available to download on M. Dickey's site at one point until it was removed, but it has been archived. So that's the censored version of the game is archived, and it contains less of this content. It is unknown if M. Dickey will still provide the uncensored release of the game for $15, considering he stopped creating PC games a long time ago. The uncensored version has not been released by the developer online, and it is unknown if anyone still has a copy of the game, making it lost media. The uncensored version is said to have uncensored dialogue and more gore. It is shown that it has a uncensored nude character model after a screenshot of the uncensored version was posted on Reddit. Currently, only one screenshot from the uncensored version exists online, which is again the one posted to Reddit by a user named The Sham Woohoo. It is currently unknown if he will provide a copy of the uncensored version of the game, but this is the only person known to currently have a copy of the uncensored version, meaning that it's very hard to find. Now, on the 12th of September 2023, someone did contact M. Dickey via email to see if he still had a copy of this version, and the developer said, "Sorry, even if I had it, I would not share anything that would be considered controversial nowadays," meaning that M. Dickey himself is not going to be releasing this game. M. Dickey later confirmed that he doesn't even have the files for it anymore, so even the creator does not have a copy. Now, some headway was made later in December of 2023 when Lost Media Wiki user Eternally Eve did find an earlier version of the game that does contain some of the content from the uncensored version, such as the uncensored nude character model that was later removed. However, this version still contains censored audio. Now, in January of 2024, the Sham Woohoo found the uncensored voice clips, and these can be added back into the game via file swapping. So all of this, the little bits here and there, were taken by Eternally Eve in February of 2024, and a modded, restored version of the game with all the content that would be for the uncensored version was put back in and uploaded the recreated version onto archive.org. So while technically we have all the bits and pieces, we do not have an accessible original copy of the original uncensored game. So while this makes this only partially lost, it is still technically lost, even though we can kind of see a recreation of the original game. And honestly, to me, that's what makes this one interesting, because, I mean, ultimately, probably the game itself, just from what I see of it, it's not a great game. It's an old 2000s game, wouldn't hold up to today's standards, but all the work that went into giving us at least a recreated restoration of what the game would have looked like, in the same way people do recreations of lost films and things like that. It's just amazing the level of dedication and time and perseverance that the members of the Lost Media community put into these projects, and I, for one, salute them. And that's the marathon, guys. Thank you so much for sticking with me. This was a long one. I hope you had an amazing 2024, and I hope that 2025 is even better for you. Tomorrow we'll be having our Recovered Relics Marathon, so be sure to check that out, and be sure to subscribe and maybe consider becoming a YouTube member or a Patreon patron. Until next time, everybody, have a great day, even beta tomorrow. See you next year.
Welcome to the show. We hope you'll stick around. Mr. Sean is here to entertain the crowd. We've got a bit of everything, 'cause everything's allowed. Chimera Miniatures is here to stay. We hope we make you proud. Oh, we're diving deep into the dark and the strange, finding the relics that time couldn't cage. Lost and found, buried underground. Bring it to light what's been hidden and bound. The Chimera stage, we set them free. Mr. Sean, he's got the key. From forgotten cartoons to shadows that creep, both VHS tapes to dusty deep. There's footage from realms that no one's seen, where neckbeard legends haunt the screen. It's the stories that doubt, the punch too rare. Mr. Sean finds it all and brings it to air. Oh, we're diving deep into the dark and the strange, finding the relics that time couldn't cage, lost and found, buried underground. Bringing to light what's been hidden and bound. The Chimera stage, we set them free. Mr. Sean, he's got the key. With tales of incels and lore from the past, every lost clip from back at last. Creepypastas with the stories that bite, unseen reels lost deep in the night. Custom miniatures crafted so fine, heroes and villains that Sean designs. Back in his workshop, the brushes are seen, painting his figures in eerie sheen. Next to the rare finds obscure and grim, lost media secrets unveiled by him, where pixels fade and memories hide. Mr. Sean's channel is our creepy guide. Oh, we're diving deep into the dark and the strange, finding the relics that time couldn't cage, lost and found, buried underground. Bring it to light what's been hidden and bound. The Chimera stage, we set them free. Mr. Sean, he's got the key. So tune in, there's wonders to see. In Chimera Miniatures mystery spree, from neckbeard lore to horror so proud. Lost media finds that sing out loud. Chimera Miniatures, weird and wise, with Mr. Sean the strange survives. So tune in, there's wonders to see. In Chimera Miniatures mystery spree, from neckbeard lore to horror so proud. Lost media finds that sing out loud. Chimera Miniatures, weird and wise, with Mr. Sean the strange